Introduction by H. G. Wells to The Journal of a Disappointed Man by W. N. P. BARBELLION. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information, or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Introduction by H. G. Wells to The Journal of a Disappointed Man. Your egoist, like the solitary beasts, lives only for himself. Your altruist declares that he lives only for others. For either there may be success or failure, but for neither can there be tragedy. For even if the altruist meets nothing but ingratitude, what has he to complain of? His premises abolish his grounds of complaint. But both egoist and altruist are philosophical abstractions. The human being by nature and necessity is neither egoist nor altruist. He trims a difficult course between the two. For the most part we are, within the limits of our powers of expression, egotists, and our desire is to think and if possible talk and write about this marvellous experiment of ourselves with all the world, or as much as we can conveniently assemble, for audience. There is variety in our styles. Some drape the central figure. Some let it rather appear than call attention to it. Some affect a needless frankness. I am an egotist, mind you, and I pretend nothing else. Some by adopting a pose with accessories do at least develop so great and passionate an interest in the accessories as to generalise and escape more or less completely from self. An egotism like an eggshell is a thing from which to escape. The art of life is that escape. The fundamental art of life is to recover the sense of that great self-forgetful continuous life from which we have individually budded off. Many people have done this through religion, which begins with a tremendous clamour to some saviour god or other to recognise us and ends in our recognition of him. Or through science, when your egotist begins with "Behold me! I, your humble servant, am a scientific man, devoted to the clear statement of truth," and ends with so passionate a statement of truth that self is forgotten altogether. In this diary of an intensely egotistical young naturalist, tragically caught by the creeping approach of death, we have one of the most moving records of the youthful aspects of our universal struggle. We begin with one of those bright schoolboys that most of us like to fancy we once were, that many of us have come to love as sons or nephews or younger brothers, and this youngster is attracted by natural science, by the employments of the naturalist and by the thought of being himself, some day, a naturalist. From the very beginning we find in this diary the three qualities, from the narrowest to broadest. "Observe me," he says to himself. "I am observing nature." There is the self-conscious, self-centred boy, but he also says, "I am observing nature." And at moments comes the clear light. He forgets himself in the twilight cave with the bats, or watching the starlings in the evening sky. He becomes just you and I and the mind of mankind, gathering knowledge. And the diary, as the keen edge of untimely fate cuts down into the sensitive tissue, shows us presently, after outcries and sorrow and darkness of spirit, the habits of the observer rising to the occasion. Not for him, he realises, are the long life, the honours of science, the Croonian lecture, the listening Royal Society, one's memory embalmed in specific or generic names, the sure place in the Temple of Fame, that once filled his boyish dreams. But here is something close at hand to go on observing manfully to the end, in which self may be forgotten, and that is his own tormented self with desire still great and power and hope receding. "I will go on with this diary," I read between the lines. "You shall have at least one specimen, carefully displayed, and labelled, "Here is a recorded unhappiness." When you talk about life and the rewards of life and the justice of life and its penalties, what you say must square with this. Such is what we have here. It will be going beyond the necessities of this preface to expatiate upon a certain thread of unpremeditated and exquisite beauty that runs through the story this diary tells. To all sensitive readers it will be plain enough, and those who cannot see it plain do not deserve to have it underlined for them. That, still unseeing, they may pretend to see. Nor need we dilate upon the development of the quality of this diary from the rather fussy egotism of the earlier half. But it may be well to add a few explanatory facts that the opening chapters rather take for granted. Barbellion began life at a material as well as a physical disadvantage. Neither of his parents were sturdy people. His mother died at last of constitutional heart weakness, and his father belonged to that most unfortunate class, the poor educated, who live lives of worry in straitened circumstances. Barbellion's father was a newspaper reporter in a West Country town. His income rarely exceeded a couple of £100 a year. The educational facilities of the place were poor, and young Barbellion had to get such learning as he could as a day boy at a small private school, his father supplementing this meagre training and presently taking him on as an apprentice reporter. How the passion for natural science arose does not appear in this diary. We already find the naturalist formed in the first schoolboy entries. An uncle, a chemist, seems to have encouraged the tendency and to have given him textbooks and other help. Somehow, at any rate, he acquired a considerable amount of knowledge. By the time he was 18 he was already publishing quite excellent observations of his own in such periodicals as the Zoologist, and by the time he was 20 he could secure an appointment as assistant naturalist to the director of a well-known marine biological station. It was a success, as the reader will learn, gained only to be renounced. His father was ill, and he had to stand by his family. Our economical country cannot afford to make biologists out of men who can earn a living as hack reporters. Poverty and science are sisters wherever the flag of Britain waves, for how could the rich live if we wasted money on that sort of thing? But the dream was not altogether abandoned, and in 1911 Barbellion got a post, one of the dozen or so of rare and coveted opportunities to toil in a scientific atmosphere that our empire affords. He secured an assistantship at the Natural History Museum, South Kensington, to which a living wage was attached, a fair equivalent to a reporter's earnings. The rest of the story needs no helping out. Let me only add that since 1911 Barbellion, in spite of his steadily diminishing strength, has published articles in both British and American periodicals that entirely justify the statement that in him biological science loses one of the most promising of its recent recruits. His scientific work is not only full and exact, but it has those literary qualities, the grace, the power of handling, the breadth of reference, which have always distinguished the best English biological work, and which mark off at once the true scientific man from the mere collector and recorder of items. With this much introduction, Barbellion may be left to tell the tragedy of his hopes and of the dark, unforeseen, unforeseeable, and inexplicable fate that has overtaken him. The end of the introduction by H. G. Wells to The Journal of a Disappointed Man. Section 1, 1903 to 1908 of The Journal of a Disappointed Man by W. N. P. Barbellion. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information, or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Section 1. Part 1. The journal begins when its author is a little over 13 years old. The following are selected entries. 1903, January 3rd. I'm writing an essay on the life history of insects and have abandoned the idea of writing on how cats spend their time. January 17th. Went with L out catapult shooting. While walking down the main road saw a goldfinch, but very indistinctly. It might not have been one. Had some wonderful shots at a tree creeper in the hedge about a foot away from me. While near a stream, L spotted what he thought to be some wild duck and brought one down, hitting it right in the head. He is a splendid shot. We discovered on examining it that it was not a wild duck at all, but an ordinary tame wild duck, a hen. We ran away, and tonight L tells me he saw the farmer enter the poulterer's shop with the bird in his hand. January 19th. Went to A Wood with S and L. Saw a barn owl, Strix flammea, flying in broad daylight. At A Woods, be it known, there is a steep cliff where we were all out climbing to inspect and find all the likely places for birds to build in next spring. S and I got along all right, but L, being a bit too careless, let go his hold on a tree and fell headlong down. He turned over and over and seemed us to pitch on the back of his neck. However, he got up as cheerfully as ever, saying, "I don't like that, a bit of a nasty knock." February 8th. Jo became the mother of one kitten today. It was born at 1:20. It is a tiny little thing. One would almost call it deformed. It is grey. March 18th. Our goldfinch roosts at 5:30. Jo's kitten is a very small one. Magpie is its name. March 28th. Went our usual ramble, but we were unfortunate from the very beginning. First, when we reached the nightjar field, we found there were 2 men at the bottom of it cutting the hedge, so we decided not to venture on, as Gimbo and Bounce were with us and it would look like poaching. Later on we came to a splendid wood, but had to withdraw hastily from it, an old farmer giving us a severe chase. There were innumerable rabbits in the wood, so of course the dogs barked hard. I gave them a sound beating when we got back out of danger. The old farmer is known as Bale the Bell Hanger. April 2nd. I was glad yesterday to see the egg season so well in. I shall have to get blowpipes and egg drills. Spring has really arrived, and even the grasshoppers are beginning to stridulate, yet Burke describes these little creatures as being loud and troublesome, and the chirp unpleasant. Like Samuel Johnson, he must have preferred brick walls to green hedges. Many people go for a walk and yet are unable to admire nature simply because their power of observation is untrained. Of course, some are not suited to the study at all and do not trouble themselves about it. In that case, they should not talk of what they do not understand. I might have noticed that I have used the term study of nature, but it cannot be called a study. It is a pastime of sheer delight, with naught but beautiful dreams and lovely thoughts, where we are urged forward by the fact that we are in God's world, which He made for us to be our comfort in time of trouble. Language cannot express the joy and happy forgetfulness during a ramble in the country. I do not mean that all the ins and outs and exact knowledge of a naturalist are necessary to produce such delight, but merely the common objects sun, thrush, grasshopper, primrose and dew. April 21st. S and I have made a little hut in the woods out of a large natural hole in the ground by a big tree. We have pulled down branches all around it and stuck in upright sticks as a paling. We are training ivy to grow over the sticks. We smoke Pioneer cigarettes here and hide the packets in a hole under the roots of the tree. It's like a sort of cupboard. August 6th. In the evening, S and I cycled to S, and, when it was dark, we went down on the rocks and lit a fire which crackled and burnt in the dusk of the evening. Intend to do a bit to beetles these holes. Rev. J. Wood, in the B.O.P., has incited me to take them up, and it is really time, for at present I am as ignorant as I can hang together of the Coleoptera. December 24th. Went out with L to try to see the squirrels again. We could not find one, and were just wondering if we should draw blank, when L noticed one clinging to the bark of a tree with a nut in its mouth. We gave it a good chase, but it escaped into the thickest part of the fir tree, still carrying the nut, and we gave up firing at it. Later on L got foolishly mischievous, owing I suppose to our lack of sport, and unhinged a gate which he carried 2 yards into a copse and threw it on the ground. Just then he saw the squirrel again and jumped over the hedge into the copse, chasing it from tree to tree with his catty. Having lost it, he climbed a fir tree into a squirrel's dray at the top and sat there on the tree top, and I, below, was just going to lift the gate back when I looked up and saw a farmer watching me, menacing and silent. I promptly dropped the gate and fled. L, from his squirrel's dray, not knowing what had happened, called out to me about the nest, that there was nothing in it. The man looked up and asked him who he was, and who I was. L would not say, and would not come down. The farmer said he would come up. L answered that if he did he would gob, i.e. spit, on him. Eventually L climbed down and asked the farmer for a glass of cider. The latter gave him his boot, and L ran away. 1904 January 23rd. Went to the meet of the staghounds. Saw a hind in the stream at L, with not a horse, hound or man in sight. It looked quite unconcerned, and did not seem to have been hunted. I tried to head it, but a confounded sheepdog got there before me, and drove it off in the wrong direction. I was mad, because if I had succeeded in heading it, and had there been a kill, I should have got a slot. Got home at 6:30 after running and walking 15 miles. Tired out. April 5th. Just read Storky & Co. of Storky, Beetle and M. Turk. I like Beetle best. April 14th. Won the school gymnasium championship under 15. August 25th. Had quite an adventure today. D and I cycled to the lighthouse at. On the way, in crossing the sands near the hospital ship, we espied a lame curlew which could hardly fly. I gave chase, but it managed to scramble over a gut full of water about 2 yards wide. D took off his boots and stockings and carried me over on his back, and we both raced across the sands to where the curlew lay in an exhausted state. I picked him up and carried him off under my arm, like the boy with the goose that laid the golden eggs. At the time the bird screamed loudly, opening its enormously long bill and struggling to escape. Arrived at the gut again, we found that the incoming tide had made the gut wider and deeper, so that we were cut off from the mainland and found it necessary to wade across at once before it got deeper. As I had to carry a pair of field glasses as well as my boots and stockings, I handed over the struggling bird to D. While wading across, I suddenly sank to my waist in a sandpit. This frightened me, and I was glad to reach the other side in safety. But on arrival I found D, but no curlew. In wading across the current he grew flurried and let it grow. The tide swept it upstream, and the poor bird, I fear, perished by drowning. Knocked up my friend P, who is skipper of the ship N, and asked him if he had a fire so that I could dry myself. He replied that they had no fire, but that his missus would look out a pair of pants for me. Before falling in with this plan unconditionally, I thought it best to inspect the garment. However, it was quite clean. A pair of blue serge seaman's trousers, very baggy in the seat and far too long, but I turned up the bottoms and hid the baggy part underneath my overcoat, so I got back home. September 8th. Wet all day. Toothache. September 9th. Toothache. September 10th. Toothache. September 11th. Toothache. Xmas Day. Mother and Dad wanted to give me one of G.A. Henty's, but, fearing lest I did not want it, they did not put my name in it, so that if I wished I could change it. Intend doing this. Am reading The Origin of Species. It requires careful study, but I understand it so far and shall go on. December 26th. I have caught nothing in my traps yet. A little while ago I set a spring and 2 horsehair nooses in the reed bed for water rails. I have bought a book on practical trapping. 1905, January 15th. I am thinking that on the whole I am a most discontented mortal. I get fits of what I call "what's the good of anything" mania. I keep asking myself incessantly till the question wears me out. What's the good of going into the country naturalising? What's the good of studying so hard? Where is it going to end? Will it lead anywhere? February 17th. When I can get hold of anyone interested in natural history, I talk away in the most garrulous manner and afterwards feel ashamed of myself for doing it. May 15th. The Captain, in answer to my letter, advises me to join one of the ordinary professions and then follow up Nat History as a recreation, or else join science classes at S. Kensington, or else, by influence, get a post in the Natural History Museum. But I shall see. June 9th. During dinner hour between morning and afternoon school, went out on the S.B. river bank and found another sedge warbler's nest. This is the 5th I have found this year. People who live opposite on the TV hear them sing at night and think they are nightingales. June 27th. On reviewing the past egg season, I find in all I have discovered 232 nests belonging to 44 species. I only hope I shall be as successful with the beetle season. August 15th. A hot, sultry afternoon, during most of which I was stretched out on the grass beside an upturned stone where a battle royal was fought between yellow and black ants. The victory went to the hardy little yellows. By the way, I held a newt by the tail to day and it emitted a squeak, so that the newt has a voice after all. August 26th. In bed with a feverish cold. I am afraid I have very few Nat His observations to make. It is hard to observe anything at all when lying in bed in a dull bedroom with one small window. Gulls and starlings pass, steam engines whistle, horses' feet clatter down the street, and sometimes the voice of a passer-by reaches me, and often the loud laugh that speaks the vacant mind. I can also hear my own cough echoing through my head, and, by the evening, the few pages of Lubbock's Ants, Bees and Wasps, which I struggled to get through during the day, rattle through my brain till I am disgusted to find I have them by heart. The clock strikes midnight and I wait for the morning. Oh, what a weary world. October 13th. Down with another cold. Feeling pretty useless. It's a wonder I don't develop melancholia. November 6th. By 7 a.m. H and I were down on the mudflats of the river with field glasses, watching waders, ringed plover in great numbers. 1906, January 13th. I have always had one ambition, to be a great naturalist. This is, I suppose, a child's fancy, and I can see my folly in hoping for such great things. Still, there is no reason why I should not become a learned naturalist if I study hard. I hope that whatever I do, I shall do in the hope of increasing knowledge of truth, and not for my own fame. This entry may suggest that I am horribly conceited, but really I am as humble as possible. I know I have advanced beyond many others, and I know I shall advance further. But why be conceited? What a short life we have, and what heaps of glorious work to be done. Supper bell, so I am off. This reads like Isaac Walton's funny mixtures of the sublime with the ridiculous. He discusses abstract happiness and the best salmon sauce all in one breath. February 26th. Although it is a grand achievement to have added but one jot or tittle to the sum of human knowledge, it is grander still to have added a thought. It is best for a man to try to be both poet and naturalist, not to be too much of a naturalist and so overlook the beauty of things, or too much of a poet and so fail to understand them or even perceive those hidden beauties only revealed by close observation. March 17th. Woke up this morning covered with spots, chest inflamed and bad cough. H carted me down from the attic to the lower bedroom, and when the doctor came he confirmed the general opinion that I had measles. It is simply disgusting. I have somewhere near 10,000 spots on me. April 27th. Went to A Woods where, strange to say, I again saw Mary, but she had a tribe of friends with her, so did not speak, but watched her from a distance through my field glasses. May 8th. On interviewing my old friend Dr. H, found I had chicken pox. This, instead of being a diary of a naturalist's observations, footnote, up to 1911 the journal is mainly devoted to records of observations in general natural history and latterly in zoology alone, will be one of infectious diseases. May 28th. Letter from editor of Countryside to my brother saying that if the Countryside grew he might be able to offer me a billet. Meanwhile he will be able to get along with his pen, he will soon make a living and in time too a name. This is a bit of all right. I shall always be on the lookout for a job on a NH journal. December 7th. Went to F duck ponds. Flocks of widgeon and teal on the water. Taking advantage of a dip in the land, managed to stalk them splendidly, and for quite a long time I lay among the long grass watching them through my field glasses. But during the day wild duck are not particularly lively or interesting birds. They just rest serenely on the water like floating corks on a sheet of glass. Occasionally one will paddle around lazily, but for the most part they show a great ennui and seem so sleepy and tired that one would almost think to be able to approach and feed them out of the hand. But I moved one hand carelessly and the whole flock was up in a minute and whizzing across the river. Afterwards, at dusk, on returning to the ponds, they had come back, but now that the sun was down, those dozy, flap-doodle creatures of the afternoon were transformed into quacking, quarrelsome, blustering birds that squabbled and chivied each other, every moment seizing the chance of a luxurious dip, flinging the ice-cold water off their backs with a shake of the tail that seemed to indicate the keenest edged delight. It was now quite dark. A snipe rose at my feet and disappeared into the darkness. Coots and moorhens clecked, and a little grebe grew bold and began to dive and fish quite close to me, methodically working its way upstream and so quartering out its feeding area. A happy half hour. Alas, I enjoy these moments the more as they recede. Not often do I realise the living present. That is always difficult. It is the mere shades, the ghosts of the dead days, that are dearest to me. Spent my last day at school. De Quincey says, or was it Johnson, that whenever we do anything for the last time, provided we have done it regularly for years before, we are a little melancholy, even though it has been distasteful to us. True. December 14th. Signed my death warrant, i.e. my articles apprenticing me to journalism for 5 years. By Jove! I shall work frantically during the next 5 years so as to be ready at the end of them to take up a natural history appointment. 1907, March 1st. As long as he has good health, a man need never despair. Without good health I might keep a long while in the race. Yet, as the goal of my ambition grew more and more unattainable, I should surely remember the words of Keats and give up. There is no fiercer hell than the failure of a great ambition. March 14th. Have been reading through the chemistry course in the Harmsworth Self-Educator and learning all the latest facts and ideas about radium. I would rather have a clear comprehension of the atom as a solar system than a private income of £100 a year. If only I had eyes to go on reading without a stop. May 1st. Met an old gentleman in E, a naturalist with a great contempt for the book of Genesis. He wanted to know how the kangaroo leapt from Australia to Palestine and how Noah fed the animals in the ark. He rejects the old T theogony and advised me to read Darwin and J.G. Wood. Silly old man. May 22nd. To Challacombe and then walked across Exmoor. This is the first time I have been out on Exmoor. My first experience of the moors came bursting in on me with a flood of ideas, impressions and delights. I cannot write out the history of to-day. It would take too long and my mind is a palpitating tangle. I have so many things to record that I cannot record one of them. Perhaps the best thing to do would be to draw up an inventory of things seen and heard and trust to my memory to fill in the details when in the future I revert to this date. Too much joy, like too much pain, simply makes me prostrate. It wounds the organism, it is too much. I shall try to forget it all as quickly as possible so as to be able to return to egg collecting and bird watching the sooner as a calm and dispassionate observer. Yet these dear old hills, how I love them. I cannot leave them without one friendly word. I wish I were a shepherd. At the Ring of Bells, had a long yarn with the landlord, who, as he told us the story of his life, was constantly interrupted but never disconcerted by the exuberant loyalty and devotion of his wife, a stout, florid, creamy woman who capped every story with "He's quite honest, sir, no harm at all in old Joshua." June 5th. A half an hour of to-day I spent in a punt under a copper beech out of the pouring rain listening to Lady Gamekeeper at A talk about beasts and local politics, just after a visit of inspection to the heronry in the firs of the island in the middle of the lake. It was delightful to hear him describing a heron killing an eel with a dap on the niddick, helping out the figure with a pat on the nape of his thick bull neck. July 22nd. Am reading Huxley's Crayfish. H brought me in that magnificent aculeate, Crisis Ignata. August 15th. Met her in the market with M. I just lifted my hat and passed on. She has the most marvellous brown eyes I have ever seen. She is perfectly self-possessed. A bad sign this. August 18th. When I feel ill, cinema pictures of the circumstances of my death flit across my mind's eye. I cannot prevent them. I consider the nature of the disease and all I said before I died. Something heroic, of course. August 31st. She is a ripping girl. Her eyes are magnificent. I have never seen anyone better looking. October 1st. In the afternoon dissected a frog, following Milnes Marshall's book. Am studying chemistry and attending classes at the evening school and reading Physiology, Foster's. Am also teaching myself German. I wish I had a microscope. October 3rd. What heaps of things to be done! How short the time to do them in! An appetite for knowledge is apt to rush one off one's feet, like any other appetite if not curbed. I often stand in the centre of the library here and think despairingly how impossible it is ever to become possessed of all the wealth of facts and ideas contained in the books surrounding me on every hand. I pull out one volume from its place and feel as if I were no more than giving one dig with a pick in an enormous quarry. The porter spends his days in the library keeping strict vigil over this catacomb of books, passing along between the shelves and yet never paying heed to the almost audible susurrus of desire, the desire every book has to be taken down and read, to live, to come into being in somebody's mind. He even hands the volumes over the counter, seeks them out in their proper places returns them there without once realising that a book is a person and not a thing. It makes me shudder to think of Lamb's essays being carted about as if they were fardels. October 16th. Dissected an eel. Cassell's Natural History says the air bladder is divided. This is not so in the one I opened. Found what I believe to be the lymphatic heart in the tail beneath the vent. 1908, March 10th. Am working frantically so as to keep up my own work with the daily business of reporting. Shorthand, typewriting, German, chemistry classes, electricity lectures, zoology including dissections, and field work. Am reading Rosenthal's Muscle and Nerve. April 7th. Sectioned a leech. H has lent me a hand microtome and I have borrowed an old razor. My table in the attic is now fitted up quite like a laboratory. I get up every morning at 6 a.m. to dissect. Have worked at the anatomy of Dytiscus, Lumbricus, another leech, and Petromyzon fluviatilis, all collected by myself. The bronchial basket of Petromyzon interested me vastly, but it's a brute to dissect. Footnote. There are numerous drawings of dissections scattered through the journal about this period. May 1st. Cycled to the lighthouse at the mouth of the estuary. Underneath some telegraph wires picked up a landrail in excellent condition. The colour of the wings is a beautiful warm chestnut. While sweeping the sandhills with my field glasses in search of ring plover, which nest there in the shingle beaches, I espied a shelduck, Tadorna, squatting on a piece of level ground. On walking up cautiously, found it was dead, a drake in splendid plumage and quite fresh and uninjured. Put him in my poacher's pocket alongside of the landrail. My coat looked rather bulgy, for a shelduck is nearly as big as a goose. Heard a grasshopper warbler, a rare bird in North. Later, after much patient watching, saw the bird in a bramble bush creeping about like a mouse. On the seashore picked up a number of sea mice, Aphrodite, and bottled them in my jar of 70%, as they will come in useful for dissection. Also found the cranium of a Scyllium, which I will describe later on. Near the lighthouse watched some fishermen bring in a large salmon in a seine net worked from the shore. It was most exciting. Cycled down 3 miles of hard sand with the wind behind me to the village where I had tea and, as if nothing could stay today's good luck, met Margaret. I showed her one by one all my treasures rail, duck, skull, sea mice, etc. and felt like Thomas Edward, beloved of Samuel Smiles. To her I must have appeared a very ridiculous person. "How do you know it's the skull of a dogfish?" she asked, incredulous. "How do I know anything?" I said, a little piqued. On arriving home, found T awaiting me with the news that he had discovered a woodpecker's nest. When will the luck cease? I have never had such a flawless 10 hours in le grand air. These summer days eat into my being. The sea has been roaring into my ears and the sun blazing down so that even the backs of my hands are sunburnt. And then those coal black eyes. Ah, me. She is pretty. May 2nd. Dissected the sheldrake. Very entertained to discover the extraordinary asymmetry of the syrinx. May 3rd. Dissected corncrake, examining carefully the pessulus, the bronchidesmus (incomplete), tympaniform and semi-lunar membranes of a very interesting syrinx. May 6th. Dissected one of the sea mice. It has a remarkable series of hepatic ducts running into the alimentary canal, as in nudibranches. May 9th. Spring in the woods. Among the oak saplings we seemed enveloped in a cloud of green. The tall green grasses threw up a green light against the young green of the oaks, and the sun managed to trickle through only here and there. Bevies of swinging bluebells grew in patches among the grass. Overhead in the oaks I heard secret leaf whispers, those little noiseless noises. Birds and trees and flowers were secretive and mysterious like expectant motherhood. All the live things plotted together, having the same big business in hand. Out in the sunlit meadows there was a different influence abroad. Here everything was gay, lively, irresponsible. The brook prattled like an inconsequential schoolgirl. The marsh marigolds in flamboyant yellow sunbonnets played ring a roses. An oak sapling should make an elderly man avuncular. There are so many tremendous possibilities about a well-behaved young oak that it is tempting to put a hand upon its shoulder and give some seasoned timberly advice. June 1st. A small red viper. Went to L sessions. After the court rose, I transcribed my notes quickly and walked out to the famous valley of rocks, which Southey described as the ribs of the old earth poking through. At the bottom of one of the hills saw a snake, a red viper. Put my boot on him quickly so that he couldn't get away, and then recognised him as a specimen of what I consider to be the 4th species of British serpent, Vipera rubra. The difficulty was to know how to secure him. This species is more ferocious than the ordinary vipera, and I did not like the idea of putting my hand down to seize him by the neck. I stood for some time with my foot so firmly pressed down on its back that my leg ached, and I began to wonder if I had been bitten. I held on, and presently hailed a baker's cart coming along the road. The man got out and ran across the grass to where I stood. I showed him what I had beneath my boot, and he produced a piece of string which I fastened around the snake's tail, and so gently hauled the little brute up. It already appeared moribund, but I squashed its head on the grass with my heel to make certain. After parting with the baker, to whom all thanks be given, I remember that adders are tenacious of life, and so I continued to carry him at string's length and occasionally wallop him against a stone. As he was lifeless, I wrapped him in paper and put him in my pocket, though to make assurance doubly sure I left the string on and let its end hang out over my pocket. So home, by a 2 hours' railway journey with the adder in the pocket of my overcoat and the overcoat on the rack over my head. Settled down to the reading of a book on Spinoza's Ethics. At home it proved to be quite alive, and, on being pulled out by the string, coiled up on the drawing room floor and hissed in a fury, to my infinite surprise. Finished him off with a poker and so spoilt the skin. July 18th. Have had toothache for a week. Too much of a coward to have it out. Started for P early in the morning to report Mr. Duke K.C. After a week's pain felt a little dicky. All the way in the train kept hardening myself to the task in front of me by recollecting the example of Zola who killed pain with work. So all day to day I have endeavoured to act as if I had no pain, the worst of all pains, toothache. By the time I got home I was rather done up, but the pain was actually less. This gave me a ferocious joy, and, after days of morose silence, tonight at supper I made them all laugh by bursting out violently with, "I don't know whether you know it, but I've had a horrible day to day." I explained at length and received the healing ointment of much sympathy. Went to bed happy with tooth still aching. I fear it was scarcely playing the strict Zola-esque game to divulge the story of my sufferings. No, I am not a martyr or a saint, just an ordinary devil who's having a rough time. August 17th. Prawning. Had a glorious time on the rocks at low tide prawning. Caught some 5-bearded rocklings and a large Cotus bubalus. The sun did not simply shine today, it came rushing down from the sky in a cataract and flooded the sands with light. Sitting on a rock with prawning net over my knees, I looked along 3 miles of flat, hard and yellow sands. The sun poured down on them so heavily that it seemed to raise a luminous golden yellow dust for about 3 feet high. On the rocks was a pretty flapper in a pink sunbonnet also prawning in company of S, the artist, who has sent her picture to the Royal Academy. They saw I was a naturalist, so my services were secured to pronounce my judgment on a fish she had caught. It was a squid, an odd little beast, in truth, as she said. "The same class of animal," I volunteered, "as the cuttlefish and octopus. Does it sting?" "Oh, no." "Well, it ought to with a face like that." She laughed merrily, and the bearded but youthful artist laughed too. "I don't know anything about these things," he said hopelessly. "Nor I," said the naturalist modestly. "I study fish." This was puzzling. Fish? What was a squid then? The artist would stop now and then and raise his glasses at a passing ship, and Maud's face occasionally disappeared in the pink sunbonnet as she stooped over a pool to examine a seaweed or crab. She's a dear, and she gave me the squid. What a merry little cuss. September 1st. Went with Uncle to see a Wesleyan minister whose fame as a microscopist, according to Uncle, made it worth my while to visit him. As I expected, he was just a silly old man, a diatomaniac, fond of pretty slides and not a scientific man at all. He lectures bands of hope on the butterfly's life history and hates his next door neighbour, who is also a microscopist and incidentally a scientific man because he interests himself in parasites and those beastly things. I remarked that his friend next door had shown me an amphioxus. "Oh, I expect that's some beastly bacteria thing," he said petulantly. "I can't understand Wilkinson. He's a pervert." I told him what amphioxus was and laughed up my sleeve. He likes to think of zoology as a series of pretty pictures illustrating beautiful moral truths. The old fellow's saving grace was enthusiasm. Having focused an object for us, he would stand by, breathless, while we squinted down his gas tube and gave vent to tremendous expletives of surprise such as "Heavens!" or "Jupiter!" His eyes would twinkle with delight and straightway another miracle is selected for us to view. "They are all miracles," he said. "Those are the valves," washing his hands with invisible soap. "No one has yet been able to solve the problem of the diatom's valves. No one knows what they are. No, nor ever will know. Why? Why can't we see behind the valves? Because God is behind the valves. That is why. Amen. October 1st. Telegraphed 1,000 words of Lord's speech at tea. Spent the night at a comfortable country inn and read Moore's lyrics. "Row gently here, my gondolier," ran through my head continuously. The inn is an old one, with a long narrow passage that leads straight from front door to back with wainscoted smoke room and parlours on each side. China dogs ran on the floor and the picture of Derby Day, with horses galloping incredibly, the drone of an old crony in the bar, and a pleasant balmy smell. Slept in a remarkable bedroom full of massive furniture, draped with cloth and covered with trinkets. The bed had a tremendous hood over it, like a catafalque, and lying in it made me think I was an effigy. Read more till the small hours and then found I had left my handbag downstairs. Lit a candle and went on a voyage of discovery. Made a considerable noise but roused no one. Entered drawing room, kitchen, pantries, parlour, bar, everywhere looking for my bag and dropping candle grease everywhere. Slept in my day shirt. Tired out and slept like a top. November 3rd. Aristotle's lantern. Dissected the sea urchin Echinus esculentus. Very excited over my first view of Aristotle's lantern. These complicated pieces of animal mechanism never smell of musty age, after aeons of evolution. When I open a sea urchin and see the lantern, or dissect a lamprey and cast eyes on the bronchial basket, such structures strike me as being as finished and exquisite as if they had just a moment before been tossed me fresh from the hands of the Creator. They are fresh, young, they smell new. December 3rd. Hard at work dissecting a dogfish. Jurisdictional conference in the afternoon. I enjoy this double life I lead. It amazes me to be laying bare the brain of a dogfish in the morning and in the afternoon to be taking down in shorthand what the Bishop says on mission work. December 4th. Went to the veterinary surgeon and begged of him the skull of a horse. Carried the trophy home under my arm, bare to the public view. "My law, 'tis no horse's jib," M said when I got back. End of section 1. 1903 to 1908. Section 2. 1909 to 1910 of The Journal of a Disappointed Man by W. N. P. BARBELLION. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information, or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. 1909 March 7th. My programme of work is 1. Continue German. 2. Sectioning embryo of A. fowl, B. newt. 3. Paper on arterial system of newts. 4. Psychology of newts. 5. General zoological reading. May 2nd. To C. Hill. Too much taken with the beauty of the woods to be able to do any nesting. Here are some of the things I saw. The bark on several of the trees in the Mazard orchards rubbed into a beautifully smooth polished surface by the red Devon cows when scratching where it itched. I put my hand on the smooth, almost cherry red patch of bark and felt delighted and grateful that cows had fleas. The young shoots of the whortleberry plants on the hill were red tipped with the gold of an almost horizontal sun. I caught a little lizard which slipped across my path. Afar off down in the valley I had come through, in a convenient break in a holly bush, I could just see a cow sitting on her matronly haunches in a field. She flicked her ears and 2 starlings settled on her back. A rabbit swept out of a sweet-briar bush, and a magpie flew out of the hedge on my right. In another direction I could see a field full of luscious tall green grass. Every stalk was so full of sap that had I cut one I am sure it would have bled great green drops. In the field some lambs were sleeping. One woke up and looked at me with the back of its head to the low sun, which shone through its 2 small ears and gave them a transparent pink appearance. No sooner am I rebaptised in the sun than I have to be turning home again. No sooner do the sudden lilies push between the loosening fibres of the heart than I am whisked back into the old groove, the daily round. If only I had more time in which to think, to love, to observe, to frame my disposition, to direct as far as in me lies the development and unfolding of my character. If only I could direct all my energies to the great and difficult profession of life, of being man instead of trifling with one profession that bores me and dabbling in another. June 5th. On Lundy Island. Frankie is blowing seagulls' eggs in the scullery. His father, after a day's work at the farm, is at his supper very hungry yet immensely interested and calls out occasionally, "How you getting on, foreman?" "All right, Capt," says Frankie affectionately, and the unpleasant, asthmatic, wheezy noise of the egg blowing goes on. There are 3 dogs asleep under the kitchen table. All 3 belong to different owners, and neither one to A. June 6th. Our egg collecting with the lighthouse keepers. They walk about the cliffs as sure-footed as cats, and feed their dogs on birds' eggs, collected in a little bag at the end of a long pole. One dog ate 3 right off in as many minutes, putting his teeth through and cracking the shell, then lapping up the contents. Crab for tea. June 7th. After a glorious day at the end of the island with the puffins, was forced to-night to take another walk, as the smell of Albert's tobacco, together with that of his stockinged feet and his boots removed, was asphyxiating. June 9th. The governess is an awfully pretty girl. We have been talking together to day and she asked me if I was a naturalist. I said yes. She said, "Well, I found a funny little beetle yesterday and Mr. S. said I ought to have given it to you." Later I felt she was looking at me, so I looked at her across the beach. Yes, it was true. When our eyes met, she gave me one of the most provokingly pretty smiles, then turned and went up the cliff path and so out of my life, to my everlasting regret. Returned tonight in a cattle steamer. June 18. Dr. M.A. R.F.S. D.C.L. LL.D. called in the office today and seeing Dad typing said, "Are you Mr. Barbellion?" Dad replied in the affirmative, whereupon the doctor handed him his card, and Dad said he thought it was his son he wanted to see. He is an old gentleman, aged 80 or thereabouts, with elastic-sided boots, an umbrella, and a guardian nephew, a youngster of about 60. But I paid him due reverence as a celebrated zoologist and, at his invitation, and to my infinite pride, accompanied him on an excursion to the coast, where he wanted to see Philoschia Cucii, which I readily turned up for him. I chanced to remark that I thought torsion in gastropods one of the most fascinating and difficult problems in zoology. Why should a snail be twisted round? "Humph," said he, "why do we stand upright?" I was not such a fool as to argue with him, so pretended his reply was a knockout. But it enabled me to size him up intellectually. In the evening, dined with him at his hotel. He knows Wallace and Haeckel personally, and I sat at his feet with my tongue out, listening to personal reminiscences of these great men. However, he seemed never to have heard of Gaskell's theory on the origin of vertebrates. June 27. Walked to V. As usual, Nature with clockwork regularity had all her taps turned on. Larks singing, cherries ripening, and bees humming. It all bored me a little. Why doesn't she vary it a little? August 8. A cold note from Dr. saying he cannot undertake the responsibility of advising me to give up journalism for zoology. A hellish cold in the head. Also a swingeing inflammation of the eyes. Just heard them singing in the chapel over the way. God shall wipe away all tears from their eyes. Hope so, I'm sure. August 9. A transformation. After a long series of drab experiences in Sheffield, etc., the last being the climax of yesterday, an anticyclone arrived this morning and I sailed like an eagle into cloudless, windless weather. The Academy has published my article, my cold is suddenly better, and going down by the sea this afternoon met Mary. August 20. Had an amusing letter from my maiden aunt, F, who does not like the agnostic atmosphere in my Academy article. Poor dear. She is sorry if I really feel like that, and if I do, what a pity to put it into print. Then a Bible reference to the Epistle to the Romans. Xmas Day. Feeling ill, like a sloppy tadpole. My will is paralysed. I visit the doctor regularly to be stethoscoped, ramble about the streets, idly scan magazines in the library, and occasionally rink, with palpitation of the heart as a consequence. In view of the shortness, bitterness, and uncertainty of life, all scientific labour for me seems futile. 1910. January 10th. Better, but still very dicky. A pallid animal, a weevil in a nut. I have a weak heart, an enervated nervous system. I suffer from lack of funds with which to carry on my studies. I hate newspaper reporting, particularly some skinny-witted speaker like... And last, but not least, there are women. All these worries fight over my body like jackals over carrion. Yet zoology is all I want. Why won't life leave me alone? January 15th. Reading Hardy's novels. He is altogether delightful in the subtlety with which he lets you perceive the first tiny love presentiments between his heroes and heroines. The casual touch of the hands, the peep of a foot or ankle underneath the skirt, All these and Hardy signify the cloud no bigger than a man's hand. They are the susurrus of the breeze before the storm, and you await what is to follow with palpitating heart. February 3rd. For days past have been living in a state of mental ebullition. All kinds of pictures of love, life and death have been passing through my mind. Now I am too indolent and nerveless to set them down. Physically I am such a wreck that to carry out the least intention, such as putting on my boots, I have to flog my will like an Arab with a slave in a sand of Ayaman. 3 months ago when I got up before breakfast to dissect rabbits, dogfish, frogs, newts, etc., this would have seemed impossible. February 6th. Still visit doctor's surgery each week. I have 2 dull spots at the bottom of each lung. What a fine, expressive word is gloom. Let me write it. Gloom. One evening, coming home in the train from L, County Sessions, I noticed a horrible wheezy sound whenever I breathed deep. I was scared out of my life and at once thought of consumption. Went to the doctor's next day and he sounded me and reassured me. I was afraid to tell him of the little wheezy sound at the apex of each lung, and I believe he overlooked it. So next day, very harassed, I went back to him again and told him. He hadn't noticed it and looked glum. Have to keep out of doors as much as possible. The intense internal life I lead, worrying about my health, reading, eternally reading, reflecting, observing, feeling, loving and hating, with no outlet for superfluous steam, cramped and confined on every side, without any friends or influence of any sort, without even any acquaintances excepting my colleagues in journalism, who I contemn. All this will turn me into the most self-conscious, conceited, mawkish, gauche creature in existence. March 6th. The facts are undeniable. Life is pain. No sophistry can win me over to any other view. And yet years ago I set out so hopefully and healthfully. What are birds' eggs to me now? My ambition is enormous but vague. I am too distributed in my abilities ever to achieve distinction. March 22nd. Had a letter from the Keeper of Zoology at the British Museum advising me of 3 vacancies in his department and asking me if I would like to try, etc. So that Doctor's visit to me bore some fruit. Footnote: he had spoken about me to the museum authorities and it was his influence which got me the nomination to sit for the examination. Spent the morning daydreaming. Perhaps this is the flood tide at last. I shall work like a dray horse to pull through if I am nominated. I await developments in a frightfully turbulent state of mind. I have a frantic desire to control the factors which are going to affect my future so permanently. And this ferocious desire, of course, collides with a crash all day long with the fact that however much I desire, there will still remain the unalterable logic of events. April 7th. How delicious all this seemed. To be alive, thinking, seeing, enjoying, walking, eating, all quite apart from the amount of money in your purse or the prospects of a career. I revelled in the sensuous enjoyment of my animal existence. June 2nd. Up to now my life has been one of great internal strife and struggle. The struggle with a great ambition and a weak will, unequal to the task of coping with it. I have planned on too big a scale, perhaps. I have put too great a strain on my talents. I have whipped a flagging will. I have been for ever cogitating, worrying, devising means of escape. Meanwhile the moments have gone by unheeded and unenjoyed. June 10th. Legginess is bad enough in a woman, but bandy-legginess is impossible. Solitude is good for the soul. After an hour of it I feel as lofty and imperial as Marcus Aurelius. The best girl in the best dress immediately looks disreputable if her stockings be down-gyved. Some old people on reaching a certain age go on living out of habit. A bad habit too. how much I can learn of a stranger by his laugh. Bees, poppies and swallows, and all they mean to him who really knows them, or a white gull on a piece of floating timber, or a troop of shiny rooks close on the heels of a ploughman on a sunny autumn day. June 30. My egoism appals me, likewise the extreme intensification of the consciousness of myself. Whenever I walk down the High Street on a market day, my self-consciousness magnifies my proportions to the size of a Gulliver, so that it is grievous to reflect that in spite of that the townsfolk see me only as an insignificant bourgeois youth who reports meetings in shorthand. June 17. We sang tonight in church. But when I know thee as thou art, I'll praise thee as I ought. Exactly. Till then, farewell. We are a great little people, we humans. If there be no next world, still the spirit of man will have lived and uttered its protest. July 22. Our simian ancestry. How I hate the man who talks about the brute creation with an ugly emphasis on brute. Only Christians are capable of it. As for me, I am proud of my close kinship with other animals. I take a jealous pride in my simian ancestry. I like to think that I was once a magnificent hairy fellow living in the trees, and that my frame has come down through geological time via sea jelly and worms and Amphioxus, fish, dinosaurs and apes. Who would exchange these for the pallid couple in the Garden of Eden? August 9. I do not ever like going to bed. For me, each day ends in a little sorrow. I hate the time when it comes to put my books away, to knock out my pipe and say "Good night," exchanging the vivid pleasures of the day for the darkness of sleep and oblivion. August 23. Spent the afternoon and evening till 10 in the woods with Mary. Had tea in the haunted house, and after sat in the green arbour until dark, when I kissed her. Achilles was not the worst warrior for his probation in petticoats. September 1. I hope to goodness she doesn't think I want to marry her. In the park in the dark kissing her. I was testing and experimenting with a new experience. September 4. Last evening, after much mellifluous cajolery, induced her to kiss me. My private opinion about this whole affair is that all the time I have been at least 20 degrees below real love heat. In any case, I am constitutionally and emotionally unfaithful. I said things which I did not believe just because it was dark and she was charming. September 5. Read Thomas à Kempis in the train. It made me so angry I nearly flung it out of the window. "Meddle not with things that be too deep for thee," he says, "but read such things as yield compunction to the heart rather than elevation to the head." Forsooth, can't you see me? September 15. A puzzling afternoon. Weather perfect, the earth green and humming like a top, yet a web of dream overlaid the great hill, and at certain moments which recurred in a kind of pulsation accompanied by subjective feelings of vague strife and effort, I easily succeeded in letting all I saw, the field and the blackberry bush, the whole valley and the apple orchards, change into something unreal, flimsy, gauze-like, immaterial, and totally unexperienced. Suddenly, when the impression was most vivid, the whole of this mysterious tapestry would vanish away, and I was back where 2 and 2 make 4. Oh, Earth, how jealously you guard your secrets! October 4. Sat at the Civil Service Commission in Burlington House for the exam, for the vacancy in the B.M. No luck at all with the papers. The whole of my 9 months' assiduous preparation helped me in only 2 questions. In fine, I have not succeeded, I shall not obtain the appointment, and in a few weeks I shall be back in the wilds of N, again under the old regime, reporting platitudes from greasy guardians of the poor and receiving condolences from people not altogether displeased at someone else's misfortune. October 14. Returned home from London. Felt horribly defeated in crossing the threshold. It was so obviously returning after an unsuccessful flight. October 22nd. Dissected a squilla, for which I paid 2s. 6d to the Plymouth Marine Laboratory. October 23rd. Ambition. Am attempting to feel after some practical philosophy of living, something that will enable me to accept disappointment with equanimity and town council meetings with a broad and tolerant smile. At present ambition consumes me. I was ambitious before I was breeched. I can remember wondering as a child if I were a young Macaulay or Ruskin and secretly deciding that I was. My infant mind even was bitter with those who insisted on regarding me as a normal child and not as a prodigy. Since then I have struggled with this canker for many a day, and as success fails to arrive it becomes more gnawing. October 24th. In the morning a town council and in the afternoon a rural council, with this abominable trash in my notebook waiting to be written up and turned into copy, and with the dream pictures of quiet, studious life in Cromwell Road not yet faded from my mind. Where can I turn for consolation? That I have done my best? That's only a mother's saying to her child. Perhaps after all it is a narrow life, this diving and delving among charming little secrets, plying diligently scalpel and microscope and then weaving the facts obtained into theoretic finespun. It is all vastly entertaining to the naturalist, but it leaves the world unmoved. I sometimes envy the zealot with a definite mission in life. Life without one seems void. The monotonous pursuit of our daily vocations, the soldier, sailor, candlestick maker, so they go on, never living but only working, never thinking but only hypnotising themselves by the routine and punctuality of their lives into just so many mechanical toys, warranted to go on for so long and then stop when death takes them. It amazes me that men must spend their precious days of existence for the most part in slaving for food and clothing and the bare necessities of existence. To sum up my despondency, what's the good of such a life? Where does it lead? Where am I going? Why should I work? What means this procession of nights and days, wherein we are all seen moving along intent and stern as if we had some purpose or a goal? Of course, to the man who believes in the next world and a personal God, it is quite another matter. The Christian is the egoist par excellence. He does not mind annihilation by arduous labour in this world if in the next he shall have won eternal life. He is reckless of to-day, extravagant in the expenditure of his life. This intolerable fellow will be cheerful in a dungeon, for he flatters himself that God Almighty up in heaven is all the time watching through the keyhole and marking him down for eternal life. October 26th. The nose-snuffling, cynical man who studies La Rochefoucauld and prides himself on a knowledge of human motives is pleased to point out that every action and every motive is selfish. From the philanthropist who advertises himself by his charities to the fanatic who lays down his life for a cause. Even secret charities, for they give pleasure to the doer. So your cynic thinks he has thus, with one stroke of his psychological scalpel, laid human nature bare in all its depravities. All he has done really is to reclassify motives. Instead of grouping them as selfish and unselfish, which is more convenient, he lumps them together as selfish, a method by which even he is forced to recognise different grades of selfishness. For example, the selfishness of a wife-beater is lower than the selfishness of a man who gives up his life for another. October 28th. The result arrived. As I thought, I have failed, being fourth with only 3 vacancies. November 7th. It is useless to bewail the course of fortune. It cannot be much credit to possess, though we may covet, those precious things, to possess which depends on circumstances outside our control. November 9th. Dined at the Devonshire Club in St. James's Street, W., with Dr. H. and Mr., the latter showing the grave symptomatic phenomena of a monocle and spats. A dinner of 8 courses. Only made one mistake, put my salad on my dish instead of on the side dish. Horribly nervous and reticent. I was apparently expected to give an account of myself and my abilities, and with that end in view they gave me a few pokes in my cranial ribs. But I am a peculiar animal, and before unbosoming myself I would require a happier mise en scène than a West End club, and a more tactful method of approach than ogling by 2 professors who seemed to think I was a simple penny in the slot machine. I froze from sheer nervousness and nothing resulted. November 11. Returned home and found a letter awaiting me from Dr. A, offering me £60 a year for a temporary job as assistant at the Plymouth Marine Laboratory. Left London horribly depressed. They evidently intend to shuffle me off. Read Geo. Gissing's novel, Born in Exile. Goodwin Peak, with his intense pride of individuality, self-torturing capacities and sentimental languishment, reminds me of myself. November 20. A purulent cold in the nose. My heart is weak, palpitation after the least exertion. But I shall soon be swinging my cudgels in the battle of life, so it won't do to be hypochondriacal. Let all the powers of the world and the devil attack me, yet I will win in the end, though the conquest may very well be one which no one but myself will view. Have accepted the Plymouth appointment. November 30. Struggling in the depths again within the past few days with heart attacks. Am slowly getting better at them and trying to forget as soon as may be visions of sudden death, coffins and obituary notices. December 2. Death. At first, when we are very young, death arouses our curiosity, as it did Cain in the beginning. Footnote: in Byron's poem. It is a strange and very rare phenomenon, which we cannot comprehend, and every time we hear of someone's death we try to recall that person's appearance in life, and are disappointed if we can't. The endeavour is to discover what it is, this death, to compare 2 things, the idea of the person alive and the idea of him dead. At last someone we know well dies, and that is the first shock. I shall never forget when our matron died at the D school. As the years roll on we get used to the man with the scythe, and an acquaintance's death is only a bit of gossip. Suppose the hellfire of the orthodox really existed. We have no assurance that it does not. It seems incredible, but many incredible things are true. We do not know that God is not as cruel as a Spanish inquisitor. Suppose then He is. If, after death, we wicked ones were shovelled into a furnace of fire, we should have to burn. There would be no redress. It would simply be the divine order of things. It is outrageous that we should be so helpless and so dependent on anyone, even God. December 9. Sometimes I think I am going mad. I live for days in the misery and tears of things, so that the commonest object, the most familiar face, even my own, becomes ghostly, unreal, enigmatic. I get into an attitude of almost total scepticism. In a science, solipsism even, in a world of dumb, sphinx-like things that cannot explain themselves. The discovery of how I am situated, a sentient being on a globe in space, overshadows me. I wish I were just nothing. Later. While at a public meeting, the office boy approached me and immediately whispered without hesitation, "Just had a telephone message to say that your father is at the T railway station, lying senseless. He has evidently had an epileptic fit." How those brutal words, "lying senseless," banged and bullied and knocked me down. Mother was waiting for me at the door in dreadful state and expecting the worst. Met the train with the doctor and took him home in the cab. Still alive, thank God, but helpless. He was brave enough to smile and shake me by the hand with his left, though he was speechless and the right side of his body helpless. A porter discovered him at the railway terminus lying on the floor of a second-class carriage. December 10. He is a trifle better. It is 15 years since he had the first paralytic stroke. I am taking over all his work and have written at once resigning the Plymouth appointment. December 23. It really did require an effort to go upstairs to-day to his bedroom and say cheerfully I was not going to pee after all, and that the matter was of no consequence to me. I laughed gaily and Dad was relieved. A thundering good joke. What annoys me is that other folk, the brainless, heartless mob, as Schopenhauer remarks, still continue to regard me as one of themselves. I had nearly escaped into a seaside laboratory, and now suddenly to be flung back into the dirt and sweat of the newspaper world seems very hard. And it is very hard. December 26. Windy Ash. With the dog for a walk around Windy Ash. It was a beautiful winter's morning, a low sun giving out a pale light but no warmth, a luminant, not a fire, the hedgerows bare and well trimmed, an elm lopped close, showing white stumps which glistened liquidly in the sun, a curlew whistling overhead, a deeply cut lane washed hard and clean by the winter rains, a gunshot from a distant cover, a creeping wren, silent and tame in a bramble bush, and over the 5-barred gate the granite roller with vacant shafts. I leaned on the gate and saw the great wisps of cloud in the sky like comets' tails. Everything cold, crystalline. End of section 2. 1909 to 1910. Section 3, 1911, of The Journal of a Disappointed Man, by W. N. P. BARBELLION. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information, or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. 1911, January 2nd. As a young man, a very young man, my purpose was to plough up all obstacles, brook no delays, and without let or hindrance win through to an almost immediate success. But witness 1910. My career, so far, has been like the White Knights, who fell off behind when the horse started, in front when it stopped, and sideways occasionally to vary the monotony. January 30th. Feeling ill and suffering from attacks of faintness. My ill health has produced a change in my attitude towards work. As soon as I begin to feel the least bit down, I am bound to stop at once as the idea of bending over a desk or a dissecting dish, of reading or studying, nauseates me when I think that perhaps tomorrow or next day or next week, next month, next year, I may be dead. What a waste of life it seems to work. Zoology is repugnant and philosophy superfluous beside the bliss of sheer living, out in the cold polar air or indoors in a chair before a roaring fire with hands clasped, watching the bustling, soothing activity of the flames. Then, as soon as I am well again, I forget all this, grow discontented with doing nothing, and work like a tiger. February 11th. Walked in the country. Coming home, terrified by a really violent attack of palpitation. Almost everyone I met I thought would be the unfortunate person who would have to pick me up. As each one in the street approached me, I weighed him in the balance and considered if he had presence of mind and how he would render first aid. After my friend P.C. had passed, I felt sorry that the tragedy had not already happened, for he knows me and where I live. At length, after sundry leanings over the river wall, arrived at the library, which I entered and sat down, when the full force of the palpitation was immediately felt. My face burned with the hot blood, my hand holding the paper shook with the angry pulse, and my heart went bang, 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 and I could feel its beat in the carotids of the neck, and up along the torcular herophili, and big vessels in the occipital region of the head. Drew in each breath very gently for fear of aggravating the fiend. Got home, don't know how, had some sal volatile. Am better now, but very demoralised. February 13. Feel like a piece of drawn threadwork or an undeveloped negative, or a jellyfish on stilts, or a sloppy tadpole, or a weevil in a nut, or a spitch-cocked eel. In other words and in short, ill. February 16. After some days with the vision of sudden death constantly before me, have come to the conclusion that it's a long way to go to die. I'm coming back anyhow, yet these are a few terrible pages in my history. March 4. The doctor's orders "cease work" have brought on in an aggravated form my infatuation for zoological research. I lie in bed and manufacture rolling periods in praise of it. I get dithyrambic over the zoologists themselves, Huxley, Wallace, Brooks, Lancaster. I chortle to reflect that in zoology there are no stock exchange ambitions. There is no mention of slum life, tariff reform is not included. In the repose of the spacious laboratory by the seaside or in the halls of some great museum, life with its vulgar struggles, its hustle and obscenity, scarcely penetrates. Behind those doors, life flows slowly, deeply. I am ascetic and long for the monastic seclusion of a student's life. March 5. From one maiden lady to another, authentic. My dear sister, you have been expecting to hear from me, I know. I have had inflammation to my eyes twice in 3 weeks, so I thought I had better let the doctor see, and he says it is catarrh of the eyes and windpipe. I am inhaling and taking lozenges and medicine. You will be sorry to learn Leonora Mims has been taken to a sanatorium with diphtheria, we heard yesterday. She is better. Poor Mrs. Mims herself quite an invalid. She has to walk with a stick. I believe you know she has had to have her breast cut off. They keep a servant as she can't do anything. Old Mrs. Point is 87. I think it is so they too have a lot of trouble. Fred Mims has just got married. Poor old Mrs. Seamso is just the same. She doesn't know anybody, but she talks. The nurse put a grape in her mouth, but she didn't know what to do with it. I think it is very sad. She was taken about a fortnight before Easter. Will you tell me, dear, if this is right receipt for cloves? Half ounce carbolic in half pint of rose water. Harry Gammon's 2 little children have measles. Poor Maisie has gone with her Aunt Susan. Poor old Joe Gammon, they say, has very little to leave. We don't know where Robert gets his money from. I dare say you saw that Tom Sagg has married another of Ned Smith's daughters, and we hear these Smith girls are rare housekeepers, and this girl that has married Tom Sagg has made all her own linen. Mrs. Wilkins, the butcher's wife, is going to have a little one. After 15 years. Our vicar has been laid up with an abscess. He told us about his brother the other day. He says as brothers they love each other very much. We have 3 very sad cases of men ill in the village. We had 4, but one man died of cancer. Your loving sister, Amy. Voila! March 7. If I die, I should like to be buried in the cherry orchards at V. How the beastly mob loves a tragedy. The sudden death of the bank manager is simply thrilling the town, and the newspapers sell like hot cakes. Scarcely before the body is cold the coincidence of his death on the anniversary of his birth is discussed in every household. Everyone tells everybody else where they saw him last. He looked all right then. The policeman and the housemaid, the mayor and the town clerk, the cabman and the bill poster stand and discuss the deceased gentleman's last words or what the widow's left with. "Ah, well, it is very sad," they remark to one another with no emotion, and continue on their way. March 10. On coming downstairs in the evening played Ludo with H. At one stage I laughed so much in conjunction with that harlequin H that I got cramp in the abdominal muscles and the tears trickled down my face. March 13. H and I play Ludo incessantly. We're developing the gambling fever, and our pent-up excitement every now and then explodes in fiendish cackles, and Mother looks up over her spectacles and says, "William, William, they'll hear in the street presently." A character. For this world's unfortunates, he is the ripe sympathy of a well-developed nature, standing in strong contrast with the rest of his personality, which is wholly self-centred, a little ungenerous, and what strong men of impeccable character call weak. If you are ill, he is delightful. If you are robust or successful, he can be very objectionable. To an influenza victim he goes out of his way to carry a book, but if you tell him with gusto you have passed your exam, he says, "No, but there's not much behind it, is there?" "Oh no," I answer, comforting him. "It is really a misfortune to be a success." And so only the bankrupts, dipsos as he calls them, ne'er-do-wells and sudden deaths ever touch his heart or tap his sympathy. He is a short, queery, dressy little fellow, always spruce and clean. His joy consists in a glass of beer, a full stomach, a good cider, or a pretty girl to flirt with. He frequents drinking saloons and billiard rooms, goes to dances, and likes to be thought a ladies' man. "Ern," he will say, with the air of a connoisseur, "a little too broad in the beam," as some attractive damsel walks down the street. Any day about 12 you can see both of us, the long and the short of it. He is only half my height, and I call him .5, walking together in the park and engaged in the most heated discussion over some entirely trivial matter, such as whether he would marry a woman with sore eyes, etc., etc. More than once we have caught cabmen idle on the cab rank or policemen on point duty jerking their thumbs backward at us and expressing some facetious remarks which we longed to overhear. I usually walk in the gutter to bring my height down a bit. A good raconteur himself, he does not willingly suffer a story from another. The varmint on occasion finishes your joke off for you, which is his delicate way of intimating that he has heard it before. He is a first-class mimic and sends everyone into 1,000 fits while he gives you in succession the Mayor and all the Corporation. He also delights me at times by mimicking me. His mind is receptive rather than creative. It picks up all sorts of gaudy ideas by the wayside like a magpie, and I sometimes enjoy the exquisite sensation of hearing some of these petty pilferings which he has filched from me, laid at my feet as if they were his own. The ideas which are his own are always unmistakable. His favourite poems are Omar and the Ballad of Reading Gaol. His favourite drinks, Medoc or a cherry mixture. Me he describes as serpentulous with gibbon-like arms, pin-headed, and so on. He amuses me. In fact, I love him. March 16. No one will ever understand without personal experience that an exceedingly self-conscious creature like myself, driven in on himself to consume himself, is the unhappiest of men. I have come to loathe myself, my finicking, hypersensitive, morbid nature, always thinking, talking, writing about myself for all the world as if the world beyond did not exist. I am rings within rings, circles concentric and intersecting, a maze, a tangle, watching myself behave or misbehave, always reflecting on what impression I am making on others or what they think of me. Introduce me to a stranger and I swell out as big as Alice. Self-consciousness makes me pneumatic, and consequently so awkward and clumsy and swollen that I don't know how to converse. And God help the other fellow. Later. Youth is an intoxication without wine, someone says. Life is an intoxication. The only sober man is the melancholiac, who, disenchanted, looks at life, sees it as it really is, and cuts his throat. If this be so, I want to be very drunk. The great thing is to live, to clutch at our existence and race away with it in some great and enthralling pursuit. Above all, I must beware of all ultimate questions. They are too maddeningly unanswerable. Let me eschew philosophy and burn Omar. In this week's TP's Weekly, a youth advertises young thinkers interested in philosophy, religion, social reform, the future of humanity and all free thought, please communicate with Evolution, aged 21. All right for 21. Later, I have in mind some work on the vascular systems of larval newts. In the autumn I see a large piece of work to be done in animal psychology, namely, frequency of stimulus and its relation to habit formation. Yet the doctor advises long rest and the office work remains to be done. I must hack my way through somehow. I sit trying to disentangle these knots, then someone plays a dreamy waltz and all my fine edifices of the will vanish in mist. Is it worth while? Why not float with the tide? But I soon throw off these temptations. If I live, I shall play a fine game. I am determined. A lame dog life is of no use. April 17th. Railway travel. A journey in a railway train makes me sentimental. If I enter the compartment a robust-minded cheerful youth, fresh and whistling from a walk by the sea, yet as soon as I am settled down in one corner and the train is rattling along past fields, woods, towns and painted stations, I find myself indulging in a saccharine sadness, very toothsome and jolly. I pull a long face and gaze out of the window wistfully and look sad. But I am really happy and incredibly sentimental. The effect is produced, I suppose, by the quickly changing panoramic view of the country, and as I see everything sliding swiftly by and feel myself being hurtled forward willy-nilly, I am subconscious of the flight of time, of the eternal flux, of the trajectory of my own life. Timid folk, of course, want some Rock of Ages, something static. They want life a mill pond rather than the torrent which it is, a homely affair of teacups and tabby cats rather than a dangerous expedition. April 22nd. Who will rid me of the body of this death? My body is chained to me. A dead weight, it is my warder. I can do nothing without first consulting it and seeking its permission. I jeer at its grotesqueness. I chafe at the thongs it binds on me. On this bully I am dependent for everything the world can give me. How can I preserve my amour propre when I must needs be for ever wheedling and cajoling a despot with delicate meats and soft couches? I, who am proud, ambitious and full of energy. In the end too I know it intends to carry me off. I should like though to have the last kick and, copying De Quincey, arrange to hand it over for dissection to the medical men, out of revenge. Hope thou not much, fear thou not at all. My motto of late. April 30th. I can well imagine looking back on these entries later on and blushing at the pettiness of my soul herein revealed. Only be charitable, kind reader. There are 3 Johns, and I am much mistaken if in these pages there will not be found something of the John known to himself, and an inkling perhaps of the man as he is known to his Creator. As a timid showman, afraid that unless he emphasises the feature of his exhibit they will be overlooked, let me, hat in hand, point out that I know I am an ass, that I am still hoping, in spite of ill health, that I am an enthusiast. May 2nd. Maeterlinck's Wisdom and Destiny is distilled Marcus Aurelius. I am rather tired of these comfortable philosophers. If a man be harassed by fate with a red rag and a picador, let him turn and rend him, or try to, anyway. May 8th. Staying by the sea. I've been living out of doors a lot lately and am getting sunburnt. It gives me infinite pleasure to be sunburnt, to appear the man of the open air, the open road and the wild life. The sun intoxicates me to day. The sea is not big enough to hold me, nor the sky for me to breathe in. I feel I should like to be swaying with all the passions, throbbing with life and a vast activity of heart and sinew, to live magnificently, with an unquenchable thirst to drink to the lees, to plumb the depth of every joy and every sorrow, to see my life flash in the heat. Ah! Youth! 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 In these moments of ecstasy my happiness is torrential. I have the soul of the poppy flaming in me then. I am rather like the poppy in many ways. It is peculiarly appropriate. It must be my flower. I am the poppy. May 9th. L was digging up the ground in his garden to day and one shovelful came up thick and shapely. He laid the sod on its back gently without breaking it and said simply, "Doesn't it come up nice?" His face was radiant. Real happiness lies in the little things, in a bit of garden work, in the rattle of the teacups in the next room, in the last chapter of a book. May 14th. Returned home. I hate living in this little town. If someone dies, he is sure to be someone he had a joke with the night before. A suicide, 10 to 1, implicates your bosom friend, or else the little man at the bookshop cut him down. There have been 3 deaths since I came home. I knew them all. It depresses me. This town seems a mortuary with all these dead bodies lying in it. Lucky for you if you're a fat, rubicund, unimaginative physician. May 16th. 2 more people dead. One a school friend. Sat on a seat on the river bank and read the Journal of Animal Behaviour. It made me long to be at work. I foamed at the mouth to be sitting there perforce in an overcoat on a seat doing nothing like a pet dove. A weak heart makes crossing a road an adventure and turns each day into a dangerous expedition. May 18th. A dirty ragamuffin on the river's bank held up a tin can to me with the softly percussive words, "Here, mister, bait." "What are you going to do with it?" "Fish." "What for?" "Salmon." We have all tried to catch salmon with a bent pin. No matter though if no salmon be caught. Richard Jefferies said, "If there be no immortality, still we shall have had the glory of that thought." May 19th. Old diaries. Spent some happy time reading over old diaries. I was grieved and surprised to find how much I had forgotten. To forget the past so easily seems scarcely loyal to oneself. I am so selfishly absorbed in my present self that I have grown not to care a damn about that ever increasing collection of past selves, those dear dead gentlemen who one after the other have tenanted the temple of this flesh and handed on the torch of my life and personal identity before creeping away silently and modestly to rest. June 6th. Brilliantly fine and warm. Unable to resist the sun, so I caught the 10 train to S and walked across the meadow, buttercups, forget-me-nots, ragged robins, to the Dipper stream and the ivy bridge. Read ardently in geology till 12, then took off my boots and socks and waded underneath the right arch of the bridge in deep water, and eventually sat on a dry stone at the top of the masonry just where the water drops into the green salmon pool in a solid bar. Next I waded upstream to a big slab of rock tilted at a comfortable angle. I lay flat on this with my nether extremities in water up to my knees. The sun bathed my face and dragonflies chased up and down intent on murder. But I cared not a tinker's Demetrius about nature red in tooth and claw. I was quite satisfied of nature under a June sun in the cool atmosphere of a Dipper stream. I lay on the slab completely relaxed, and the cool water ran strongly between my toes. Surely I was never again going to be miserable. The voices of children playing in the wood made me extra happy. As a rule I loathe children. I am too much of a youth still. But not this morning, for these were fairy voices ringing through enchanted woods. June 8th. Brilliantly fine and warm. Went by train to C Woods. Took first class return on account of the heat. Crossed the meadow and up the hill to the mill leat, where we bathed our feet and read. Ate a powerful lunch and made several unsuccessful grabs at caddie-flies. I want one to examine the mouth parts. After lunch we sat on the footbridge over the stream, and I rested on it flat in the face of the sun. The sun seemed to burn into my very bones, purging away everything that may be dark or threatening there. The physical sensation of the blood flow beneath the skin was good to feel, and the heat made every tissue glow with a radiant well-being. When I got up and opened my eyes, all the colours of the landscape vanished under the silvery whiteness of the intense sunlight. We put on our boots and socks, our feet seemed to have swollen to a very large size, and wandered downstream to a little white house, a gamekeeper's cottage, where the old woman gave us cream and milk and home-made bread in her beautiful old kitchen with open hearth. China dogs, of course, and on the wall an old painting representing the person of a page boy, so she said, who was once employed up at the Squire's. An unwholesome atmosphere of pigs pervaded the garden, but as this is not pretty, I ought to leave it out. June 14. Brilliantly fine. Went by the early train to S. Walked to the Ivy Bridge and then waded upstream to the great slab of rock where I spread myself in the sun as before. The experiment was so delightful it is worth repeating 100 times. In this position I read of the decline and fall of trilobites, of the stratigraphy of the Lyres, and so on. Geography is a very crushing science, yet I enjoyed my existence this morning with the other flies about that stream. June 20. Sat at Liverpool University for the practical exam. Zoology, Board of Education. At the close the other students left but I went on working. Professor Herdman asked me if I had finished. I said no, so he gave me a little more time. Later he came up again, and again I said no, but he replied that he was afraid I must stop. "What could you do further?" he asked, picking up a dish of plankton. I pointed out a Sagitta, an Oecoplura, and a Noctiluca, and he replied, "Of course I put in more than you are expected to identify in the time, so as to make a choice possible." Then he complimented me on my written papers which were sent in some weeks ago, and looking at my practical work, he added, "And this too seems to be quite excellent." I thanked him from the bottom of a greedy and grateful heart, and he went on, "I see you describe yourself in your papers as a journalist, but can you tell me exactly what has been your career in zoology?" I answered, of course, rather proudly, that I had had no career in zoology. "But what school or college have you worked at?" he persisted. "None," I said a little doggedly. "What I know I have taught myself." "So you've had no training in zoology at all?" "No, sir." "Well, if you've taught yourself all you know, you've done remarkably well." He still seemed a little incredulous, and when I explained how I got a great many of my marine animals for dissection and study at the Plymouth Marine Laboratory, he immediately asked me suspiciously if I had ever worked there. We shook hands, and he wished me all success in the future, to which I to myself devoutly said Amen. Came home very elated at having impressed someone at last. Now for Dublin. June 30. Oceanic biology may be very useful, but I am not interested in it. Give me the pure science. I don't want to be worrying my head over remedies for potato disease nor cures for fleas and fowls. Heaven preserve me from ever becoming a county council lecturer or a government entomologist. Footnote. See entry for October 8, 1913. Give me the recluse life of a scholar or investigator, full of leisure, culture and delicate skill. I would rather know Bergson than be able to stay at the Ritz Hotel. I would rather be able to dissect a starfish's water vascular system than know the price of consols. I should make a most industrious country gentleman with £5,000 a year and a deer pack. My idea is to withdraw from the mobile vulgus and spend laborious days in the library or laboratory. The world is too much with us. I long for the monotony of monastic life. Father Wasman and the Abbé Spinanzoli are my type. Let me set my face towards them. Such lives afford poor material for novelists or dramatists, but so much the better. Hamlet makes fine reading, but I don't want to be Hamlet myself. July 6. In the afternoon went out dredging in 15 fathoms off the pier at I, but without much success. Got a large number of interesting things, however, in the tow net, including some advanced eggs of Loligo and a Tomopteris. July 7. Went to the trout stream again. After stretching a muslin net crosswise on the water for insects floating down, sat on the footbridge and read geology for the Dublin examination. Later waded downstream to a hazel bush on the right bank beneath a shady oak. Squatted right down on the bush, which supported me like an armchair, and, with legs dangling in the cool water, opened a Meredith and enjoyed myself. July 28. Had to write backing out of the Dublin examination for which I am nominated to sit. I am simply not fit for the racket of such a journey in my present state of health. My chances of success, too, are not such as to warrant my drawing on Dad for the money. He is still ill, and secretly agitated, I fear, because I am so bent on giving up his work. It looks, however, as if newspaper journalism is to be my fate. It was the refinement of torture having to write. July 31. Had a letter from Dr. S. Enough to wring tears from a monument. Sat like a valetudinarian in the park all day getting fresh air, among the imbeciles, invalids and children. Who cares? But gentlemen, you shall hear. August 4. Still another chance. Quite unexpectedly received a second nomination this morning to sit for another exam for 2 vacancies in the British Museum. Good luck this. August 11. Very hot, so went to S and bathed in the salmon pool. Stretched myself out in the water, delighted to find that I had at last got to the very heart of the countryside. I was not just watching from the outside, on the bank, I was in it, and plunging in it too, up to my armpits. What did I care about the British Museum or Zoology then? All but the last enemy and object of conquest I had overcome. For the moment perhaps even Death himself was under heel. I was immortal. In that minute I was always prostrate in the stream, sunk deep in the bosom of old Mother Earth who cannot die. August 14. At 4 p.m. to Salmon Pool for a bathe. 87.3 in the shade. The meadow was delicious in the sunshine. It made me want to hop, flirt my tail, sing. I felt ever such a bright-eyed, wily bird. August 17. Caught the afternoon train to C, but unfortunately forgot to take with me either watch or tubes for insects. So I applied to the station master, a youth of about 18, who was also signalman, porter, ticket collector, and indeed very factotal, even to the extent of providing me with empty matchboxes. I agreed with him to be called by 3 halloos from the viaduct just before the evening train came in. Then I went up to the leat, set up my muslin net in it for insects floating down, and then went across the stream and bathed. Afterwards went back and boxed the insects caught and returned to the little station, with its creepers on the walls and over the roof. All as delightfully quiet as ever, and the station youth as delightfully silly. Then the little train came around the bend of the line, green puffing engine and red coaches, like a crawling caterpillar of gay colour. August 20. A trapper killed a specimen of Tropidognotus natrix and brought it to me. I gave him 6d. for it, and am just going to dissect it. August 21. There are folk who notice nothing. Witness Captain McWhirr in Conrad's Typhoon. They live side by side with genius or tragedy as innocent as babies. There are heaps of people who live on a mountain a volcano even, without knowing it. If the stars of heaven fell and the moon were turned into blood, someone would have to direct their attention to it. Perhaps, after all, the most obvious things are the most difficult to see. We all recognise Keats now, but suppose he was only the boy next door. Why should I read his verses? August 27th. Preparing a snake's skull. Prepared the skull of grass snake. I fancy I scooped out the eyes with patent delight. I suppose symbolically, as though on behalf of the rest of suffering humanity, I were wiping out the old score against the beast for its behaviour in the Garden of Eden. September 5th. At 2:30 Dad had 3 separate strokes of paralysis in as many minutes, the third leaving him helpless. They sent for me in the library where I was reading, and I hurried home. Just as I entered the bedroom where he and Mother were, another attack came on, and it was with the utmost difficulty that with her help I managed to get him from the chair to the bed. He struggled with his left arm and leg and made inarticulate noises which sounded as if they might be groans. I don't know if he was in pain. Dear Mother. September 14th. Dad could not live long. Mother bears up wonderfully well. Tried to do some examination work but failed utterly. A is watching in the sick room with Mother, who will not leave. 8:30. The nurse says he will not live through the night. 8:45. Telegraphed for A to come. 11. A came downstairs and had a little supper. 12. Went to bed. H and the others lit a fire and we have all sat around it silent, listening to its murmur. Every one felt cold. Dad has been unconscious for over an hour. 1:45 a.m. Heard a noise, then heard Mother coming downstairs past my bedroom door with someone sobbing. I knew it must be all over. H was helping her down. Waited in my bedroom in the dark for 3 parts of an hour when H came up, opened the door slowly and said, "He's gone, old man." It was a tremendous relief to know that since he had to die, his sufferings and cruel plight were over. Fell asleep from sheer exhaustion and slept soundly. September 18th. The funeral. It is not death, but the dreadful possibilities of life which are so depressing. Footnote: italics added 1917. September 21st. A day in autumn. A cool, breezy autumn day. The beach was covered with patches of soapy foam that shook tremulously in the wind. All the rocks and everything were drenched with water, and the spray came off the breaking waves like steam. A red sun went lower and lower, and the shadows cast by the rocks grew very long and grotesque. Underneath the breaking waves, the hollows were green and dark like sea caverns. Herring gulls played about in the air, balancing themselves as they faced the breeze, then sweeping suddenly around and downwards with the wind behind them. We all sat down on the rocks and were very quiet, almost monosyllabic. We pointed out a passing vessel to one another or chucked a bit of shingle into the sea. You would have said we were bored. Yet deep down in ourselves we were astir, and all around us we could hear the rumours of divine passage, soft and mysterious as the flight of birds migrating in the dark. The wind rose and tapped the line against the flagstaff at the coastguard station. It roared through my hair and past my ears for an hour on end till I felt quite windswept and bleak. On the way home we saw the wind darting hither and thither over the long grass like a lunatic snake. The wind! Oh, the wind! I have an enormous faith in the curative properties of the wind. I feel better already. October 17th. Staying in Surrey. Exam over and I feel fairly confident. After an agony for a few days before on account of the development of a cold which threatened to snatch the last chance out of my hands. Justifiable mendacity. Sitting on a gate on the N Downs, I saw a long way below me in the valley a man standing in a chalk pit and wielding a stick vigorously. For some reason or another the idea came to me that it would be interesting if he were in the act of killing a snake. He so far away below and I above and unnoticed, quietly watching him. At dinner to-night this revised version of the story came out quite pat and natural, and obviously interested the assembly. I added graphically that the man was too far away from me to be able to say what species of snake it was he was killing. I possessed the qualifications of an artistic liar. Yet I can't regard such a story as a lie. It was rather a justifiable emendation of an otherwise uninteresting incident. October 24. Une caricature. She is a tiny old lady, very frail and very delicate, with a tiny voice like the noise of a fret-saw. She talks incessantly about things which do not interest you until your face gets stiff with forcing a polite smile, and your voice cracked and your throat dry with saying "Yes" and "Really." To-night I attend the Zoological Society to read my first paper, so I am really in a fluster and want to be quiet. Therefore to prevent her from talking I write 2 letters which I represent as urgent. At 6:15, desperate, so went out for a walk in the dark London streets. Returned to supper and to her. After the wife, the husband is intellectual pyrotechnics. Referring to the museum, "Would you have there, I suppose, any insects in a case like what you might say to study to yourself when no one is by?" he inquired. 6:40. It is now 1 hour before I need to leave for the meeting, and whether I sigh, cough, smoke or read the paper, she goes on. She even refuses to allow me to scan the lines below photos in the Illustrated London News. I write this as the last sole resource to escape her devastating prattle and the ceaseless hum of her tiny gnat-like mind. She thinks, because I told her so, that I am preparing notes for the evening meeting. Later. Spent an absolutely damnable day. Am sick, tired, bored, frantic with her voice, which I have been able to share with no one except the intellectual giant, her husband, at tea time. In order to break the flow of chatter I would rudely interrupt and go on talking, by this means keeping my end up for as long as I could, and enjoying a short respite from the fret-sawing voice. But I tired of this, and it was of no permanent value. When I broke in, she still went on for a few sentences, unable to stop. And lo! here was the spectacle of 2 persons alone together in a room both talking at the same time and neither listening. I persisted though, and she had to stop. Once started I was afraid to stop, scared at the certain fact of the voice beginning to saw again. After a while the fountain of my artificial garrulity dried up, and the voice at once leaped into the breach, resuming, amazing and incredible as it seems, at the precise point where it had left off. At 7 I am quite exhausted and sit on the opposite side of the hearth, staring with glassy eyes, arms drooping at my sides and mouth drooling. At 7:05 her cough increases, and she has to stop to attend to it. With a fiendish smile I push back my chair and quietly watch her cough. She coughs continuously now, and can talk no longer. Thank God. 8 p.m. Left for the meeting, where I read my paper in a state of awful nervousness. I read out all I had to say and kept them amused for about 10 minutes. I was very excited when Dr. got up and praised the paper. Footnote: the paper was Distant Orientation in Batrachia, detailing experiments on the homing faculty in newts, saying it was interesting and hoping I should continue the experiments. The chairman, Sir John Rose Bradford, asked a question. I answered it and then sat down. After the meeting we went upstairs to the library, had tea and chatted with some of the big people. Zoology is certainly delightful, yet it seems to me the zoologists are much as other people. I like zoology. I wish I could do without zoologists. October 30th. Home once more. The Natural History Museum impressed me enormously. It is a magnificent building, too magnificent to work there. To follow one's profession in a building like that seems altogether too grandiose a manner of life. A pious zoologist might go up to pray in it, but not to earn his daily bread there. October 31st. I'm in! In! Being first with 141 marks to spare. Old M, the servant, rushes up to my sister's bedroom with the news just after 7 a.m. and she says, "Fine, fine," and comes down in her nightgown to my bedroom where we drink our morning cup of tea together and talk. I'm delighted. What a magnificent obstacle race it has been. Still one ditch. The medical exam. Wired to friends. November 1st. This is the sort of letter which is balm to me. My darling W. I need hardly tell you how absolutely delighted we were at the grand news this morning. You must be feeling a huge glow of satisfaction with the knowledge of your object attained through untold difficulties. I don't wish to butter you up or to gush, but I must honestly say I feel tip-top proud of my old Beano. I admire your brains more than ever, and also your indomitable pluck and grit, and your quiet bravery in disappointment and difficulty. November 14th. The 3 most fascinating books in science that I have so far read are, easily, 1. Darwin's Expression of the Emotions, 2. Gaskell's Origin of Vertebrates, 3. Bergson's La Rare. Went to the dentist in the afternoon. Evening chiefly occupied in reading La Rare. By my halidom, it is an extraordinarily interesting book. November 29th. I'm always looking out for new friends, assaying for friendship. There is no more delightful adventure than an expedition into a rich, many-sided personality. Gradually, over a long probation, for deep minds are naturally reticent, piece after piece is added to the geography of your friend's mind, and each piece pleases or entertains, while in return you let him steal away piece after piece of your own territory, perhaps saving up a bit here and there, such as an enthusiasm for Francis Thompson's poetry, and then letting it go unexpectedly. It's delightful reciprocity. I dream of the honeyed ease of a civil servant's working day. Peacock. Yet the French say, "Songs sont mensonges." December 13th. In the park it was very dark and she said, "If I lose you, I shan't be able to find my way home." "I'll look after you," I said. Both being of the same mind at the same time, we sat down on a seat together when a fortunate thing happened. It began to rain. So I offered her part of my overcoat. She nestled in under my arm and I kissed her out of hand. Voilà! A very pretty little girl, upon my word. December 20th. The thing is obsessing me. After an early supper called and found my lady ready to receive me. No one else at home. So walked into the oak panelled room with the red curtained windows, took off my coat and scarf. She followed and switched off the light. There was a roaring fire in the grate. She is very amorous, and I am not Hippolytus, so we were soon closely engaged in the large chair before the fire. As we sailed thus, close hauled to the wind, with double entendres, and she trembled in the storm, and I was at the helm, the garden gate slammed and both of us got up quickly. I next heard a key turn in the lock and a foot in the passage. "Mr. " she said. She switched on the light, went out swiftly into the passage, and meeting him conducted him to her office, while I as swiftly put on overcoat and scarf and slipped out through the open door, stumbling over his bicycle, but of course not stopping to pick it up. Later she telephoned to say it was all right. Very relieved. She recalls Richepin's Le Glou. December 21st. She is a fine sedative. Her movements are a pleasant adagio, her voice piano to pianissimo. Her conversation breaks off in thrilling aposioposies. An awful comedy this morning. for as soon as I was securely gagged, the dentist went out of the room. She approached, leered at me helpless, and said provokingly, "Oh, you do look funny." Minx. On returning he said to her, "Would you like to hold his hand?" She, "Oh, not just now," and they grinned at one another and at me waiting to be tortured. December 23rd. On the station waited an hour for the train. Gave her a box of sweets and the bystander. We walked up the platform to extreme end in the dark and kissed. But it was very windy and cold. I noticed that. So we entered an empty luggage guard's van on rail beside platform left there by shunters. Here we were out of the wind and far better off. But a shunter came along and turned us out. She gave me a silver matchbox, but I believe for various reasons that it is one of her own and not a new one. Said, "Goodbye." December 28th. At R, played the negligent flaneur, reclining on the Chesterfield, leaning against the grand piano, or measuring my length on the mat before the fire. December 31st. To-morrow I begin duties at the British Museum of Natural History. I cannot quite imagine myself a museum assistant. Before I get there I know I shall be the strangest assistant on the staff. It will be singing my song in a strange land and weeping, I hope not too bitterly, down by the waters of a very queer Babylon. Still, I have burnt my bridges like Caesar, or burnt my ships like Cortez, so forward. End of section 3, 1911. Section 4, 1912, of The Journal of a Disappointed Man by W. N. P. BARBELLION. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information, or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Part 2, in London, 1912. January 21st. Am, at last, beginning to get more content with the work of the museum, so that I muse on Bernard Shaw's saying, "Get what you like, or you'll grow to like what you get." I have a terrible suspicion that the security of tenure here is like the lion's den in the fable, nulla vestiga restrorsum. Of course, I am wonderfully proud of being at the museum, although I am disappointed, and write as if I were quite blasé. January 25th. I should be disappointed if at the end of my career, if I live to see it through, I do not win the F.R.S. I should very much like it. My nature is very mixed, ambitious above all things, and yet soon giddy with the audacity of my aspirations. The B.M. and my colleagues make me feel most inferior, in fact. But in theory, in the secrecy of my own bedchamber, I feel that there are few men there my equal. April 26th. Down with influenza. A boarding house with the flu. May 8th. Went home to recuperate. A beef jelly in one pocket and sal volatile in the other. On arrival my blanched appearance frightened mother and the others, so went to bed at once. Fate's a fiddler, life's a dance. May 12th. Weak enough to sit down before dressing table while I shave and brush my hair. Dyspepsia appalling. The doctor in Kensington seemed to think me an awful wreck, and asked if I were concealing reading Baudelaire and Verlaine. May 24th. Bathing. Sat on a seat overlooking the sandhills with stick between my legs like an old man, and watched a buxom wench, AET 25, run down the path pursued by Rough and two little girls in blue. Later they emerged from a striped bathing tent in the glory of blue bathing dresses. It made me feel quite an old man to see the girl galloping out over the hard level sands to the breakers, a child clinging to each hand. Legs and arms twinkled in the sun which shone with brilliance. If life were as level as those sands and as beautiful as that trio of girls. May 26th. 2 young men talking. With H in his garden. He is a great enthusiast. I disapprove entirely of your taste in gardening, I said. You object to the ragged wilderness style. I like it. You like lawns laid out for croquet and your privet hedges pruned into God Save the King or Dieu mon droit. My dear boy, if you saw Mr. Wilderness you'd be so shocked you'd cut and run, and I imagine there'd be an affecting reunion between you and your beloved geraniums. For my part, I don't like geraniums. They're suburban, and all of a piece with antimacassars and stuffed birds under glass bells. The colour of your specimens, moreover, I rapped out, is vulgar, like the muddied petticoats of old market women. H, quite unmoved, replied slowly. Well, here are some like the beautiful white cambric of a lady of fashion. You've got no taste in flowers. You're just 6 feet of grief and patience. We roared with laughing. Do stop watering those damned plants, I exclaimed at last. But he went on. I exclaimed again, and out of sheer ridiculousness, in reply he proceeded to water the cabbages, the gravel path, the oak tree, and me, while I writhed with laughing. May 27th. By the sea. Sat upon a comfortable jetty of rock and watched the waves without a glimmer of an idea in my mind about anything, though to outward view I might have been a philosopher in cerebral parturition with thoughts as big as babies. Instead, little rustling dead leaves of thoughts stirred and fluttered in the brain. The pimple, e.g., I recollected on my aunt's nose, or the boyishness of Dr. 's handwriting, or Swinburne's lines. If the golden crested wren were a nightingale, why, then something seen and heard of men might be half as sweet as when laughs a child of 7. I continued in this pleasurable coma all the afternoon and went home refreshed. May 29th. Have returned to London and the B.M. My first day at the M. Sat at my table in a state of awful apathy. At least temporarily, I am quite disenchanted of zoology. I work, God save the mark, in the insect room. On the way home, purchased peroxide of hydrogen, per here threatened, 1 bottle of physic, for my appalling dyspepsia, 1 flask of brandy for emergencies, as my heart is intermittent again, prussic acid next. Must have been near pneumonia at R. Auntie was nervous, and came in during the night to see how I was. June 20th. It caused me anguish to see my article returned from the Fortnightly and lying in a big envelope on the table when I returned home this evening. I can't do any work because of it, and in desperation rushed off to the stately pleasure domes of the White City and systematically went through all the films, from the mountain railway to the Wiggle Woggle and the Witching Waves. June 21st. To-day I am easier. The cutworm forgives the plough. But how restless this disappointment has made me. I have no plans for recuperation and cannot settle down to work. July 6th. On my doctor's advice, went to see Dr. P, a lung specialist. M found a dull spot on one of my lungs and, not feeling very sure, and without telling me the nature of his suspicion, he arranged for Dr. P to see me, allowing me to suppose he was a stomach authority, as my dyspepsia is bad. Well, it is not consumption, but my lungs and physique are such that consumption might easily supervene. As soon as Dr. P had gone, M appended the following lugubrious yarn. "Whenever I catch cold, I must go and be treated at once. All my leisure must be spent out of doors. I must take cream and milk in prodigious quantities and get fat at all costs. There is even a question of my giving up work." July 10th. A young but fat woman sitting in the sun and oozing moisture is as nasty as anything in Baudelaire. July 14th. A brilliant career. My old headmaster once prophesied for me a brilliant career. That was when I was in the 3rd form. Now I have more than a suspicion that I am one of those who, as he once pointed out, grow sometimes out of a brilliant boyhood into very commonplace men. This continuous ill health is having a very obvious effect on my work and activities. With what courage I possess I have to face the fact that today I am unable to think or express myself as well as when I was a boy in my teens. Witness this journal. I intend to go on, however. I have decided that my death shall be disputed all the way. Oh, it is so humiliating to die. I writhe to think of being overcome by so unfair an enemy before I have demonstrated myself to maiden aunts who mistrust me, to colleagues who scorn me, and even to brothers and sisters who believe in me. As an egotist I hate death, because I should cease to be I. Most folk, when sick unto death, gain a little consolation over the notoriety gained by the fact of their decease. Criminals enjoy the pomp and circumstance of their execution. Voltaire said of Rousseau that he wouldn't mind being hanged if they'd stick his name on the gibbet. But my own death would be so mean and insignificant. Guy de Maupassant died in a grand manner, a man of intellect and splendid physique who became insane. Tusitala's death in the South Seas reads like a romance. Heine, after a life of sorrow, died with a sparkling witticism on his lips. Vespasian with a jest. But I cannot for the life of me rake up any excitement over my own immediate decease. An unobtrusive passing away of a rancorous, disappointed, morbid and self-assertive entomologist in a West Kensington boarding house. What a mean little tragedy. It is hard not to be somebody, even in death. A sing-song to-night in the drawing-room. All the boarding house present in full muster. There was a German, Schultz, who sat and leered at his inamorata, a sensual-looking, pasty-faced girl, while she gave us daggers and moonlight recitations with the most unwarranted self-assurance. She boasts of a walking-on part at one of the theatres. There was Miss M listening to her fiancé, Captain O, home from India, singing Indian love songs at her. There was Miss T, a sour old maid, who knitted and snorted, not fully conscious of this young blood coursing around her. Mrs. Barclay Woods pursued her usual avocation of imposing on us all the great weight of her immense social superiority, clucking in between to her one chick, a fluffy girl of 18 or 19, who was sitting now in the draught, now too close to a common musician of the Covent Garden Opera. Finally our hostess, a divorcee, who hated all males, even tomcats. We were a pathetic little company, so motley, ill-assorted, who had come together not from love or regard, but because man is a gregarious animal. In fact we sat secretly criticising and contemning one another. Yet outside there were so many millions of people unknown, and overhead the multitude of the stars was equally comfortless. Later. Zoology on occasion still fires my ambition. Surely I cannot be dying yet. Whatever misfortune befalls me I do hope I shall be able to meet it unflinchingly. I do not fear ill health in itself, but I do fear its possible effect on my mind and character. Already I am slowly altering, as the Lord liveth. Already, for example, my sympathy with myself is maudlin. Whenever the blow shall fall, some sort of a reaction must be given. Heine flamed into song. Beethoven wrote the Fifth Symphony. So what shall I do when my time comes? I don't think I have any lyrics or symphonies to write, so I should just have to grin and bear it, like a dumb animal. As long as I have spirit and buoyancy, I don't care what happens, for I know that, or so long, I cannot be accounted a failure. The only real failure is one in which the victim is left spiritless, dazed, dejected with blackness all around, and within a knife slowly and unrelentingly cutting the strings of his heart. My head whirls with conflicting emotions, struggling desperate ideas, and a flood of impressions of all sorts of things that are never sufficiently sifted and arranged to be caught down on paper. I am brought into this world, hustled along it, and then hustled out of it, with no time for anything. I want to be on a great hill and square up affairs. August 28th. After tea we all three walked in Kensington Gardens and sat on a seat by the round pond. My umbrella fell to the ground and I left it there with its nose poking up in a cynical manner, as she remarked. "It's not cynical," I said, "only a little knowing. Won't you let yours fall down to keep it company? Yours is a lady umbrella and a good looking one. They might flirt together." "Mine doesn't want to flirt," she answered stiffly. September 13th. At sea, a tiny little village by the sea in N. Looking up from a rock pool where I had been watching go-bys, I saw 3 children racing across the sands to bathe. I saw a man dive from a boat, and I saw a horseman gallop his mare down to the beach and plunge about in the line of breakers. The waters thundered, the mare whinnied, the children shouted to one another, and I turned my head down again to the rock pool with a great thumping heart of happiness. It was so lovely to be conscious of the fact that out there this beautiful picture was awaiting me whenever and as often as I chose to lift my head. I purposely kept my head down, for the picture was so beautiful I did not want to hurt it by breathing on it, and I kept my head down out of a playful self-cheating delight. I decided not to indulge myself. September 16th. Out in the bay dredging for echinoderms with carrots. Brilliantly fine. The haul was a failure, but being out in a boat on a waveless sea under a cloudless sky, I was scarcely depressed at this. We cruised along from one little bay to another, past smugglers' caves and white pebble beaches, the dredge all the while growling along the sea bottom, and Carrots and I lying listless in the bows. I was immensely happy. My Mercury was positively ringing the bell. Who then is Carrots? He is a fine, brawny boatman who jumps over the rocks like a chamois, swims like a fish, pulls like an ox, snorts like a grampus, a sort of compound zoological perfection, built eclectically. September 18th. Early Bowies. Up the village, Mrs. Bevan keeps a tiny little shop and runs a very large garden. She showed us all about the garden and introduced us to her husband, whom we discovered in an apple tree, an old man aged 76, very hard of hearing and with an impediment in his speech. He at once began to move his mouth and I caught odd jingles of sound that sounded like nothing at all, at first, but which gradually resolved themselves on close attention to such familiar landmarks as Early Bowies, Stubbits, Ribstone Pippins, into a discourse on apples. The following curious conversation took place between me and the deaf gaffer, aged 76, standing in the apple tree. "These be all apples from Kent,
I got 'em all from Kent.
How long have you lived in C?
Bunyard and Son, that's the firm. They live just outside town, Maidstone.
Do you keep bees here?
One of these here apples is called Bunyard, after the firm. Fine fruit too.
Your good wife must be of great assistance to you in your work.
Little stalks maybe, with a large juicy apple for all that.
Just then I heard Mrs. B saying to E,
"Ah, yes, he's very active for 76. A little deaf, but he manages the garden all hisself. I bolsters him up with meat and drink, little and often, as they say for children. Now there's a beautiful tree, my dear, that has almost bared itself to death, as you may say."
She picked an apple off it, shouting to poor Tom, still aloft,
"Tom, what's the name of this one?"
"You should have come a bit earlier, dear,"
replied T.
"'Tis late a bit now. Noisy." "No, what's its name I want?" shouted his spouse. "Yes, just give a lady one to take on. There's plenty for all," he said. "What is the name? The name of this here apple?"
screamed Mrs. B, and old Tom, moving his bones slowly down from the tree, answered, quite unmoved,
"Oh, the name? Why, 'tis a common kind of apple. There's a nice tree of 'em up there." "Oh, never mind, 'tis a Gladstone," said Mrs. B, turning to us. "A very fine apple," droned the old boy.
September 28th. Back in town again. Wandered about in a somnambulistic way all the afternoon, till I found myself taking tea in Kew Gardens. I enjoyed the wind in my face and hair. Otherwise there's nothing to be said. A colourless day. October 10th. Came across the following arresting sentence: pale, anæmic, cadaverous, bad teeth, and disordered digestion and a morbid egotism. Yes, but my teeth are not bad. October 20th. On the N Downs. Under the oak where I sat the ground was covered with dead leaves. I kicked them and I beat them with my stick, because I was angry that they were dead. In the coppice, leaves were quietly and majestically floating earthwards in the pomp of death. It was very thrilling to observe them. It was a curious sensation to realise that since the last time I sat under the old oak, I had been right up to the N of England, then right down to the SW, and back once more to London town. I bragged about my kinetic activity to the stationary oak, and I scoffed at the old hill for having to remain always in the same place. It gave me a pleasing sense of infinite superiority to come back and see everything the same as before, to sit on the same old seat under the same old oak. Even that same old hurdle was lying in the same position among the bracken. How sorry I was for it. Poor wretch, unable to move, to go to Whitby, to go to sea, to be totally ignorant of the great country of London. Daydreamed. My own life as it unrolls day by day is a source of constant amazement, delight, and pain. I can think of no more interesting volume than a detailed, intimate, psychological history of my own life. I want a perfect comprehension, at least of myself. We are all such egotists that a sorrow or hardship, provided it is great enough, flatters our self-importance. We feel that a calamity, by overtaking us, has distinguished us above our fellows. A man likes not to be ignored, even by a railway accident. A man with a grievance is always happy. October 23rd. Over to see E. Came away disillusioned. October 25th. Met her in Smith's bookshop, looking quite bewitching. Hang it all, I thought I had finished. Went home with her, watched her make a pudding in the kitchen, then we sat by the firelight in the drawing room and had supper. Scrumptious. Not the supper. October 27th. Quarrelled with D.
The atmosphere has changed at the flat. My character is ruined. D has told them I'm a loose fellow. I've always contrived to give them that impression. I liked to be cutting my throat, and now it's cut. November 1st. D came and carried me off to the flat, where they asked why I hadn't been over, which of course pleased me immensely. November 6th. Dr. M is very gloomy about my health, and talks of S. Africa, Labrador, and so on. I'm not responding to his treatment as I should. November 11th. Met her this evening in Kensington Road. I timed this well, said she. I thought I should meet you. Good heavens, I am getting embroiled. Returned to the flat with her, and after supper called her the Lady of Shalott. I don't think you know what you're talking about. This stiffly. Perhaps not, I answered. I leave it to you. Oh, but it rests with you, she said. Am I in love? God knows, but I don't suppose God cares. November 15th. On M's advice, went to see a stomach specialist, Dr. Hawkins. As I got there a little too early, walked up the street, Portland Place, on the opposite side, from shyness, past an interminable and nauseating series of night bells and brass plates, then down again on the right side till I got to number 66, which made me flutter. For 10 doors ahead, I mused, is the house I must call at. It made me shiver a little. The specialist took copious notes of my evidence and after examining me retired to consult with M. What a parade of ceremony! On coming back, the jury returned a verdict of "not proven." I was told I ought to go out and live on the prairies, and in 2 years I should be a giant. But where are the prairies? What bus? If I get worse, I must take several months' leave. I think it will come to this. November 16th. Arthur came down for the weekend. He likes the Lady of Shalott. She is not handsome, but arresting, striking, and capable of tragedy. That, I believe, she has achieved already. If she were a bit more gloomy and a bit more beautiful, she'd be irresistible. November 22nd. He: have a cigarette? I enjoy lighting your cigarettes. She: I don't know how to smoke properly. He: you smoke only as you could. She: how's that? H: gracefully, of course. S: do you think I like pretty things being said to me? H: why not, if they are true? Flattery is when you tell an ugly woman she is beautiful. Have you so poor an opinion of yourself to think all I say of you is flattery? S: yes. I am only 4 bare walls, with nothing inside. H: what a deliciously empty feeling that must be. But I don't think you're so simple as all that. You bewilder me sometimes. S: why? H: I feel like Sinbad the Sailor. S: why? H: because I'm not George Meredith. The title of Husband frightens me. December 9th. It's a fearful strain to go on endeavouring to live up to time with a carefully laid out timetable of future achievements. I'm hurrying on with my study of Italian in order to read the Life of Spallanzani, in order to include him in my book, to be finished by the end of next year. I'm also subsidising Jenkinson's embryological lectures at University College with a more detailed account of practical and experimental work in his textbook. I've also started a lengthy research upon the Trichoptera, with all the horrible sense of time fleeing swiftly and opportunities for work too few ever to be squandered, and in the background, behind all this feverish activity, the black shadow that I might die suddenly with nothing done. Next year, next month, next week, tomorrow, now.
Then sometimes, as tonight, I have misgivings. Shall I do these things so well now as I might once have done them? Has not my ill health seriously affected my mental powers? Surely the boy of 1908 to 10 was almost a genius, or, seen at this distance, a very remarkable youth in the fanatical zeal in which he sought to pursue, and succeeded in gaining his own end of a zoological education for himself. It is a terrible suspicion to cross the mind of an ambitious youth that perhaps, after all, he is a very commonplace mortal. That his life, whether comedy or tragedy, or both or neither, is anyway insignificant, of no account. It is still more devastating for him to have to consider whether the laurel wreath was not once within his grasp, and whether he must not ascribe his own incalculable loss to his stomach simply. December 15th. A very bad heart attack. As I write it intermits every 3 or 4 beats. Who knows if I shall live through tonight. December 16th. Here I am once more. A passable night. After breakfast the intermittency recommenced. It is better now, with a drop beat only about once per half hour, so that I am almost happy after yesterday, which was hell. The world is too good to give up without remonstrance at the beck of a weak heart. Before I went to sleep last night my watch stopped. I at once observed the cessation of its tick and wondered if it were an omen. I was genuinely surprised to find myself still ticking when I awoke this morning. A moment ago a hearse passed down the street. Yes, but I'm damned if I haven't a right to be morbid after yesterday. To be ill like this in a boarding house. I'd marry tomorrow if I had the chance. December 22nd. Sollas's Ancient Hunters. Read Sollas's book Ancient Hunters, very thrilling, mindful of the Aurignacians, Mousterians, Magdalenians. I have been peering down such tremendous vistas of time and change that my own troubles have been eclipsed into ridiculous insignificance. It has been really a pillar of strength to me, a splendid tonic. Paleontology has its comfortable words too. I have revelled in my littleness and irresponsibility. It has relieved me of the harassing desire to live. I feel content to live dangerously, indifferent to my fate. I have discovered I am a fly, that we are all flies, that nothing matters. It's a great load off my life, for I don't mind being such a micro-organism. To me, the honour is sufficient of belonging to the universe. Such a great universe, so grand a scheme of things. Not even death can rob me of that honour, for nothing can alter the fact that I have lived. I have been I, if for ever so short a time. And when I am dead, the matter which composes my body is indestructible and eternal, so that come what may to my soul, my dust will always be going on, each separate atom of me playing its separate part. I shall still have some sort of a finger in the pie. When I am dead you can boil me, burn me, drown me, scatter me, but you cannot destroy me. My little atoms would merely deride such heavy vengeance. Death can do no more than kill you. December 27th. It is a pleasure to note the success attending the career of Mr. W.N.P. BARBELLION, now engaged in scientific work on the staff of the Natural History Museum, etc., etc. This is a cutting from the local paper, one of many that from time to time I once delightedly pasted in the pages of the journal. Not so now. At 23 I am a different being. Surrounded by all the stimulating environment of scientific research, I am cold and disdainful. I keep up the old appearances, but underneath it is quite different. I am a hypocrite. I have to wear the mask and cothornoi, finding the part daily more difficult to bear. I am living on my immense initial momentum, while the machinery
gradually slows up. My career! Gadzooks. The end of section 4, 1912. Section 5, 1913, Part 1 of The Journal of a Disappointed Man by W. N. P. BARBELLION. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information, or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. 1913, Part 1, January 3rd. From the drawing-room window I see pass almost daily an old gentleman with white hair, a firm step, broad shoulders, healthy pink skin, a sunny smile, always singing to himself as he goes, a happy, rosy-cheeked old fellow with a rosy-cheeked mind. I should like to throw mud at him. By Jove, how I hate him! He makes me wince with my own pain. It is heartless, indecently so, for an old man to be so blithe. Life has, I suppose, never lain in wait for him. The great anarchist has spared him a bomb. January 19th. My aunt, aged 75, who has apparently concluded from my constant absences from church that my spiritual life is in a parlous way, to-day read me her portion from a large book with a broad purple tasselled bookmark. I looked up from I Promessi Sposi and said, "Oh, very nice." It was about someone whose soul was not saved and who would not answer the door when it was knocked. It is jolly to be regarded as a wicked, libidinous youth by an aged, maiden aunt. January 22nd. This diary reads for all the world as if I were not living in mighty London. The truth is I live in a bigger, dirtier city. Ill health. Ill health, when chronic, is like a permanent ligature around one's life. What a fine fellow I'd be if I were perfectly well. My energy, for one thing, would lift the roof off. We conversed around the text. To travel hopefully is better than to arrive, and true success is to labour. She is, well, so graceful. My God! I love her, I love her, I love her. February 3rd. A confession. H. B. invited me to tea to meet his fiancée. Rather pleased with the invitation. I don't know why, for my idea of myself is greater than my idea of him, and probably greater than his idea of himself. Yet I went and got shaved, and even thought of buying a new pair of gloves. But poverty proved greater than vanity, so I went with naked hands. On arriving at Turnham Green, I removed my spectacles, well knowing how much they damaged my personal appearance. However, the beauty of the thing was that though I waited as agreed, he never turned up, and so I returned home again, crestfallen, and with my spectacles on again. February 9th. "Now, W., talk to me prettily," she said as soon as the door was closed on them. "Oh, make him read a book," whined her sister, but we talked of marriage instead, in all its aspects. Bless their hearts, I found these two dear young things simply sodden with the idea of it. In the middle I did a knee-jerk which made them scream with laughing. The palatar reflex was new to them, so I seized a brush from the grate, crossed to her, and gently tapped. Out shot her foot, and cried, "Oh, do it to me as well." It was rare fun. Oh, pretty knee, what do I see?
and he stooped and he tied up my garter for me.
February 10th. News of Scott's great adventure. Scott dead a year ago. The news, when I saw it tonight in the Pall Mall Gazette, gave me cold thrills. I could have wept. What splendid people we humans are! If there be no loving God to watch us, it's a pity for His sake, as much as for our own. February 15th. Tried to kiss her in a taxicab on the way home from the Savoy. The taxicab danger is very present with us, but she rejected me quietly, sombrely. I apologised on the steps of the flats and said I feared I had greatly annoyed her. "I'm not annoyed," she said, "only surprised," in a thoughtful, chilly voice. We had supper in Soho, and I took some wine, and she looked so bewitching it sent me in a fever, thrumming my fingers on the seat of the cab while she sat beside me impassive. Her shoulders are exquisitely modelled, and a beautiful head is carried poised on a tiny neck. February 16th. Walking up the steps to her flat tonight made me pose to H, who was with me, as Sidney Carton in the picture in A Tale of Two Cities on the steps of the scaffold. He laughed boisterously, as he is delighted to know of my last evening's misadventure. At supper, a story was told of a man who knocked at the door of his lady's heart 4 times, and at last was admitted. I remarked that the last part of the romance was weak. She disagreed. H exclaimed, "Oh, but this man has no sentiment at all." "So much the worse for him," chimed in the others. "He was 66 years of age," added Mrs. "Too old," said P. "What do you think the best age for a man to marry?" H. 30 for a man, 25 for a woman. She. "That's right. It still gives me a little time." P. "What do you think?" to me. I replied sardonically, "A young man may not yet, and an old man not at all." "That's right, old wet blanket," chirruped P. "You know," I continued, delighted to seize the opportunity to assume the role of youthful cynic, "Cupid and Death once met at an inn and exchanged arrows, since when young men have died and old men have doted." H was charming enough to opine that it was impossible to fix a time for love. Love simply came. We warned him to be careful on the boat going out. "Yes, I know," said H, who is in love with P. "My brother had a dose of moonlight on board a boat when he sailed, and he's been happy ever since." P. "How romantic!" H. "A great passion." "The only difference," I interjected in a sombre monotone, "between a passion and a caprice is that the caprice lasts a little longer." "Sounds like a book," she said in contempt. It was. Oscar Wilde. P insisted on my taking a biscuit. "Don't mind me," she said. "Just think I'm a waitress and take no notice at all." H. "Humph. I never see him taking no notice of a waitress." Sneers and curtain. February 24th. H came home last night and told me that she said as he came away, "Tell W I hate him." So it's all right. I shall go over to morrow again. Hurrah! My absence has been felt then. March 7th. Came home, lay on my bed still dressed, and ruminated. First a suspicion, then a conviction came to me that I was a cad, a callous, selfish, sensation-hunting cad. For the time being the bottom was knocked out of my smug self-satisfaction. For several long half hours I found myself drifting without compass or stars. I was quite disorientated, temporarily thrown off the balance of my amour propre. Then I got up, lit the gas, and looking at myself in the mirror, found it was really true. I was a mean creature, wholly absorbed in self. As an act of contrition, I ought to have gone out into the garden and eaten worms. But the mirror brought back my self-consciousness and I began to crawl back into my recently discarded skin. I began to be less loathsome to myself. For as soon as I felt interested or amused or curious over the fact that I had been really loathsome to myself, I began to regain my equilibrium. Now, I and myself are on comparatively easy terms with one another. I am settled on the old swivel. I take a lot of knocking off it and, if shot off, soon return. Today she was silent and melancholy, but wonderfully fascinating. One day I am desperate and the next cold and apathetic. Am I in love? God knows. She came to the door to say good night, and I deliberately strangled my desire to say something. March 9th. In bed till 12:30, reading Bergson and the OT. Over to the flat to supper. E was cold and silent. She spurned me. No wonder. I talked volubly and quite brilliantly with the definite purpose of showing up J's somnolence. I also pulled his leg. He hates me. No wonder. After supper he went into her studio and remained there alone with her while she worked. At 11 p.m. he was still there when I came away in a whirlwind of jealousy, regrets and rage. G said he was going to stay on until he saw the blighter off the premises. Neither of us would go in to turn him out. I love her deeply, and once my heart jumped when I thought I heard her coming into the room. But it was only P. Did not see her again, even to say good night. March 10th. Work in the evening in our bedroom. 2 poor miserable bachelors. H. reading equity law, a rug around his legs before an empty grate, while I am sitting at the table in top coat with collar up, and writing my magnum opus, which is to bring me fame, fortune, and E. H. says that this morning I was putting on my shoes when he pointed out a large hole in the heel of my sock. Damn, I shall have to wear boots, I said. At least he says I said it, and I am quite ready to believe him. Such unconsciousness of self is rare with me. March 15th. At a public dinner at the Holborn restaurant. J replied to the toast of the ladies, feeble. H and I stood and had a silent toast to E and N by just winking one eye at each other. He sat opposite me. If I had been asked to reply to this toast, I should have said with the greatest gusto something as follows. Here follows the imaginary speech in full, composed the same night before going to sleep. Yet I am taken for a soft fool. My manner is soft, self-conscious, shy. What a lot of self-glorification I lose thereby! What a lot of self-torture I gain in its stead! March 17th. Today went to the BM but did very little work. Thought over the matter carefully and decided to ask E to marry me. Relieved to be able to decide. I was happy too. Yesterday P came in to us from E's studio and said, E sent her love. To whom? H inquired. I don't know, P replied, smiling at me. March 18th. Had a long conversation with H last night. He says all E intended to convey was that the quarrel was over. I felt relieved because I have no money, but a large ambition. Then I am selfish, and have not forgotten that I want to spend my holidays in the Jura, and, next year, 3 weeks at the Plymouth Laboratory. March 19th. Went over to see E. We had an awkward half an hour alone together. She was looking bewitching. I am plunging more and more into love. Had it on the tip of my tongue once. Am dreadfully fond of her. I have the most profound gloom over me, I said. Why don't you try and get rid of it? She asked. I can't until Zeus has pity and rolls away the clouds. April 21st. We are sitting up in our beds, which are side by side in a room on the top storey of a boarding house in Road. It is 11:30 p.m. and I am leaning over one side, lighting the oil lamp so as to boil the kettle to make Ovaltine before going to sleep. "Whom have I seduced?" I screamed. "You rotter! Don't you know that a dead passion full or regrets is as terrible as a dead body full of worms? There I talk literature, my boy, if you were only boss well enough to take it down. As for K, I shall never invite him to dinner again. He comes to me and whines that nobody loves him, and so I say, oh, poor lad, never mind, if you're bored, why come to my rooms of an evening and hear me talk. You're at the time of your life, and now he's cheeky. H, sipping his drink and very much preoccupied with it, replied abstractedly, when you die, you'll go to hell. I liked his Homeric simplicity. You ought to be buried in a fireproof safe. Silence. H, returning to the attack. I hope she turns you down. Thank you, I said. As for P, he resumed, she's double Dutch to me. Go to the Berlitz school, I suggested, and learn the language. You bally fool. All you do is sit there and smile like a sanguinary cat. Nothing I say ever rouses you. I believe if I came to you and said, here, Professor, is a beetle with 99 legs that has lived on granite in the middle of the Sahara for 40 days and 40 nights, you'd simply answer, yes, and that reminds me, I've forgotten to blow my nose. The two pyjamaed figures shake with laughing. The light goes out, and the sanguinary conversation continues on similar lines until we fall asleep. April 26th. 2 months sick leave. In a horrible panic. The last few days. I believe I'm developing locomotor ataxy. One leg, one arm and my speech are affected, i.e. the right side and my speech centre. M is serious. I hope the disease, whatever it is, will be sufficiently lingering to enable me to complete my book. R is a dear man. I shall not easily forget his kindness during this terrible week. Can the fates have the audacity? Who can say? April 27th. I believe there can be no doubt that I have had a slight partial paralysis of my right side, like Dad. I stutter a little in my speech when excited. I cannot write properly. Look at this handwriting. And my right leg is rocky at the knee. My head swims. It is too inconceivably horrible to be buried in the earth in such splendid spring weather. Who can tell me what is in store for me? Life opens to me. I catch a glimpse of a vision and the doors clang to again noiselessly. It is dark. That will be my history. I am developing a passionate belief in my book and a fever of haste to complete it before the congé définitif. April 29th. Saw M. again, who said my symptoms were alarming, certainly, but he was sure no definite diagnosis could be made. April 30th. Went with M. to see a well-known nerve specialist, Dr. H. He could find no symptoms of a definite disease, though he asked me suspiciously if I had ever been with women. Ordered 2 months' complete rest in the country. H. chased me round his consulting room with a drumstick, tapping my nerves and cunningly working my reflexes. Then he tickled the soles of my feet and pricked me with a pin, all of which I stood like a man. He wears a soft black hat, looks like a Quaker, and reads the Verhandlungen der Gesellschaft der Nervenarzten. M. is religious, and after I had disclosed my physique to him yesterday for the 99th time, he remained on his knees by the couch in his consulting room, after working my reflexes, for a moment or two in the attitude of prayer. When the doctor prays for you, better call in the undertaker. My epitaph. He played Ludo well. The game anyhow requires moral stamina. Ask H. May 5th. At R. Mugged about all day. Put on a gramophone record, then crawled up into a corner of the large empty drawing room and ate my heart out. Heart has a bitter taste, if it's your own. May 6th. Sat in the morning room feeling ill. In the chair opposite sat Aunt Fanny, aged 86, knitting. I listened to the click of her needles while out in the garden a thrush sang and there was a red sunset. May 8th. Before I left R, A, my brother, had written to Uncle enclosing my doctor's letter. I don't know the details except that Dr. M emphasised the seriousness, and yet held out hope that 2 months' rest would allay the symptoms. May 11th. At home. I made some offensive remark to H, whom I met in the street. This set him off. "You blighter, I hope you marry a loose woman. May your children be all bandy-legged and squint-eyed. May your teeth drop out and your toes have bunions," and so on in his usual lengthy commination. I turned to the third man. "Bob, this, after all I've done for that young man. I have even gone out of my way to cultivate in him a taste for poetry, until he is now in fact quite wrapped up in it, indeed so much so that for a time he was nothing but a brown paper parcel labelled poetry." H. doggedly. "When are you going to die?" "That, Master H," I answered menacingly, "is on the knees of the gods." H. "I shan't believe you're dead till I see your tombstone. I shall then say to the sexton, 'Is he really dead then?' And the sexton will say, 'Well, he's buried onyway.'" Bob was not quite in sympathy with our boisterous spirits. May 15th. Gardening. Sought out H as he was watering his petunias in the garden. He informed me he was going to London on Monday. H. "Mother is coming too." B. "Why?" H. "Oh, I'm buying my kit, shirts and things. I sail at the beginning of July." B. "I suppose shirts are difficult to buy. You wouldn't know what to do with one if you had one. Your mother will lead you by the hand into a shop and say, 'H, dear, this is a shirt,' and you'll reply with pathos, 'Mother, what are the wild shirts saying?'" H. "You're a B.F." Goes on watering. "I wonder what you'd do if you were let loose in a big garden," I began. H. "I should be as happy as a bird. I should hop about, chirrup and lay eggs. You should have seen my tomato plants last year. One was as tall as father." B. "Now tell me of the gooseberry as big as mother." Mutual execrations. Then we grinned and cackled at each other, emitting weird and ferocious cachinnations. Several times a day in confidential, serious tones, after one of these explosions, we say, "I really believe we're mad." You never heard such extraordinary caterwaulings. Our snappy conversations are interrupted with them every minute or so. Stagnancy. A stagnant day. Lay still in the park all day with just sufficient energy to observe. The park was almost empty. Everyone but me at work. Nothing is more dreary than a pleasure ground on work days. There was one man a little way off throwing a ball to a clever dog. Behind me on the path someone came along wheeling a pram. I listened in a kind of coma to the scrunching of the gravel in the distance a long time after the pram was out of sight. Far away the tinkle of church bells in a village across the river, and in front the man still throwing the ball to his clever dog. May 25th. Death. I suppose the truth is I am at last broken to the idea of death. Once it terrified me and once I hated it. But now it only annoys me. Having lived with the bogey for so long and broken bread with him so often, I am used to his ugliness, though his persistent attentions bore me. Why doesn't he do it and have done with me? Why this deference? Why does he pass me everything but the poison? Why am I such an unconscionably long time dying? What embitters me is the humiliation of having to die. To have to be pouring out the precious juices of my life into the dull earth. To be no longer conscious of what goes on, no longer moving abroad upon the earth creating attractions and repulsions, pouring out one's ego in a stream. To think that the women I have loved will be marrying and forget, and that the men I have hated will continue on their way and forget I ever hated them. The ignominy of being dead. What voluble talker likes his mouth to be stopped with earth, who relishes the idea of the carrion worm mining in the seat of the intellect? May 29th. Renunciation. Staying at the King's Hotel. Giddiness very bad. Death seems unavoidable. A tumour on the brain? Coming down here in the train, sat in corner of the compartment, twined one leg around the other, rested my elbow on the window ledge, and gazed out helplessly at the exuberant green fields, green woods and green hedgerows. The weather was perfect. The sun blazed down. Certainly I was rather sorry for myself at the thought of leaving it all, but I girded up my loins and wrapped around me for a while the mantle of a nobler sentiment, i.e. I felt sorry for the others as well. For the 2 brown carters in the road, ambling along with a timber wagon, for the 2 old maids in the same compartment with me, knitting bed socks, for the beautiful swallows darting over the stream, for the rabbit that lopped into the fern just as we passed, they too were all leaving it. The extent of my benign compassion startled me. It was so unexpected. Perhaps for the first time in my life I forgot all about my own miserable ambitions. I forgave the successful, the time-servers, the self-satisfied, the overweening, the gracious and condescending, all in fact who hitherto have been thorns in my flesh and innocently enough have goaded me to still fiercer efforts to win through. Poor people, I said, leave them alone. Let them be happy if they can. With a submissive heart, I was ready to sit down in the rows of this world's failures and never have thought one bitter word about success. To all those persons who in one way or another have foiled my purposes, I extended a pardon with Olympian gravity. And, strangest of all, I could have melted such frosty moral rectitudes with a genuine interest in the careers of my struggling contemporaries. With perfect self-abnegation I held out my hand to them and wished them all Godspeed. It was a strange metempsychosis, yet of a truth it is no use being niggardly over our lives. We are all of us shelling out, and we can afford to be generous, for we shall all, some early, some late, be bankrupt in the end. For my part I have had a short and boisterous voyage, and shan't be sorry to get into port. I give up all my plans, all my hopes, all my loves and enthusiasms without remonstrance. I renounce all. I myself am already really dead. May 30th. Last night the sea was as flat as a pavement. A pretty bark, with all her sails out to catch the smallest puff of wind. The tiniest inspiration was nevertheless without motion, a painted ship on a tapestry of violet. H Hill was an immense angular mass of indigo blue. Even rowing boats made little progress and the water came off the languid puddles in syrupy clots. Everything was utterly still, the air thick, like cotton wool to the touch, and very stifling. Vitality in living things leaked away under a sensuous lotus influence. Intermittently after the darkness had come, Ball Point Lighthouse shone like the wink of a lascivious eye. Pottering about all day on the pier in front, listening to other people's talk, catching snippets of conversation. Not edifying. If there were 7 wise men in the town, I would not save it. Damn the place. May 31st. I espied her first in the distance, and turned my head away quickly and looked out to sea. A moment after I began to turn my head round again slowly with the cautiousness and air of suspicion of a tortoise poking its head out from underneath his shell. I was terrified to discover that in the meantime she had come and sat down on the seat immediately behind me with her back to mine. We were like this back to back for some time, and I enjoyed the novel experience and the tension. A few years ago the bare sight of her gave me palpitation of the heart, and on the first occasion that I had courage to stop to speak, I felt livid and the skin on my face twitched uncontrollably. Presently I got up and walked past, in the knowledge that she must now be conscious of my presence after a disappearance of 3 years. Later we met face to face and I broke the ice. She's a pretty girl. So too is her sister. Few people, except my barber, know how amorous I am. He has to shave my sinuous lips.
The End of 1913, Part 1. Section 6, 1913, Part 2 of The Journal of a Disappointed Man by W. N. P. BARBELLION. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information, or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. 1913, Part 2.
June 3rd. Spent many dreadful hours cogitating whether to accept their invitation to dinner. I wanted to go for several reasons. I wanted to see her in a home setting for the first time, and I wanted to spend the evening with 3 pretty girls. I also had the idea of displaying myself to the scrutinising gaze of the family as the hero of the old romance, and of showing her how much I had progressed since last we met and what a treasure she had lost. On the other hand, I was afraid that the invitation was only a casual one. I feared a snuffy reception, a frosty smile, and a rigid hand. Could I go up and partake of meat at their board, among brothers and sisters, taking me for an ogre of a jilt, and she herself perhaps opposite me, making me blush perpetually to recall our one-time passionate kisses, our love letters, and our execrable verses to each other? There seemed dreadful possibilities in such an adventure, yet I badly wanted to experience the piquant situation. At 7 p.m, half an hour before I was due, decided on strong measures. I entered a pub and took a stiff whisky and soda, and then set off with a stout heart to take the icy family by storm, and if need be live down my evil reputation by my amicability and urbanity. I went, and of course everything passed off in the most normal manner. She is a very pretty girl, like velvet. Before dinner we walked in the garden, and talked only of flowers. June 4th. On the hill this morning, felt the thrill of the news of my own death. I imagined I heard the words, "You've heard the news about B?" Second voice, "No, what?" "He's dead." Silence. Won't all this seem piffle if I don't die after all? As an artist in life, I ought to die. It is the only artistic ending, and I ought to die now or the third act will fizzle out in a long doctor's bill. June 5th. A new pile in the pier. Watched some men put a new pile in the pier. There was all the usual paraphernalia of chains, pulleys, cranes and ropes, with a massive wooden pile swinging over the water at the end of a long wire hawser. Everything was in the massive style, even the men, very powerful men, slow, ruminative, silent men. Nothing very relevant could be gathered from casual remarks. The conversation was without exception monosyllabic. Let go or stand fast, but by close attention to certain obscure movements of the man on the ladder near the water's edge, it gradually came through to my consciousness that all these powerful, silent men were up against some bitter difficulty. I cannot say what it was. The burly monsters were silent about the matter. In fact, they appeared almost indifferent and tired, so very tired of the whole business. The attitude of the man nearest me was that for all he cared, the pile could go on swinging in mid-air to the crack of doom. They continued slow, laborious efforts to overcome the secret difficulty, but these gradually slackened and finally ceased. One massive man after another abandoned his post in order to lean over the rails and gaze like a mystic into the depths of the sea. No one spoke. No one saw anything, not even in the depths of the sea. One spat, and with round, sad eyes contemplated the trajectory of his brown bolus he had been chewing in its descent into the water. The foreman, an original thinker, lit a cigarette which relieved the tension. Then slowly and with majesty he turned on his heel and walked away. With the sudden eclipse of the foreman's interest, the incident closed. I should have been scarcely surprised to find him behind the harbour master's office playing shove halfpenny, or skittles at a pile still swinging in mid-air. After all, it was only a bloody pile. June 11th. Depression. Suffering from depression. The melancholy fit fell very suddenly. All the colour went out of my life. The world was dirty grey. On the way back to my hotel, caught sight of H, jumping into a cab after a visit to S. Sands, but the sight of him aroused no desire in me to shout or wave. I merely wondered how on earth he could have spent a happy day at such a sandy place. On arriving at sank deeper into my morass. It suffocated me to find the old familiar landmarks coming into view, the holiday makers along the street, how I hated them. The Peg Top Hill, how desolate, all as before, how dull. The very fact that they were all there as before in the morning nauseated me. The sea coast here is magnificent, the town is pretty, I know that, of course. But all looked dreary and cheerless. Just the sort of feeling one gets on entering an empty house with no fire on a winter's day and nowhere to sit down. I felt as lonely and desolate as a man suddenly fallen from the clouds into an unknown town on the Antarctic continent built of ice and inhabited by penguins. Who are these people? I asked myself irritably. There perhaps on the other side of the street was my own brother. But I was not even faintly interested, and told the cabman to drive on. The spray from the sea fogged my spectacles and made me weary. June 14th. The restlessness of the sea. The restlessness of the sea acts as a soporific on jangled nerves. You gaze at its incessant activities, unwillingly at first because they distract your attention from your own cherished worries and griefs, but later you watch with complete self-abandon. It wrenches you out of yourself, and eventually with a kind of stupid, hypnotic stare. Dr. Spurgeon. The day has been overcast, but tonight a soft breeze sprang up and swept the sky clear as softly as a mop. The sun coming out shone upon a white sail far out in the channel, scarcely another vessel hove in sight. The white sail glittered like a piece of silver paper whenever the mainsail swung round as the vessel tacked. Its solitariness and whiteness in a desert of marine blue attracted the attention and held it till at last I could look at nothing else. The sight of it, so clean and white and fair, set me yearning for all the rarest and most exquisite things my imagination could conjure up. A beautiful girl with fair and sunburnt skin, brown eyes, dark eyebrows, and small, pretty feet. A dewdrop in a violet's face, an orange-tipped butterfly swinging on an umbel of a flower. The sail went on twinkling and began to exert an almost moral influence over me. It drew out all the good in me. I longed to follow it on white wings, an angel, I suppose, to quit this husk of a body as raiment put away, and pursue truth and beauty across the sea to the horizon and beyond the horizon, up the sky itself to its last tenuous confines, no doubt with a still small voice summoning me and the rest of the elect to an agate moan, with Dr. Spurgeon at the door, distributing tracts. I can scoff like this now, but at the time my exultation was very real. My soul strained in the leash. I was full of a desire for unattainable spiritual beauty. I wanted something, but I don't know what I want. June 16th. My sense of touch has always been morbidly acute. I like to feel a cigarette locked in the extreme corner of my mouth. When I remove it from my mouth, then I hold it probably up in the fork between two fingers. If I am waiting for a meal, I finger the cool knives and forks. If I am in the country, I plunge my hands with outspread fingers into a mass of large-topped grasses, then close my fingers, crush and decapitate the lot. June 27th. Camping out at S. Sands. A brilliant summer day. Up early, breakfast, and clad in sweater and trousers, walked up the sands to the boathouse with bare feet. Everything was wonderful. I strode along over the level sands, infatuated with the sheer ability to put one leg in front of the other and walk. I loved to feel the muscles of my thighs working and to swing my arms in rhythm with the stride. The stiff breeze had blown the sky clear and was rushing through my long hair and bellowing into each ear. I strode as Alexander must have done. Then I stretched my whole length out along a flat plank on the sands, which was as dry as a bone and warm. There was not a soul on the sands. Everything was bare, clean, windswept. My plank had been washed clean and white. The sands, 3 miles of it, were hard and purified level. My eye raced along in every direction. There was nothing, not a bird or a man, to stop it. In that immense windswept space nothing was present save me and the wind and the sea. A flattering moment for the egotist. At the foot of the cliffs on the return journey met an old man gathering sticks. As he ambled along dropping sticks into a long sack, he called out casually, "Do you believe in Jesus Christ?" in the tone of voice which one would say, "I think we shall have some rain before night." "Aye, aye," came the answer without hesitation from a boy lying on his back in the sands a few yards distant. "And that he died to save me." Life is full of surprises like this. The only other sounds I have heard to day were the herring gulls' cackle. Your own gardener will one day look over his rake and give you the correct chemical formula for carbonic acid gas. I met a postman once reading Shelley as he walked his rounds. June 28th. I am writing this by the lamp in the cabin among the sandhills waiting for H to arrive from town with provisions. I wear a pair of bags, a dirty sweater, and go without hat or shoes and stockings. There is a Deadwood Dick atmosphere here. I'm a sort of bronco breaker or rancher off duty riding home. In a minute, I haven't the slightest doubt, H will gallop into the compound, tether his colt and come in raising Cain for a bellyful of red meat. If I'm going to live after all, touch wood, I shall go abroad and be in the open. I eat greedily, am getting very sunburnt, and growing hairy, that means strength, and utter portentous oaths. If I stayed here much longer, I should grow a tail and climb trees. After a supper of fried eggs and fried bread done to a nicety, turned in at 10, and both of us lay warm and comfortable in bed, smoking cigarettes and listening to Hoffmann's Barcarolle on the gramophone. We put the lamp out, and it pleased us to watch the glow of each other's cigarettes in the dark. Neither of us spoke. Went to sleep at midnight. Awoke at sunrise to hear an owl still hooting, a lark singing, and several jackdaws clattering on our tin roof with their claws as they walked. July 1st. In London again. Returned to London very depressed. Am not so well as I was 3 weeks ago. The sight of one eye is affected, and I am haunted by the possibility of blindness. Then I have a numb feeling on one side of my face, and my right arm is less mobile. Left darling mother in a very weak state in bed, with neuritis and a weak heart. She cried when I said good-bye, and asked me to go to church as often as I could, and to read a portion of Scripture every day. I promised. Then she added, "For Dad's sake," just as if I would not do it for her. Poor dear, she suffers a deal of pain. She does not know how ill I am. I have not told her. July 3rd. Back at work. A terrible day. Thoughts of suicide. A pistol. July 8th. I get through each day with the utmost difficulty. I have to wrestle with every minute. Each hour is a conquest. The 3/4 of an hour at lunch comes as a godsend. I look forward to it all the morning. I enter into it with joyful relief with no thought of the dreadful moment impending when I must return and re-enter my room. By being wise like this, I manage to husband my spirits, and am relatively cheerful for 1 hour in the middle of each difficult day. July 9th. Several times I have gone to bed and hoped I should never wake up. Life grows daily more impossible. To-day I put a slide underneath the microscope and looked at it. It was like looking at something through the wrong end of a telescope. I sat with eye glued to the ocular so as to keep up a pretence of work in case someone came in. my mind was occupied with quite different affairs. If one is pondering on life and death, it is a terrible task to have to study mites. July 10th. Am doing no work at all. I sit motionless in my chair and beat the devil's tattoo with my thumbs and think in the same horrible circle hour after hour. I'm unable to work. I haven't the courage to. I've lost my nerve. At 5 I return home to the boarding house and get more desperate. 2 old maids sat down to dinner to-night, one German youth, a lascivious, ranting, brainless creature, a lady typist who takes drugs, they say, a dipsomaniac who has monthly bouts. H carried him upstairs and put him to bed the other night, 2 invertebrate violinists who play in the Covent Garden Orchestra, a colonial lady engaged in a bedroom intrigue with the man who sits at my table. What are these people to me? I hate them all. They know it and are offended. After dinner put on my cap and rushed out anywhere to escape. Walked to the end of the street, not knowing where I was going or what doing. Stopped and stared with fixed eyes at the traffic in Kensington Road, undetermined what to do with myself and unable to make up my mind. Volitional paralysis. Turned round, walked home, and went straight to bed 9 p.m, anxiously looking forward to tomorrow evening when I go to see her again, but at the same time wondering how on earth I am to get through tomorrow's round before the evening comes. This is a hand-to-mouth existence. My own inner life is scorching up all outside interests. Zoology appears as a curious thing in a Baghdad bazaar. I sit in my room at the BM and play with it. I let it trickle through my fingers and roll away like a child playing with quicksilver. July 11th. Over to the flat. She was looking beautiful in a black dress, with a white silk blouse and a Byron collar, negligently open in front as if a button had come out. She said I varied. Sometimes I went up in her estimation, sometimes down. Once I went down very low. I understood her to say I was now up. Hallelujah! July 14th. It would take too long and I am too tired to write out all the varying phases of this day's life, all its impressions and petty miseries chasing one another across my consciousness or leapfrogging over my chest like gleeful fiends. Footnote. The life of the soul is different. There is nothing more changing, more varied, more restless. To describe the incidents of 1 hour would require an eternity. Journal of Eugénie Duguerin. July 21st. Thoroughly enjoyed the journey up to town this morning. I secretly gloated over the fact that the train was dashing along over the rails to London, bearing me and all the rest of the train's company upon their pursuits, wealth, fame, learning. I was inebriated with the speed, ferocity and dash of living. If the train had charged into the buffers I should have hung my head out the window and cheered. If a man had got in my way I'd have knocked him down. The wheels of the carriage were singing a lusty song in which I joined. July 30th. We talked of men and women, and she said she thought men were neither angels nor devils, but just men. I said I thought women were either angels or devils. I am afraid to ask you which you think me. You needn't, I said shortly. August 9th. Horribly upset with news from home. Mother is really ill. The doctor fears serious nerve trouble and says she will always be an invalid. This is awful. Poor dear. It's dreadful, and yet I have a tiny wish buried at the bottom of my heart that she may be removed early from us rather than linger in pain of body and mind. Especially do I hope she may not live to hear any grievous news of me. What irony that she should lose the use of her right arm only 2 years after Dad's death from paralysis. It is cruel, for it reminds her of Dad's illness. What too
would she think if she could have heard M's first words to me yesterday on one of my periodical visits to his consulting room? "Well, how's the paralysis?" In the evening went over to see her. She was wearing a black silk gown and looked handsome. She is always the same sombre, fascinating, lissom, soft-voiced she. She herself never changes. What am I to do? I cannot give her up, and yet I do not altogether wish to take her to my heart. It distresses me to know how to proceed. I am a wily fish. August 10. Sat in the gardens with her. We sat facing the sun for a while until she was afraid of developing freckles and turned around, deliberately turning her back on good King Sol. I said it was disrespectful. "Oh, he doesn't mind," she said. "He's a dear. He kissed me and said, 'Turn round, my dear, if you like.' Isn't she tantalising?" I wanted to say sarcastically, "I wonder you let him kiss you." But there was a danger of the remark reviving the dead. August 14. I tried my best. I sought every loophole of escape, but I am quite unable to avoid the melancholy fact that her thumbs are lamentable. I am genuinely upset about it, for I like her. No one more than I would be delighted if they were otherwise. Poor dear, how I love her. That's why I am so concerned about her thumbs. August 21. A wire from A came at 11:50 saying, "Darling mother passed peacefully away yesterday afternoon." Yesterday afternoon I was writing zoology, and all last night I slept soundly. It was quite sudden. Caught the first train home. August 23. The funeral. August 31. Staying at the Hôtel de Guquemont at Cancale near St. Malo with dear A. This flood of new experiences has knocked my diary habit out of gear. To be candid, I've forgotten all about myself. I've been too engrossed in living to stand the strain of sitting down and, in cold blood, writing out all the things seen and heard. If I once began, I should blow through these pages like a whirlwind. But what a waste of time with M. le Batelier waiting outside with his bisque to take us mackerel fishing. September 8. Returned to Southampton yesterday. I spent the night at Okehampton in Devonshire en route for T Rectory. This morning we hatched the ridiculous idea of hiring 2 little Dartmoor ponies and riding out from the town. A rides fairly well, though he has not been astride a beast for years. As for me, I cannot ride at all. Yet I had the idea that I could easily manage a pretty little pony with brown eyes and a long tail. On going out into the inn yard, was horrified. 2 horses saddled, one a large traction beast. I climbed on to the smaller one, walked him out of the yard and down the road in good style without accident. Once in the country, however, my animal, the fresher of the 2, insisted on a smart trot which shook me up a good deal so that I hardly kept my seat. This eventually so annoyed the animal that it began to fidget and zigzag across the road, no doubt preparing to break away at a stretch gallop when once it had rid itself of the incomprehensible pair of legs across its back. I got off quickly and swapped horses with A. Walked him most of the way while A cantered forward and back to cheer me on. Ultimately, however, this beast too got sick of walking and began to trot. For a time I stood this well and began to rise in my saddle quite nicely. After 2 miles, horrible soreness supervened and I had to get off. Very carefully with a funny feeling in my legs, even looked down at them to assure myself they were not bandy. In doing so, the horse, this traction monster, stepped on my toe and I swore. On nearing the village, L arrived riding A's animal and holding his sides for laughing at me as I crawled along holding the cart horse by the bridle. Got on again and rode into the rectory grounds in fine style like a dashing cavalier, everyone jeering at me from the lawn. September 28. Having lived on this planet now for the space of 24 years, I can claim with some cogency that I am qualified to express some sort of opinion about it. I therefore hereby record that I find myself in an exorbingly interesting place where I live, move and have my being, dominated by one monstrous feature above all others. The mystery of it all. Everything is so astonishing. My own existence is incredible. Nothing explains itself. Everyone is dumb. It is like walking about at a masked ball. Even I myself am a mystery to me. How wonderful and frightening that is, to feel yourself, your innermost and most substantial possession to be a mystery, incomprehensible. I look at myself in the mirror and mock at myself. On some days I am to myself as strange and unfamiliar as a pterodactyl. There is a certain grim humour in finding myself here possessed of a perfectly arbitrary arrangement of lineaments, which I never asked to be here, and never selected my own attributes. To the dignity of a human being it seems like a coarse practical joke. My own freakish physique is certainly a joke. October 4th. In London again. K comes in from her dancing class, nods to me, hugs her sister around the neck and says, "Oh, you dear thing, you've got a cold." "I shouldn't do that," I remark green-eyed. "She's in an awful wax to-night." She: "Oh, I don't mind K." Laughter. October 8th. Heard a knock at the door last night and, thinking it was R, I unbolted it and let in a tramp who at once asked God to bless me and crown all my sorrow with joy. An amiable fellow to be sure, so I gave him some coppers and he at once repeated with wonderful fervour, "God bless you, sir." "I wish he would," I answered. "I have a horrible cold."
"Ah, I know. I gets it myself, and the hinfluenza. Have you had that, sir?"
In 10 minutes I should have told him all my personal history, but he was thirsting for a drink and went off quickly and left me with my heart unburthened. London is a lonely place. To-day journeyed to where I gave evidence as an expert in economic entomology at the County Court in a case concerning damage to furniture by mites, for which I am paid £8 8s. Fee and expenses, and travelled first class. What irony! See June 30th, 1911. October 11th. I may be a weak, maundering, vacillating fool, but I cannot help loving her on one day, being indifferent the next, and on some occasions even disliking her. To-day she was charming, with a certain warm glossy perfection on her face and hair, and she loves me. I could swear it. And when a woman woos, etc. How difficult for a vain and lonely man to resist her. She tells me many times in many dainty ways that she loves me without so much as stopping her work to talk. I wish I were permanently and irresistibly enamoured. I want a bouleversement. October 13th. Went to see a Harley Street oculist about the sight of one eye, which has caused a lot of trouble and worry of late and continually haunted me with the possibility of blindness. At times I see men as trees walking, and print becomes hopelessly blurred. The specialist, however, is reassuring. The eye is healthy. No neuritis, but the adjustment muscles have been thrown out of gear by the nervous troubles of last spring. Was ever man more sorely tempted? Here am I lonely and uncomfortable in diggings with a heart like nascent oxygen. Shall I? Yes, but... and I have neither health nor wealth. October 22nd. I saw it for the first time to-day. Gadzooks! This is the only fit ejaculation to express my amazement. It's a pagan temple with the gods in the middle and all around, various obscure dark figures prostrating themselves in worship. For anyone who is not simply a sheep or cow, or whose nervous organisation is a degree more sensitive than the village blacksmith's, it is a besetting peril to his peace of mind to be constantly moving about an independent being, with loves and hates and a separate identity among other separate identities, who prowl and prowl around like the hosts of Median, ready to snarl, fight, seize you, bore you, exasperate you, to arouse all your passions, call up all the worst from the depths where they have lain hidden. A day spent among my fellows goads me to a frenzy by the evening. I am no longer fit for human companionship. People string me up to concert pitch. I develop suspicions of one that he is prying, of another that he patronises. Others make me horribly anxious to stand well in their eyes and horribly curious to know what they think of me. Others I hate and loathe, for no particular reason. There is a man I am acquainted with concerning whom I know nothing at all. He may be Jew, Gentile, Socinian, Pre-Adamite, Anabaptist, Rosicrucian, I don't know, and I don't care, for I hate him. I should like to smash his face in. I don't know why. In the whole course of our tenuous acquaintanceship we have spoken scarce a dozen words to each other, yet I should like to blow up his face with dynamite. If I had £200 a year private income, I should be in wait for him to-morrow round a corner and land him one, just to indicate my economic independence. He would call for the police, and the policeman, discerning creature, on arrival, would surely say, "With a face like that, I'm not surprised." R said to me this morning, "Well, have you heard?" with an exuberance of curiosity that made my blood boil. He was referring to my essay, still at the bar of the opinion of the editor of the English Review. "You beast!" I snapped, and walked off. R shouted with laughter, for he realises my anger with him is only semi-serious. It is meant and not meant. Meant, for it is justified by the facts. Not meant, for I can't be too serious over anything or fond. Of all the grim and ridiculous odds and ends of chance that fortune has rolled up to my feet, my friendship with a man like B is the grimmest and most ridiculous. He is a bachelor of 60, rather good looking, of powerful physique and a faultless constitution. His ignorance is colossal, and he once asked whether Australia, for example, though surrounded by water, is not connected up with other land underneath the sea. Being himself a child in intelligence, though commercially cunning, he has a great respect for my brains. Being himself a strong man, he views my ill health with much contempt. His private opinion is that I am in consumption. When asked once by a lady if I were not going to be a great man one day, he replied, "Yes, if he lives." I ought to walk 6 miles a day, drink a bottle of stout with my dinner, and eat plenty of onions. His belief in the curative properties of onions is strong as death. His system of prophylaxis may be quickly summarised. 1. Hot whiskey ad lib. And off to bed. 2. A woman. These two sterling preventives is often urged upon me at the same time tipping out a quantity of anathemas on doctors and physic. He is a cynic. He scoffs at the medical profession, the law, the church, the press. Every man is guilty until he is proved innocent. The Premier is an unscrupulous character. The Bishop a salacious humbug. No doctor will cure, for it pays him to keep you ill. Every clergyman puts the Sunday school teacher in the family way. His mouth is permanently distorted by cynicism. He is vain, and believes all women are in love with him. When playing the gallant, he turns on a special voice, wears white spats, and looks like a Newmarket crook. "I lost my bus," a girl says to him. "Lost your bus?" he answers, in a broad Scotch. "I can see you've done that." His sexual career has been a remarkable one, he claiming to have brought many women to bed and actually to have lain with women of almost all European nationalities, for he has been a great traveller. This man is my devoted friend, and truth to tell I get on with him better than I do with most people. I like his gamey flavour, his utter absence of self-consciousness, and his dogged loyalty to myself, his weaker brother. He may be depraved in his habits, coarse in his language, boorish in his manners, ludicrous in the wrongness of all his views, but I like him just because he is so hopeless. I get on with him because it is so impossible to reclaim him. My missionary spirit is not intrigued.
If he only dabbled in vice, for an experiment, if he had pale, watery ideas about current literature, if, to use his own favourite epithet, he were genteel, I should quarrel. October 30th. Having developed a passion for a piece of sculpture by R. Boltzig called the Reifenwerferin, the most beautiful figure of a woman. I am already devoted to Rodin's Kiss and have a photo of it framed in my bedroom. Have written to Bruciani's. I suspect my growing appreciation of the plastic art is with me only distilled sensuality. I enjoy my morning bath for the same reason. My bath is a daily baptism. I revel in the pleasure of the pain of the cold water. I whistle gleefully because I am clean and cool and nude early in the morning with the sun still low, before the day has been stained by clothes, dirt, pain, exasperation, death. How I love myself as I rub myself down. The cool, pink skin. I could eat it. I want to be all day in a cold bath to enjoy the pain of mortifying the flesh. It is so beautiful, so soft, so inscrutable. If I cut out chunks of it, it would only bleed. November 8th. The other morning R said hyperbolically that he hadn't slept all night for fear that, before he had time to put an arresting hand on my shoulder and say, "Don't," I might have gone and become entangled. No, I'm as firm as a rock, my dear. But in imagination the affair was continued as follows. She: "I am fond of you, you know." He: "I wish you wouldn't say these things to me. They're quite embarrassing." She: "Oh, my dear, I'm not serious, you know. You're such a vain young man." He: "Well, it's equally embarrassing anyway." She: "Then I am serious." Tears. I say, I wish you would take me only for what I am. A blackguard with no good intentions, yet no very evil ones, but still a blackguard, whom you seem to find has engaging manners. I breathe freely, hoping to have escaped this terrible temptation, and turn to go. But she, looking up smiling through a curtain of wet eyelashes, asks, "Won't the blackguard stop a little longer?" In a moment my earthworks, redoubts and bastions fall down. I rush forward impetuously into her arms, shouting, "I will! I will! I will as long as for eternity!" Curtain. I dramatised this little picture and much more last night before going to sleep when I was in a fever. I should succumb at once to the first really skilful coquette. November 9th. Ludo. We played Ludo together this evening and she won 2s. 6d. Handsomely gowned in black and wearing black ornaments, she sat with me in the lamplight on the sofa in the Morris room, with the Ludo board between us placed on a large green cushion. Her face was white as parchment and her hair seemed an ebony black. I lolled in the opposite corner, a thin, elongated youth, with fair hair all stivered up, dressed in a light brown lounge suit with a good trouser crease, a soft linen collar and a red tie. Between us on its green cushion, the Ludo board with its brilliantly coloured squares, all of it set before a background formed by the straight-backed rectangular settle-like sofa with a charming covering which went with the rest of the scheme. "Rather decorative," remarked in an audible voice, turning her head on one side and quizzing. I can well believe it was. She looked wholly admirable. November 21st. My nightmare. Can't get rid of my cough. I have so many things to do. I am living in a fever of haste to get them done. Yet this cough hinders me. There is always something which drags me back from the achievement of my desires. It is like a nightmare. I see myself struggling violently to escape from a monster which draws continuously nearer, until his shadow falls across my path, when I begin to run and find my legs tied, etc. The only difference is that mine is a nightmare from which I never wake up. The haven of successful accomplishment remains as far off as ever. Oh, make haste! November 29th. The English Review has returned my essay. This is a keen disappointment to me. I wish I could use this, but I am really too full, the editor writes, to be faintly encouraged and delicately rejected. Why I prefer the printed form. December 1st. More irony. Renewed my cold. I could do nothing all day but blow my nose, cough, and curse Austin Harrison. M thinks the lungs are all right. There was nothing there, I think, said he this morning. Alleluia! Have had visions of consumption for weeks past, and M himself has been expecting it. I always just escape. I always almost get something, do something, go somewhere. I have dabbled in a variety of diseases, but never got one downright. Footnote. See entry for November 27th, 1915. But only enough to make me feel horribly unfit and very miserable without the consolation of being able to regard myself as the heroic victim of some incurable disorder. Instead of being Stevenson with tuberculosis, I've only been Jones with dyspepsia. So too in other directions, big events have always just missed me. By Herculean efforts I succeeded in giving up newspaper journalism and breaking through that steel environment, but only to become an entomologist. I once achieved success in an essay in the Academy which attracted attention, a debut, however, that never developed. I had not quite arrived. It is always not quite. Yesterday I received a state visit from the editor of the Furniture Record, seeking advice on how to eradicate mites from upholstering. I received him ironically, but little did he understand. I shot up like a ball on a bagatelle board, all steamy into zoology, my once beloved science, but at once rolled dead into the very low hole of economic entomology. Curse! Why can't I either have a first-rate disease or be a first-rate zoologist? And just think what a much better figure I should have cut from the artistic viewpoint had I remained a newspaper reporter who had taught himself prodigious embryology out of F.M. Balfour's textbook, who had cut sections of fowls' eggs and newt embryos with a hand microtome, who had passionately dissected out the hidden internal anatomy of a great variety of animals, who could recite Wiedersheim's comparative anatomy of vertebrates and patter off the difference between a nephridium and a coalomic duct without turning a hair, or the phylogenetic history, how absorbing, of the kidney, Phroniferous, Mesophronous and Metaniferous, and all the ducts. All this over now and wasted. My hardly won knowledge wrenched away, is never brought into use. It lies piled up in my brain, rotting. I could have become a first-rate comparative anatomist. December 3rd. Cold better, so back at work. Golding ale, Dunfermline as R puts it. December 9th. In the evening found it quite impossible to stay in the house any longer. Some vague fear drove me out. I was alarmed to be alone or to be still. It's my cough, I think. Had 2 glasses of port at the Kensington Hotel. Conversed with the barmaid and then came home. December 10th. "Don't be an old fossil," she said to me tonight irreverently. "Apropos of what?" I inquired. "Mother, here's W proposing to E. Do come," cried, with intent to confuse. I laughed heartlessly. Dear, dear, where will it all end? It's a sad business when you fall in love with a girl you don't like. December 26th. Spent a romping day at the flat. Kissed her sister twice under the mistletoe, and in the evening went to a cinema. After supper made a mock heroic speech and left hilarious. End of 1913. Part 2.
Section 7, 1914, Part 1 of The Journal of a Disappointed Man by W. N. P. BARBELLION. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information, or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. 1914, Part 1. February 4th. Finally, and in conclusion, I have fallen ill again, have again resumed my periodical visits to the doctor, and am swallowing his rat poison in a blind faith as aforetime. In fact, I am in London, leading the same solitary life, seeing no one, talking to no one, and daily struggling with this demon of ill health. Can no one exorcise him? The sight of both my eyes is affected now. Blindness? B. continues whoring, drinking, sneezing. R, as usual, devoid of emotion, cold, passionless. Shavian and self-absorbed, still titillates his mind with etching, sociology, music, etc., and I have, at last, ceased to bore him with what he probably calls the febrile utterances of an overwrought mind. Such is my world. Oh, I forgot. On the floor below me is a corpse, that of an old gentleman who passed away suddenly in the night. In the small hours the landlady went for the doctor over the way, but he refused to come, saying the old man was too aged. So the poor gentleman died alone, in this rat hole of a place. February 7th. Intending to buy my usual 3-penny packet of goldflakes, entered a tobacconist's in Piccadilly, but once inside surprised to find myself in a classy West End establishment, which frightened my flabby nature into buying de rusks instead. I hadn't the courage to face the aristocrat behind the counter with a request for goldflakes, probably not stocked. What would he think of me? Besides, I shrank from letting him see I was not perfectly well-to-do. February 14th. I wonder what this year has in store for me. The first 24 years of my life have hunted me up and down the keyboard. I've been right to the top and also to the bottom, very happy and very miserable. Yet I prefer the life that is a hunt and an adventure. I don't really mind being chased like this. I almost thrive on the excitement. If I knew always where to look with any degree of certainty for my next day's life, I should yawn. What if today be sweet, I say, and never look ahead? To me, next week is next century. The danger and uncertainty of my life makes me cherish and hug closely to my heart various little projects that otherwise would seem unworthy. I work at them quickly, frantically, sometimes afraid to whisper to a living soul what expectations I dare to harbour in my heart. What if now the end be near? Not a word. Let me go onward. February 15th. Today I have reviewed the situation carefully, exhaustively. I have peered into every aspect of my life and achievements, and everything I have seen nauseates me. I can find no ray of comfort in anything I have done or in anything I might do. My life seems to have been a wilderness of futile endeavour. I started wrong from the very beginning. At the moment of my birth I was coming into the world in the wrong place and under wrong conditions. Why seek to overcome such colossal initial disadvantages? In this mood I found fault with my parentage, my inheritance, all my mental and physical disabilities. This must be a form of incipient insanity. Even as a boy I can remember being preternaturally absorbed in myself, and preternaturally discontented. I was accustomed to exhaust my mind by the most harassing cross-examinations. No counsel at the bar ever treated a witness more mercilessly. After a day of this sort of thing, when silently and morbidly in every spare moment at meals, in school, or on a walk, I would incessantly ply the questions, "What is the ultimate value of your work, cui bono, etc." I went to bed in the evening with a feeling of hopelessness and dissatisfaction.
haggard with considerations and reconsiderations of my outlook, my talent, my character, my future. In bed I tossed from side to side, mentally exhausted with my efforts to obtain some satisfying conclusion, always hopeful, determined to the last to be able to square up my little affairs before going to sleep. But out of this mazy, vertiginous mass of thinking, no satisfaction ever came. Now, I thought, or the next moment, or as soon as I review and revise myself in this or in that aspect, I shall be content. And so I went on, tearing down and reforming, revising and reviewing, till finally, from sheer exhaustion and very unhappy, I fell asleep. Next morning I was all right. February 20th. I'm feeling very unwell. My ill health, my isolation, balked ambitions, and daily breadwinning all conspire to bring me down. The idea of a pistol and the end of it grows on me day by day. February 21st. After 4 days of the most profound depression of spirits, bitterness, self-distrust, despair, I emerged from the cloud today quite suddenly. Probably the arsenic and strychnine begin to take effect, and walked up Exhibition Road with the intention of visiting the Science Museum library so as to refer to Schaeffer's Essentials of Histology. I have to watch myself carefully so that I may act at once as soon as the balance of mind is restored. In the lobby was a woman screaming as if in pain, with a passer-by at her side saying sternly, "What is the matter with you?" as if she were making herself ridiculous by suffering pain in public. I passed by quickly, pretending not to notice lest, after all, I should be done out of my Essentials of Histology. Even in the library I very nearly let the opportunity slide by picking up a book on squaring the circle, the preface and introduction of which I was forced to read. March 4th. The Entomological Society. There were a great many scarabees present, who exhibited to one another poor little pinned insects in collecting boxes. It was really a one-man show, Prof. Poulton, a man of very considerable scientific attainments, being present, and shouting with a raucous voice in a way that must have scared some of the timid, unassuming collectors of our country's butterflies and moths. Like a great powerful sheepdog, he got up and barked, "Mendelian characters," or "germplasm," what time the obedient flock ran together and bleated a pitiful applause. I suppose, having frequently heard those and similar phrases fall from the lips of the great man at these reunions, they have come to regard them as symbols of a ritual which they think it pious to accept without any question. So every time the Professor says, "Alliomorph," or some such phrase, they cross themselves and never venture to ask him what the hell it is all about. March 7th. A Scots fir. I have been feeling very down of late, but yesterday I saw a fine Scots fir by the roadside. Tall, erect, as straight as a Parthenon pillar. The sight of it restored my courage. It had a tonic effect. Quite unconsciously I pulled my shoulders back and walked ahead with renewed vows never to flinch again. It is a noble tree. It has strength as a giant and a giant's height, and yet kindly withal the branches drooping down graciously towards you, like a kind giant extending its hands to a child. March 22nd. A stagnant day. Went to bed late last night, so I slept on soundly till 9 a.m. Went down to the bathroom, but found the door was shut, so went back to my bedroom again, lay down and dozed a while, thinking of nothing in particular. Went down again, door still locked, swore, returned once more to my room and reclined on the bed with door open, so that I could hear as soon as the bathroom door opened. Rang the bell, and Miss brought up a jug of hot water to shave with and a tumbler of hot water to drink, for my dyspepsia. She, on being interrogated, said there was someone in the bathroom. I said I wanted a bath too, so as she passed on her way down she shouted, "Hurry up, Mr. Barbellion wants a bath as well." Her footsteps then died away as she descended lower into the basement where the family lives, sleeps and cooks our food. At length,
Hearing the door open, I ejaculated, "The Lord be praised," rushed down, entered the bathroom and secured it from further intruders. I observed that Miss Senior had been bathing her members and that the bath, though empty, was covered inside of patches of soap, unutterably black. Oh, Miss. Dressed leisurely and breakfasted. When the table was cleared, wrote a portion of my essay on Spallanzani. Then, being giddy and tired, rang for dinner. Miss laid the table. She looked very clean. I said, "Good morning," and she suitably replied, and I went on reading the Winning Post. Felt too slack to be amiable. Next time she came in, I said as pleasantly as I could, "Is it all ready?" and being informed, proceeded to eat forthwith. In the afternoon took a bus to Richmond. No room outside, so I had to go inside, curse, and sit opposite a row, curse again, of fat, ugly, elderly women, all off to visit their married daughters, the usual Sunday jaunt. At Hammersmith got on the outside and at Turnham Green was caught in a hailstorm. Very cold all of a sudden, so got off and took shelter in the doorway of a shop, which was of course closed, the day being Sunday. Rain, wind and hail continued for some while as I gazed at the wet, almost empty street, thinking, rethinking and thinking over again the same thought, viz. That the bus ride along this route was exceptionally cheap, probably because of competition with the trams. The next bus took me to Richmond. 2 young girls sat in front and kept looking back to know if I was game. I looked through them. Walked in the park just conscious of the singing of larks and the chatter of jays, but harassed mentally by the question, "To whom shall I send my essay?" when finished. To shelter from the rain sat under an oak, where 4 youths joined me and said, "Worse luck," and "Not 'arf," and smoked cigarettes. They gossiped and giggled like girls, put their arms around each other's necks. At the dinner last night they said they had duck and tomato soup and beeswax. Beasley, you know, the chap that goes about with Smith a lot, wore a fancy waistcoat with a dinner jacket. When I got up to move on they became convulsed with laughter. I scowled. Had tea in the Pagoda tea rooms, dry toast and brown bread and butter. 2 young men opposite me were quietly playing the fool. "Hold my hand," one said audibly enough for 2 lovers to hear, comfortably settled up in a corner. Even at a side view I could see them kissing each other in between mouthfuls of bread and butter and jam. On rising to go, one of the 2 hilarious youths removed my cap and playfully placed it on top of the bowler which his friend was wearing. "My cap, I think," I said sharply, and the young man apologised with a splutter. I glared like a killjoy of 60. On the bus coming home, through streets full of motor traffic and all available space plastered with advertisements that screamed at you, I espied in front 3 pretty girls who gave me the glad eye. One had a deep musical voice and kept on using it. One of the others a pretty ankle and kept on showing it. At Kew 2 Italians came on board, one of whom went out of his way to sit among the girls. He sat level with them and kept turning his head around, giving them a sweeping glance as he did so, to shout remarks in Italian to his friend behind. He thought the girls were prostitutes, I think, and he may have been right. I was on the seat behind this man and for want of anything better to do studied his face minutely. In short it was fat, round and greasy. He wore black mustachios of curly ends. His eyes were dark, shining, bulgy, and around his neck was wrapped a scarf inside a dirty linen collar, as if he had a sore throat. I sat behind him and hated him steadily, perseveringly. At Hammersmith the 3 girls got off and the bulgy-eyed Italian watched them go with lascivious eyes, looking over the rail and down at them on the pavement, still interested. I looked down too. They crossed the road in front of us and disappeared. Came home and here I am writing this. This is the content of today's consciousness. This is about all I have thought, said or done or felt. A stagnant day. March 26th. Home with a bad influenza cold. in a deplorable condition. The best I could do was to sit by the fire and read newspapers one by one from the first page to the last till the reading became mechanical. I found myself reading an account of the Lincoln Handicap and a column article on kleptomania, while advertisements of new books were devoured with relish as delicacies. My mind became a morass of current divorce court news, society gossip, if Sir A goes Romeward, if Miss B sings true, and advertisements. I went on reading because I was afraid to be alone with myself. B arrived at tea, and after saying he felt very pin-eyed, swallowed a glass of Bowles gin, the gin of Anthony Bowles, and recovered sufficiently to inform me delightedly that he had just won £50. He told me all the story. Meanwhile, I, tired of wiping and blowing my nose, sat in the dirty armchair hunched up with elbows on knees and let it drip onto the dirty carpet. B, of course, noticed nothing, which was fortunate. Some kinds of damned fool would have been kindly and sympathetic. I must say I like old B. I like him for his simpleness and utter absence of self-consciousness, which makes him as charming as a child. Moreover, he often makes me a present of invaluable turf tips. Of course, he is a liar, but his lies are harmless and on his mouth like milk on an infant's. My own lies are much more dangerous, and when you are ill, to be treated as though you were well is good for hypochondriacs. April 15th. H's wedding. 5 minutes before time, I am told I made a dramatic entrance into the church clad in an audaciously light pair of cashmere trousers, lemon-coloured gloves, with top hat and cane. The latter upset the respectability frightfully. It is not comme il faut. April 16th. If I am to admit the facts, they are that I eagerly anticipate love, look everywhere for it, long for it, am unhappy without it. She fascinates me. Admitted. I could, if I would, surrender myself. Her affection makes me long to do it. I am sick of living by myself. I am frightened of myself. My life is miserable alone, and sometimes desperately miserable, when I long for a little sympathy to be close at hand. I have often tried to persuade R to share a flat with me, because I don't really wish to marry. I struggle against the idea. I am egotist enough to wish to shirk the responsibilities. But then I am a ridiculously romantic creature, with a wonderful ideal of a woman I shall never meet, or if I do, she won't want me. That wholly impossible she. R in a flat with me would partly solve my difficulties. I don't love her enough for marriage. Mine must be a grand passion, a bouleversement, for I am capable of it. April 17th. A humble confession. Theon, son and heir of Lord, today invited me to lunch with him in Square. He's a handsome youth of 25, with fair hair and blue eyes. And, oh, such an aristocrat. Good Lord. But, to continue, the receipt of so unexpected an invitation from so glorious a young gentleman at first gave me palpitation of the heart. I was so surprised that I scarcely had enough presence of mind to listen to the rest of his remarks, and later it was only with the greatest difficulty that I could recall the place where we arranged to meet. His remarks too are not easy to follow, as he talks in a stenographic, Alfred Jingle-like manner, jerking out disjected members of sentences, and leaving you to make the best of them, or else to hell with you. By the Lord, I speak English, don't I? If I said, I beg your pardon, he jerked again, and left me often equally unenlightened. On arriving at his home, the first thing he did was to shout down the stairs to the basement, "Elsie! Elsie!" while I gazed with awe at a parcel on the hall table addressed to Lord. Before lunch we sat in his little room and talked about, but I was still quite unable to regain my self-composure. I couldn't for the life of me forget that here was I lunching with Lord's son on equal terms of mutual interests, that his sisters perhaps would come indirectly, or even the noble Lord himself. I felt like a scared hare.
how should I address a peer of the realm? I kept trying to remember, and every now and then, for some unaccountable reason, my mind travelled into Shire, and I saw Auntie C serving out tea and sugar over the counter of the baker's shop in the little village. I luxuriated in the contrast, though I am not at all inclined to be a snob. He next offered me a cigarette, which I took and lit. It was a Turkish cigarette with one end plugged up with cotton wool, to absorb the nicotine, a thing I've never seen before. I was so flurried at the time that I did not notice this and lit the wrong end. With perfect ease and self-possession, the Honourable One pointed out my error to me and told me to throw the cigarette away and have another. By this time I had completely lost my nerve. My pride, chagrin, excessive self-consciousness were entangling all my movements in the meshes of a net. Failing to tumble to the situation, I inquired, "Why the wrong end? Is there a right and a wrong end?" Lord's son and heir pointed out the cotton wool end, now blackened by my match. "That didn't burn very well, did it?" I was bound to confess that it did not, and threw the smoke away under the impression that these wonderful cigarettes with right and wrong ends must be some special brand sold only to aristocrats and at a great price, and possessing some secret virtue. Once again handsome Mr. drew out his silver cigarette case, selected a second cigarette for me and held it towards me between his long, delicate fingers, at the same time pointing out the plug at one end and making a few staccato remarks which I could not catch. I was still too scared to be in full possession of my faculties, and he apparently was too tired to be explicit to a member of the bourgeoisie stumbling about his drawing room. The cotton wool plug only suggested to me some sort of a plot on the part of a dissolute scion of a noble house to lure me into one of his bad habits, such as smoking opium or taking veronal. I again prepared to light the cigarette at the wrong end. "Try the other end," repeated the young man, smiling blandly. I blushed and immediately recovered my balance and even relented my knowledge of pipes fitted to carry similar plugs. During lunch, at which we sat alone, after sundry visits to the top of the stairs to shout down to the kitchen, he announced that he thought it wasn't last night's affair after all which was annoying the cook. He got home late without a latchkey. It was because he called her Cook instead of Mrs. Austen. He smiled serenely and decided to indulge Mrs. A, his indulgent attitude betraying an objectionable satisfaction with the security of his own unassailable social status. There was a trace of gratification at the little compliment secreted in the cook's annoyance. She wanted Mr. Charles to call her Mrs. Austen, forsooth. Very well. And he smiled down on the little weakness de haut en bas. I enjoyed this little experience. Turning it over in my mind, as the housemaid says when she decides to stay on, I have come to the conclusion that the social parvenu is not such a vulgar fellow after all. He may be a bore, particularly if he sits with his fingertips apposed over a spherical paunch, festooned with a gold chain, and keeps on relating in extenso how once he gummed labels on blacking bottles. Often enough he is a smug fellow, yet, truth to tell, we all feel a little interested in him. He is a traveller from an antique land, and we sometimes like to listen to his tales of adventure and all he has come through. He has traversed large territories of human experience, he has met strange folk and lodged in strange caravanserai. Similarly with the man who has come down in the world, the fool, the drunkard, the embezzler, he may bore us with his maudlin sympathy with himself, yet his stories hold us. It must be a fine experience within the limits of a single life to traverse the whole keyboard of our social status, whether up or down. I should like to be a peer who grinds a barrel organ, or, better still, a one-time organ grinder who now lives in Park Lane. It must be very dull to remain stationary. Once a peer, always a peer. April 20th. Miss heard me sigh today and asked what it might mean. "Only the sparks flying upward," I answered lugubriously. A blackguard is often unconscious of a good deal of his wickedness. Charge him with wickedness, and he will deny it quite honestly. Honest then, perhaps, for the first time in his life. An entomologist is a large hairy man with eyebrows like antennae. Chronic constipation has gained for me an unrivalled knowledge of all laxatives, aperients, purgatives and cathartic compounds. At present I arrange 2 gunpowder plots a week. It's abominable. Best literature for the latrine. Picture puzzles. April 23rd. A foolish bird. With a menacing politeness, B today inquired of a fat curate who was occupying more than his fair share on a seat on top of a bus. "Are you going to stay up or stay where ye are, sir?" The foolish bird was sitting nearly on top of B, mistaking a bomb for an egg. "I beg your pardon," replied the fat curate. B repeated his inquiry with more emphasis in the hideous Scotch brogue. "I suppose I shall stay here till I get down presently." "I don't think ye will," said B. "What do you mean?" asked the fat one in falsetto indignation. "This," B grunted and shunted sideways so that the poor fellow almost slid onto the floor. A posse of police walking along in a single file always makes me laugh. A single constable is a policeman, but several in single file are coppers. I imagine everyone laughs at them, and I have a shrewd suspicion it is one of W.S. Gilbert's legacies, the Pirates of Penzance having become part of the national consciousness. On lighting Chloe's cigarette, R remarked today that he intended writing a lyric on lighting Chloe's cigarette. "Ah," I said, at once appreciative. "Now tell me, do you balance your hand by gently, ever so gently, resting the extreme tip of your little finger upon her chin and," I was warming up, "do you hold the match vertically or horizontally, and do you light it in the dark or in the light? If you have finesse, you won't need to be told that the thing is to get a steady flame and the maximum of illumination upon her face to last over a period for as long as possible." "Chloe," replied R, "is wearing now a charming blouse with a charming V-shaped opening in front. Her aunt asked my mother last night tentatively, 'How do you like Chloe's blouse? Is it too low?' My mother scrutinised the dear little furry lop-eared thing and answered doubtfully, 'No, Maria, I don't think so.'" "How ridiculous! Why, the V is a positive signpost, my dear fellow," I said to R. "I should refuse to be bluffed by those old women. Tell them you know." Carlyle called Lamb a despicable abortion. What a crime! May 2nd. Developed a savage fit. Up to a certain point, perhaps, but beyond that anxiety changes into recklessness. You simply don't care. The aperients are causing dyspepsia and intermittent action of the heart, which frightens me. After a terrifying week, during which at crises I have felt like dropping suddenly in the street, in the gardens, anywhere, from syncope, I rebelled against this humiliating fear. I pulled my shoulders back and walked briskly ahead along the street with a drop beat every 2 or 3 steps. I laughed bitterly at it, and felt it could stop or go on. I was at last indifferent. In a photographer's shop was the picture of a very beautiful woman, and I stopped to look at her. I glowered in through the glass angrily and reflected how she was gazing out with that same expression even at the butcher's boy or the lamplighter. It embittered me to think of having to leave her to some other man. To me she represented all the joy of life which at any moment I might have had to quit for ever. Such impotence enraged me, and I walked off up the street with a whirling heart and thought, I shall drop, I suppose, when I get up as far as that. Yet don't think I was alarmed. Oh no! The iron had entered me, and I went on with cynical indifference, waiting to be struck down. She is a very great deal to me. Perhaps I love her very much after all. May 3rd. Bad heart attack all day.
Intermittency is a very refined torture to one who wants to live very badly. Your pump goes a dot and carry one, or say misses a stitch. What time you breathe deep, begin to shake your friend's hand and make a farewell speech. Then it goes on again and you order another pint of beer. 'Tis a fractious animal within the cage of my thorax, and I never know when it is going to escape and make off with my precious life between its teeth. I humour and coax and soothe it, but God wot, I haven't much confidence in the little beast. My thorax, it appears, is an intolerable kennel. May 10th. In a very cheerful mood. Pleased with myself and everybody, till a seagull soared overhead in Kensington Gardens and aroused my vast capacity for envy. I wish I could fly. May 24th. In L with my brother A. The great man is in great form and very happy in his love for N. He is a most delightful creature, and I love him more than anyone else in the wide world. There is an almost feminine tenderness in my love. We spent a delightful day, talking and arguing and insulting one another. At these séances we take delight in anaesthetising our hearts for the purposes of an argument, and a third person would be bound to suppose we were in the throes of a bitter quarrel. We pile up one vindictive remark on another, ingeniously seeking out, and with malice, weak points in each other's armour, which previous exchange of confidences makes it easy to find. Neither of us hesitates to make use of such private confessions, yet our love is so strong that we can afford to take any liberty. There is, in fact, a fearful joy in testing the strength of our affection by searching for cutting rejoinders to see the effect. We rig up one another's cherished ideals like Aunt Sally's and then knock them down. We wax sarcastic, satirical, contemptuous in turn. We wave our hands animatedly. Hand waving is a great trick for both of us. Get flustered, point with our fingers and thump the table to clinch some bit of repartee. Yeah, it's all smoke. Our love is unassailable. It's like the law of gravitation. You cannot dispute it. It underlies our existence. It is the air we breathe. N is charming, and though we were quarrelling, and therefore intervened on his side. May 31st. R outlined an impression he had in Naples one day during a sirocco of the imminence of his own death. It was evidently an isolated experience and bored me a little, as I could have said a lot myself about that. When he finished I drew from my pocket an envelope with my name and 3 addresses scribbled on it to help the police in case of syncope, as I explained. I have carried this with me for several years, and, at one time, a flask of brandy. 1914, Part 1. Section 8, 1914, Part 2 of The Journal of a Disappointed Man by W. N.P. BARBELLION. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information, or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. 1914, Part 2. June 3rd. Went to see the Irish players in The Playboy. Sitting in front of me was a charming little Irish girl, accompanied by a male clod with red-rimmed eyes like a bull terrier's, a sandy bristly moustache like a housemaid's broom, and a face like a gluteal mass, and a horrid voice that crepitated rather than spoke. She was dark, with shining blue eyes, and a delightful little nose of the utmost import to every male who should gaze upon her. Between the acts the clod hearkened to her vivacious conversation like an enchanted bullock. Her vivacity was such that the tip of her nose moved up and down for emphasis, and by the end of the 3rd act I was captured entirely. Lucky dog, that clod. After the play this little Irish maiden caught my eye,
and it became a physical impossibility for me to check a smile, and oh, heavens, she gave me a smile in return. Precisely 5 seconds later, she looked again to see if I was still smiling. I was, and we then smiled broadly and openly on one another, her smile being the timorous ingenue, not the glad eye of a femme de joie. Later on the railway platform, whither I followed her, I caught her eye again. Was ever so lucky a fellow? And we got into the same carriage. But so did the clod. Ah, dear, was ever so unlucky a fellow. Forced to occupy a seat some way off, but she caught me trying to see her through a midnight forest of opera hats, lace ruffles, projecting ears and fat noses. Curse. Left her at High Street Station and probably will never see her again. This is a second great opportunity. The first was the girl on Lundy Island. These two women I shall always regret. There must be so many delightful and interesting persons in London, if only I could get at them. June 4th. Rushed off to tell R about my little Irish girl. Her face has been shadowing me all day. June 6th. A violent argument with R re marriage. He says love means appropriation and is taking the most elaborate precautions to forfend passion, just as if it were a militant suffragette. Every woman he meets he first puts into a long quarantine, lest perchance she carries the germ of the infectious disease. He quotes Hippolytus and talks like a medieval ascetic. Himself, I imagine, he regards as a valuable but brittle piece of Dresden china which must be saved from rough handling and left unmolested to pursue its high and dusty destiny. An old crock, as I warned him. By refusing to pledge into life, he will live long and be a well-preserved man, but scarcely a living man, a mummy, rather. I told him so amid much laughter. "You're a reactionary," says he. Yes, but why should a reactionary be a naughty boy? June 7th. My ironical fate lured me this evening into another discussion on marriage, in which I had to take up a position exactly opposite to the one I defended yesterday against R. In fact, I actually subverted to my own pressing requirements some of R's own arguments. The argument, of course, was with her. Marriage, I urged, was an economic trap for guileless young men, and for my part, to give myself some necessary stiffening, I did not intend to enter upon any such hazardous course, even if I had the chance. Miss said I was a funk. To me, who the day before had been hammering into R my principle of plunge and damn the consequences. I was informed I was an old woman afraid to go out without an umbrella, an old tabby cat afraid to leave the kitchen fire, etc., etc. Yes, I am afraid to go out without an umbrella, I argued formally, when it's raining cats and dogs. As long as I am dry, I shall keep dry. As soon as I find myself caught in the rain, or victimised by a passion, I shan't be afraid of falling in love or getting wet. It would be a misadventure, but I am not going in search of one. All the same, the discussion was very galling, for I was acting a part. The truth is, I have philandered abominably with her. I know it, and now I am gibing at the idea of marriage. I am such an egotist. I want, I believe, a princess of the blood royal. June 9th. Some days ago sent a personal advertisement to the newspaper to try to find my little Irish girl who lives at Notting Hill Gate. Today they returned me the money and advert, no doubt mistaking me for a white slave trafficker. And by this time I'm thinking, my little Irish girl can go to blazes. Shall spend the P.O. on sweets or monkey nuts. June 10th. Lupus. It is raining heavily. I have just finished dinner. In the street, an itinerant musician is singing dolefully, "O rest in the Lord." In my dirty little sitting room I begin to feel very restless, so I put on my hat and cloak and walk down towards the station for a paper to read. It is all very dark and dismal, and I gaze with hungry eyes in through some of the windows disclosing happy, comfortable interiors. At intervals thunder growls, and lightning brightens up the deserted dirtiness of the station waiting room. A few bits of desolate paper lie about on the floor, and up in one corner on a form a crossing sweeper, motionless and abject, driven in from his pitch by the rain. His hands are deep in his trousers pockets, and the poor devil lies with legs sprawling out and eyes closed. Over the lower part of his face he wears a black mask to hide the ravages of lupus. He seemed the last man on earth, after everyone else had died of the plague. Not a soul in the station, not a train. And this is June. June 15th. Measuring lice. Spent the day measuring the legs and antennae of lice to 2 places of decimals. To the lay mind, how fantastic this must seem. Indeed, I hope it is fantastic. I do not mind being thought odd. It seems almost fitting that an incurable dilettante like myself should earn his livelihood by measuring the legs of lice. I like to believe that such a bizarre manner of life suits my incurable frivolousness. I am a magpie in a Baghdad bazaar, hopping about, useless, inquisitive, fascinated by a lot of astonishing things, e.g. a book on the quadrature of the circle, the Gubbertushed Fustelux passage in Burton's Anatomy of Melancholy, names like Mr. Portwine or Mr. Hogsflesh, Tweezer's Alley or Pickle Herring Street, the excellent conceitful sonnets of Henry Constable or Petticoat Lane on a Sunday morning. Colossal things such as art, science, etc. frighten me. I'm afraid I should develop a thirst that would make me wish to drink the sea dry. My mind is a disordered miscellany. The world is too distracting. I cannot apply myself for long. London bewilders me. At times it is a phantasmagoria, an opium dream out of De Quincey. June 17th. Prof. Geo. Saintsbury's book on Elizabethan literature amuses me. George, there can be no doubt, is a very refined, cultivated fellow. I bet he don't eat periwinkles with a pin or bite his nails. And you should hear him refer to folk who can't read Homer in the original, or who haven't been to Oxford. To Merton above all. He also says non so que for je ne sais quoi. June 26th. I placed the volume on the mantelpiece, as if it were a bottle of physic straight from my dispensary, and I began to expostulate and expound, as if she were a sick person and I the doctor. She seemed a little nettled at my proselytising demeanour, and gave herself out to be very preoccupied, or at any rate quite uninterested in my physic. I read the book last night at one sitting, and was boiling over with it. "I fear I have come at an inconvenient time," I said with a sardonic smile, and strummed on the piano. "I must really be off. Please read it," which sounded like 3 times a day after meals, "and tell me how you like it," fatuously. "Of course, don't give up your present manual for it. That would be foolish and unnecessary," I rambled on, disposed to be very playful. At last, calmly and horribly, in a thoughtful voice, she answered, "I think you are very rude. You play the piano after I asked you to stop, and walk about just as if it were your own home." I remained outwardly calm, but inwardly was very surprised and full of tremors. I said after a pause, "Very well, if you think so. Goodbye." No answer, and I was too proud to apologise. "Goodbye," I repeated. She went on reading her novel in silence while I got as far as the door, very upset. "Au revoir." No answer. "Oh," said I, and went out of the room, leaving my lady for good and all, and I'm not sorry. In the passage met Miss... "What?" she said. "Going already?" "Farewell," I said sepulchrally. A very tragic farewell, which left her wandering. June 29th, at the Albert Hall. Went with R to the Albert Hall to the Empress of Ireland memorial concert with massed bands. We heard the Symphonie Pathétique, Chopin's Funeral March, Trauermarsch from Götterdämmerung, The Ride of the Valkyries, and a solemn melody from Bach. This afternoon I regard as a mountain peak in my existence. For 2 solid hours I sat like an eagle on a rock, gazing into infinity. A very fine sensation for a London sparrow. I have an idea that if it were possible to assemble the sick and suffering day by day in the Albert Hall and keep the orchestra going all the time, then the constant exposure of sick parts to such heavenly air vibrations would ultimately restore to them the lost rhythm of health. Surely even a single exposure to, say, Beethoven's Fifth Symphony must result in some permanent reconstitution of ourselves, body and soul. No one can be quite the same after a Beethoven symphony has streamed through him. If one could develop a human soul like a negative, the effect, I should say, could be seen. I'll tell you what I wish they'd do. Seriously, divide up the arena into a series of cubicles where, unobserved and in perfect privacy, a man could execute all the various movements in his body and limbs which the music prompts. It would be such a delicious self-indulgence, and it's torture to be jammed into a seat where you can't even tap one foot or wave an arm. The concert restored my moral health. I came away in love with people I was hating before, and full of compassion for others I usually contemn. A feeling of immeasurable well-being, a jolly bonhomie, enveloped me like incandescent light. At the close, when we stood up to sing the national anthem, we all felt a genuine spirit of camaraderie. Just as when kings die, we were silent musing upon the common fate. And when the time came to separate, we were loath to go our separate ways, for we were comrades who together had come through a great experience. For my part, I wanted to shake hands all round. Happy travellers, now alas at the journey's end, and perhaps never to meet again. Never. R and I walked up through Kensington Gardens like 2 young gods. "I even like that bloody thing," I said, pointing to the Albert Memorial. We pointed out pretty girls to one another, watched the children play ring-a-ring-a roses on the grass. We laughed exultingly at the thought of our dismal colleagues, though I said, as before, I loved 'em all. God bless 'em, even old. R said it was nothing short of insolence on their part to have neglected the opportunity of coming to the concert. Later on, an old gaffer up from the country stopped us to ask the way to Rotten Row. I overwhelmed him with directions and happy descriptive details. I felt like walking with him and showing him what a wonderful place the world is. After separating from R, very reluctantly, it was horrible to be left alone in such high spirits. Walked up towards the round pond, then caught myself avoiding the shadows of the trees, so as to be every moment out in the blazing sun. I scoffed inwardly at the timorousness of pale anæmic folk whom I passed hiding in the shadows of the elms. At the round pond, came across a bulldog who was biting out great chunks of water and in luxuriant wastefulness letting it drawl out again from each corner of his mouth. I watched this old fellow greedily. It was very hot, as well pleased with him and his liquid chops as with anything I saw, unless it were a girl and a man lying full length along the grass and kissing beneath a sunshade. I smiled. She saw me and smiled too, in return, and then fell to kissing again. June 30th. Dinosaurs. There are books which are dinosaurs. Sir Walter Raleigh's History of the World, Gibbon's Decline and Fall of the Roman Empire. There are men who are dinosaurs. Balzac completing his Human Comedy, Napoleon, Roosevelt. I like them all. I like express trains and motor lorries. I enjoy watching an iron girder swinging in the air or great cubes of ice caught up between iron pincers. I must always stop and watch these things. I like everything that is swift or immense. London. Lightning. Popocatépetl. I enjoy the smell of tar, of coal, of fried fish, or a brass band playing a Liszt rhapsody. And why should those foolish Maenads shout women's rights just because they burn down a church? All bonfires are delectable. Civilization and top hats bore me. My own life is like a tame rabbit's. I've only had a long tail to lash it in feline rage. I would return to nature. I could almost return to chaos. There are times when I feel so dour I would wreck the universe if I could. Footnote. I could eat all the elephants of Hindustan and pick my teeth with the spire of Strasbourg Cathedral. 1917. I think after 3 years of Armageddon I feel quite ready to go back to top hats and civilization. July 8th. Sunset in Kensington Gardens. The instinct for worship occurs rhythmically at morning and evening. This is natural, for twice a day at sunrise and sunset, however work-sodden we may be, however hypnotised by daily routine, our natural impulse is, provided we are awake, to look to the horizon at the sun and stand a moment with mute lips. During the course of the day or night we are too occupied or asleep, but sunrise is the great hour of the departure and sunset is the arrival at the end. Everything puts on a mysterious appearance. Tonight the tops of the elms seemed supernaturally high, and pushing up into the sky had secret communion with the clouds. The clouds seemed waiting for a ceremony. A way had been prepared by the tapissier. A moment of suspense while one cloud stretched to another like courtiers in whispered conversation. A rumour of the approach. Then slowly the news came through that the sun had arrived for immediate departure. July 14th. Have finished my essay, but am written out, obviously. Tonight I struggled with another and spent 2 hours sucking the end of my pen. But after painfully mountainous parturition, all I brought forth were the 2 ridiculous mice of one meretricious trope and 1 grammatical solecism. I can sometimes sit before a sheet of paper, pen in hand, unable to produce a word. July 19th. For a walk with R in the country, calling for tea at his uncle's house at. Played clock golf and made the acquaintance of Miss. A tall, statuesque lady with golden hair, as graceful as an antelope and very comely, her 2 dear little feet clad in white shoes, peeping out, as R said, like 2 white mice one after the other as she moved across the lawn. Coming home I said to R, histrionically, "Some golden-haired little boy will some day rest his head upon her bosom, beautiful in line and depth, all unconscious of his luck or of his part in a beautiful picture. Would that I were the father to make that group a fait accompli." R, with meticulous accuracy, always refers to her as "that elegant virgin." July 25th. While sketching under Hammersmith Bridge yesterday, R heard a whistle, and looking up, saw a charming young thing leaning over the bridge parapet, smiling like the blessed damozel out of heaven. "Come down," he cried. She did, and they discussed pictures while he painted. Later he walked with her to the Broadway, saw her into a bus, and said "Good-bye" without so much as an exchange of names. "Even if she were a whore," I said, "it is a pity your curiosity was so sluggish. You should have seen her home, even if you did not go home with her. Young man, you preferred to let go of authentic life at Hammersmith Broadway so as to return at once to your precious watercolour painting." "Perhaps," replied he, enigmatically. "Whatever you do, if ever you meet her again," I rejoined, "don't introduce her to that abominable. He is abominably handsome and I hate him for it. To all his other distinctions he is welcome, parentage, money, success, but I can never forgive him his good looks and the inevitable marriage to some beautiful fair-skinned woman." Ah, reflectively. Up to now I was inclined to think that envy as a passion did not exist. Have you none? Not much, he answered, and I believe it. Smug wretch, then. All I can say is, I may have instincts and passions, but I am not a pale watercolour artist. What's the matter with you? I phoned. Is that you like pictures? If I showed you a real woman, you would exclaim contemptuously, "Oh, how lovely!" Then putting out one hand to touch her unsuspectingly, you'd scream aghast, "Oh, it's alive! I hear it ticking!" "Yes, my boy," I'd answer severely with a flourish. "That is a woman's heart." R exploded with laughter and then said, "Truce to your desire for more life, for actual men and women." I know this, that last night I would not have exchanged their quiet armchair reading the last chapter of Dostoevsky's The Possessed for a balaclava charge. A matter of temperament, I suppose. I reflected in cold detachment. You see, I belong to the raw meat school. You prefer life cooked for you in a book. You prefer the confectioner's shop to cutting down the wheat with your own scythe. July 26th. The BM is a ghastly hole. They will give me none of the apparatus I require. If you ask the trustees for £1,000 for the propagation of the gospel in foreign parts, they will say yes. If you ask for £20 for a new microscope, they say no, but we'll cut off your nose with a big pair of scissors. July 27th. To a pedantic, prosy little old maid who was working in my room this morning, I exclaimed, "I'd sooner make a good dissection than go to a Lord Mayor's banquet. Turtle soup ain't in it." She was uninspired and said, and went on pinning insects. Then more brightly and with great punctilio in the pronunciation of her words, having cleared the throat and drawn herself up with the great deliberation to deliver herself of a remark, she volunteered, "I wish I had never taken up such a brittle group of the stoneflies. One dare not look at a stone." Poor dear little old maid. This was my turn to say, "Pretty dismal work," I added ambiguously. Then with malice aforethought I whistled a Henry Lauder tune, asked her if she had ever heard Willie Solar sing "You Made Me Love You," and then absent-mindedly and in succession inquired, "What's become of all the gold? What's become of Waring? What shall I sing when all is sung?" To which several categorical interrogations she ventured no reply, but presently in the usual voice, "I have placed an agrinonine in this drawer for security, and now I want it, cannot find it." "Life is like that," I said. "I can never find my agrinonines." August 1st. All Europe is mobilising. August 2nd. Will England join in? August 12th. We all await the result of a battle between 2 millions of men. The tension makes me feel physically sick. August 21st to August 24th. In bed with a fever. I never visit the flat now, but her mother kindly came over to see me. September 25th. Living now in rooms alone. I have, since my return from Cornwall, placed all my journals in a specially made cabinet. R came to dinner, and after a glass or so of Boon and a cigarette, I opened my coffin. Footnote. See January 2nd, 1915. It is a long box with a brass handle at each end, and with some show of deliberation select a volume to read to him, drawing it from its division with lavish punctiliousness, and inquiring with an oily voice, "A little of 1912?" as if we were trying wines. R grins at the little farce, and so encourages me. September 26th. Doctors' consulting rooms. My life has been spent in them. Medical specialists, Harley Street men, I have seen 4 and all to no purpose. M wrote me the other day, "Come along and see me on Tuesday. Some day I dare say we shall find something we can patch." He regards me with the most obvious commiseration, and always, when I come away after a visit, he shakes me warmly by the hand and says, "Good-bye, old man, and good luck." More luck than the pharmacopoeia. My life has always been a continuous struggle with ill health and ambition, and I have mastered neither. I try to reassure myself that this accursed ill health will not affect my career. I keep flogging my will in the hope of winning through in the end. Yet at the back of my mind there is the great improbability that I shall ever live long enough to realise myself. For a long time past my hope has simply been to last long enough to convince others of what I might have done had I lived. That will be something. But even to do that I will not allow that I have overmuch time. I have never at any time lived with any sense of security. I have never felt permanently settled in this life. Nothing more than a shadowy locum tenens, a wraith, a festoon of mist likely to disappear at any moment. At times, when I am vividly conscious of the insecurity of my tenure here, my desires enter on a mad race to obtain fulfilment before it is too late, and as fulfilment recedes, ambition obsesses me the more. I am daily occupied in calculating with my ill health, trying to circumvent it, to carry on in spite of all. I conquer each day. Every week is a victory. I am always surprised that my health or will has not collapsed, that, by Jove, I am still working and still living. One day it looks like appendicitis, another stoppage, another threatened blindness, or I develop a cough and am menaced with consumption. So I go on in a hurricane of bad dreams. I struggle, like Laocoon, with the serpents of nervous depression that press around the heart tighter than I care to admit. I must use every kind of blandishment to convince myself that my life and my work are worthwhile. Frequently I must smother and kill, and it calls for prompt action, the shrill voice that cries from the tiniest corner of my heart, "Are you quite sure you are such an important fellow as you imagine?" Or I fret over the condition of my brain, finding that I forget what I read. I lose an acuteness of my perceptions. My brain is a tumefaction, but I won't give in. I go on trying to recollect what I have forgotten. I harry my brain all day to recall a word or name. I attack other folk importunately. I write things down so as to look them up in reference books. I am always looking up the things I remember I have forgotten. There is another struggle too, that often engrosses all my energies. It is a horrible thing that with so large an ambition, so great a love of life, I should nevertheless court disaster like this. Truly, Sir Thomas Browne, you say, every man is his own Atropos. In short, I lead an unfathomably miserable existence in this dark, grey street, in these drab, dirty rooms. Miserable in its emptiness of home, love, human society. Now that I never visit the flat, I visit about 2 houses in London, the Doctor's and R's Hotel. I walk along the streets and stare in the windows of private houses, hungry for a little society. It creates in me a gnawing, rancorous discontent to be seeing people everywhere in London, millions of them, and then to realise my own ridiculously circumscribed knowledge of them. I am passionately eager to have acquaintances, to possess at least a few friends. If I die tomorrow, how many persons shall I have talked to? Or how many men and women shall I have known? A few maiden aunts and 1 or 2 old fossils. I am burning to meet real live men. I have masses of mental stuff I am anxious to unload. But I am ignorant of people as of countries, and live in celestial isolation. This, I fear, reads like a wail of self-commiseration. But I am trying to give myself the pleasure of describing myself at this period truthfully, to make a bid at least for some posthumous sympathy. Therefore it shall be told that I, who am capable of passionate love, am sexually starved, and endure the pangs of a fiendish solitude in rooms with an ugly landlady's face when I despair of ever finding a woman to love. I never meet women of my own class, and am unprepossessing in appearance, and yet I fancy that once my reserve is melted, I am not without attractions. "He grows on you," a girl said of me once,
but I am hypercritical and hyper-fastidious. I want too much. I search daily in the streets with a starved and hungry look. What a horrible and powerful and hateful thing this love instinct is. I hate it. Hate it. Hate it. It will not let me rest. I wish I were a eunuch. There's a beautiful young thing, Aha and I say to one another sardonically, hoping thereby to conceal the canker within. I could gnash my teeth and weep in anger, balked, frustrated as I am at almost every turn of life, in my profession, in my literary efforts, and in my love of man and womankind. I would utter a whole commination service in my present state of mind. The end of 1914, Part 2. Section 9, 1914, Part 3 of The Journal of a Disappointed Man by W. N. P. BARBELLION. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information, or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. 1914, Part 3, October 7th. To me, woman is the wonderful fact of existence. If there be any next world, and it be as I hope it is, a jolly gossiping place, with people standing around the mantelpiece and discussing their earthly experiences, I shall thump my fist on the table as my friends turn to me on entering and exclaim in a loud voice, "Woman!" October 11th. Since I grew up, I have wept 3 times. The first time there were tears of exasperation. Dad and I were sitting down side by side after a wordy combat in which he had remained adamant and I was forced both by conscience and argument to give in, to relinquish my dissections and go off to some inquest on the drowning fatality. The second time was when Mother died, and the third was today. But I am calm now. Today there were tears of remorse. On occasion, bold confession in this journal is sweet for the soul and strengthens it. It gives me a kind of false backbone to communicate my secrets, for I am determined that some day someone shall know. If God really intervenes in our affairs, here is an opportunity. Let Him save me. I challenge Him to save me from perishing in this ditch. It is not often I am cornered into praying, but I did this morning. For I feel defeated this day and almost inarticulate in my misery. Nietzsche, in a newspaper I read today. For myself, I have felt exceptionally blessed, having hell's phantoms inside me to thrust at in the dark, internal enemies to dominate, till I felt myself an ecstatic victor, wrenching at last good triumphant joys through the bars of my own sickness and weakness. Joys with which your notions of happiness, poor, sleek, smug creatures, cannot compare. You must carry a chaos inside you to give birth to a dancing star. But Nietzsche is no consolation to a man who has once been weak enough to be brought to his knees. There I am, and there I think I have prayed a little somehow today. But it's all in desperation, not in faith. Internal chaos I have, but no dancing star. Dancing stars are the consolation of genius. October 12th. Am better today. My better self is convinced that it is silly and small-minded to think so much about my own puny destiny, especially at times like these when, God love us all, there is a column of casualties each day. The great thing to be thankful for is that I am alive, and alive now, that I was alive yesterday, and even maybe tomorrow. Surely that is thrilling enough. What then have I to complain of? I am a lucky dog to be alive at all. My plight is bad, but there are others in a worse one. I'm going to be brave and fight on the side of Nietzsche. Who knows but that one day the dancing star may yet be born? October 13th. Spent the evening in my lodgings struggling with my will. Too flabby to work, disinclined to read, a dreadful vague unrest possessing me. I couldn't sit still in my chair, so walked around the table continuously like a squirrel in a cage. I wanted to be going out somewhere, talking to someone, to be among human beings. Many an evening during the past few months I have got up and gone down the road to look across at the windows of the flat, to see if there were a red light behind the curtains, and if so, wonder if she were there and how she was. My pride would never allow me to visit there again on my own initiative. K has managed to bring about a reapproachment, but I go very seldom. Pride again. I wanted to do so tonight. I thought I would just go down the road to look up at the windows. That seemed to be some comfort. Why do I wish to do this? I do not know. From a mere inspection one would say that I am in love. But remember, I am also ill. 3 times tonight I nearly put on my boots and went down to have a look up. What ridiculous weakness. Yet this room can be a frightful prison. Shall I? I cannot decide. I see her figure constantly before me, gentle, graceful, calm, stretching forth both hands and to me. Seized a pack of cards and played Patience, and went on playing Patience because I was afraid to stop. Given a weak constitution, a great ambition, an amorous nature, and at the same time a very fastidious one, I might have known I was in for trouble. October 14th, Night 4. Mary Bashkirtseff. Some time ago I noticed a quotation from one Marie Bashkirtseff in a book on Strindberg, and was struck with the likeness to a sentiment of my own. Who are you? I wondered. This evening I went to the library and read about her in Mathilde Blind's introductory essay to her journal. I am simply astounded. It would be difficult in all the world's history to discover any 2 persons with temperaments so alike. She is the very spit of me. I devoured Mathilde Blind's pages more and more astonished. We are identical. Oh, Marie Bashkirtseff, how we should have hated one another. She feels as I feel. We have the same self-absorption, the same vanity and corroding ambition. She is impressionable, volatile, passionate, ill. So am I. Her journal is my journal. Well, mine is stale reading now. She has written down all my thoughts and forestalled me. Already I have found some heart-rending parallels. To think I am only a replica. How humiliating for a human being to find himself merely a duplicate of another. Is there anything in the transmigration of souls? She died in 1886. I was born in 1889. October 15th. A man is always looking at himself in the mirror, if for no other reason than to tie his tie and brush his hair. What does he think of his face? He must have private opinions, but it is usually considered a little out of taste to entertain opinions about one's personal appearance. As for myself, some mirrors do me down pretty well, others depress me. I am bound to confess I am biased in favour of the friendly mirror. I am not handsome, but I look interesting. I hope distinguished. My eyes are deep set, but my worst moments are when the barber combs my hair right down over my forehead, or when I see a really handsome man in Hyde Park. Such occasions direct my gaze reflexly, and doubt like a thief in the night forces the back door. Today M sent me dancing mad by suggesting that I copied R in my manner of speech and opinions. Now R has a damned pervasive way of conducting himself, for all the world as if he were a high official of the Foreign Office. I, on the contrary, am shy, self-conscious, easily overlooked, and this makes me writhe. As we are inseparable friends, everybody assumes that I am his tacky lackey, a kind of appoggiatura to his big note.
He, they suppose, is my guide, philosopher, and great Maecenas, Oxford befriending the proletariat. The thought of it makes me sick, that anyone should believe I imbibe his ideas, echo his conceits, and even ape his gestures and manner of voice. "Lost yourself?" inquired a despicable creature the other morning as I came out of R's room, after finding him out. I could have shot him dead. As for more than one person thinks that he alone is the brilliant author, till at last he himself has gone into the way of thinking it. "It makes me hate you like mad," I said to him today. "How could I confront these people with the naked truth?" R chuckled complacently. "If I deny your alleged supremacy, as I did this morning, or if suddenly in a fit of spleen I'm induced to declare that I loathe you, as I sometimes do," more chuckles, "that your breath stinks, that your eyes bulge, that you have swollen jugulars and a platter face, they'll think I am either jealous or insincere. To be your echo, though, my God!" I spat. We then grinned at one another, and I, being bored, went to the lavatory and read the newspaper secure from interruption. Resignation. In the tube, a young widow came in and sat in front of me, pale-faced, grief-stricken, demure, a sort of "thy will be done" look. The adaptability of human beings has something in it that seems horrible. It is dreadful to think how we have all accommodated ourselves to this war. Christian resignation is a feeble thing. Why won't this demure widow with a loud voice blaspheme against this iniquitous world that permits this iniquitous war? October 21st. I myself, licking a stamp. "The taste of gum is really very nice." R: "I hate it." I: "My dear fellow," surprised and entreating, "envelope gum is simply delicious." R: "I never lick stamps. It's dangerous. Microbes." I always do. I shall buy a bookful and go away to the seaside with them. R: "Yes, you'll need to." Laughter. Thus gaily and jauntily we went on to discuss wines, whiskies and Worthingtons, and I rounded it up in a typical cock-eyed manner. "Ah, yes, it's only when the day is over that the day really begins. What?" October 23rd. I expressed to R today my admiration for the exploit of the brave and successful submarine commander Max Kennedy Horton. Name for you. R was rather cold. "His exploits," said this bloody fool, "involve loss of life, and scarcely make me deliriously eulogistic." I cleared my throat and began. "Your precious sociology again. It will be the ruin of your career as an artist. It is so interwoven into the fibre of your brain that you never see anything except in relation to its state value. You are afraid to approve of a lying, thieving rogue, however delightful a rascal he may be, for fear of what Karl Marx might say. You will soon be drawing landscapes with taxpayers in the foreground, or we shall get a picture of Ben Nevis with Keir Hardie on the summit." And so on, to our own infinite mutual amusement. The English Review returns my essay. I am getting simply furious with an ambition I am unable to satisfy. Among beautiful London women I cannot get to know, and in ill health that I cannot cure. Shall I ever find anyone? Shall I ever be really well? My one solace is that I do not submit. It infuriates me. I resent it. I will never be resigned and milky. I will keep my claws sharp and fight to the end. October 24th. Went to Mark Lane by train. Then walked over the Tower Bridge and back along Lower Thames Street to London Bridge, up to Whitechapel, St. Paul's, Fleet Street and Charing Cross, and so home. Near Riley's Tavern I saw a pavement artist who had drawn a loaf with the inscription in both French and English. This is easy to draw but hard to earn. A baby's funeral trotted briskly over the Tower Bridge among Pink's jam wagons, carts carrying any goods from lead pencils and matches to bales of cotton and chests of tea. In the St. Catherine's Way there is one part like a deep railway cutting, the whole of one side for a long way consisting of the brick wall of a very tall warehouse with no windows in it and beautifully curved and producing a wonderful effect. Walked past great blocks of warehouses and business establishments, a wonderful sight, and everywhere bacon factors, coffee roasters, merchants. On London Bridge paused to feed the seagulls and looked down at the stevedores. Outside Billingsgate Market was a blackboard on an easel for market prices, but instead someone had drawn an enormously enlarged chalk picture of a cat's rear and tail, with anatomical details. In Aldgate, stopped to inspect a small stall containing popular literature, one brochure entitled "Suspended for Life" to indicate the terrible punishment meted out to a league footballer. The frontispiece enough to make a lump come in the juveniles' throats. Another stall held domestic utensils, with an intimation, anything on this stall lent for 1 penny. A news vendor I heard exclaim to a fellow tradesman in the same line of business, "They come and look at your bloody placard and then pass on." Loitered at a dirty little Fleet Street bookshop where Paul de Kock's The Lady with the Three Pairs of Stays was displayed prominently beside a picture of Oscar Wilde. In Fleet Street you exchange the Whitechapel sausage restaurants for taverns with snacks at the bar, and the chestnut roasters with their buckets of red-hot coals for Grub Street camp followers, selling La Indépendance Belge or pamphlets entitled Why We Went to War. In the Strand you may buy war maps, buttonhole flags, etc., etc. I bought a penny stud. One shop was turned into a shooting gallery at 3 shots a penny, where the Inner Temple barristers in between the case for the defence and the case for the prosecution could come and keep their eye in against the time the Germans come. Outside Charing Cross Station I saw a good-looking, well-dressed woman in morning clothes grinding a barrel organ. Returned to the library and read the Dublin Review, article on Samuel Butler, North American Review, one on Henry James, and dined at 7. After dinner read Evening Standard, Saturday Westminster and the New Statesman. Smoked 6 cigarettes and went to bed. Tomorrow 5th Symphony of Beethoven. October 25th. Too late. Yesterday's ramble has left me very sore in spirit. London was spread out before me, a vast campagna, but I felt too physically tired to explore. I could just amble along, a spectator merely, and automatically register impressions. Think of the misery of that. I want to see the docks and Dockland, to enter East End public houses and opium dens, to speak to Chinamen and Lascars. I want a first-rate, first-hand knowledge of London men, London women. I was tingling with anticipation yesterday, then I grew tired and fretful and morose, crawled back like a weevil into my nut. By 6:30 I was in a library reading the Dublin Review. What a young fool I was to neglect those priceless opportunities of studying and tasting life and character in North, at borough council meetings, boards of guardians and electioneering campaigns, not to mention inquests, police courts and country fairs. Instead of appraising all these precious and genuine pieces of experience their true value, my diary and my mind are occupied only with zoology, if you please. I ignored my exquisite chances. I ramped around, fuming and fretting, full of contempt for my circumscribed existence and impatient as only a youth can be. What I shall never forgive myself is my present inability to recall that life, so that instead of being able now to push my chair back and entertain myself and others with descriptions of some of those antique and incredible happenings, my memory is rigid and formal. I remember only a few names and 1 or 2 isolated events. All that time is just as if it had never been. My recollections form only an indefinite smudge. Odd town clerks, town criers, at least 5 of them in wonderful garb, policemen, I poached with one, ploughing match dinners, platters of roast beef and boiled potatoes, and I, the spectacled student of zoology, sitting uncomfortably among valiant trenchermen after their day's ploughing, election meetings in remote Exmoor villages, and those wonderful inns where I had to spend the night, all are gone, too remote to bear recital, yet just sufficiently clear to harass the mind in my constant endeavours to raise them all again from the dead in my consciousness.
I hate to think it is lost, that my youth is buried, a cemetery without even headstones. To an inquest on a drowned sailor, disclosing some thrilling story of the wild seas off the coast. For a pitiful myopia I preferred Wittersheim's Comparative Anatomy of Vertebrates. I used to carry Dr. Smith Woodward's Paleontology with me to a Board of Guardians meeting, mingling Pariosaurus and Holoptychians with tenders for repair and reports from the master. Now I take Keats or Chekhov to the museum. London certainly lies before me. Certainly I am alive at last. Yet now my energy is gone. It is too late. I am ill and tired. It costs me infinite discomfort to write this entry. All the skin of my right hand is permanently pins and needles, and in the fingertips I have lost all sense of touch. The sight of my right eye is also very bad, and sometimes I can scarcely read print with it, etc., etc. But why should I go on? A trance-like condition supervenes in a semi-invalid, forced to live in almost complete social isolation in a great whirling city like London. Days of routine follow each other as swiftly as the weaver's shuttle, and numb the spirit and turn palpitating life into a silent picture show. Everywhere always in the street people, millions of them, whom I do not know, moving swiftly along. I look and yawn, and then one day, as today, I wake up and race about beside myself, a swollen bag ready to burst with hope, love, misery, joy, desperation. Apologia pro vita mea. How may I excuse myself for continuing to talk about my affairs and for continuing to write zoological memoirs during the greatest war of all time? Well, here are some precedents. Goethe sat down to study the geography of China while his fatherland agonised at Leipzig. Hegel wrote the last lines of the Phenomenology of Spirit within sound of the guns of Jena. While Edward was being rent in twain by civil war, Sir Thomas Browne, ensconced in Old Norwich, reflected on Cambyses and Pharaoh and on the song the Sirens sang. Lassapi composed his Histoire de Croissance during the French Revolution. Then there were Diogenes and Archimedes. This defence, of course, implicates me in an unbounded opinion of the importance of my own work. He is quite the little poet, someone said of Keats. It is just as if a man remarked of Bonaparte, said Keats, in a pet, that he is quite the little general. A woman and a child. On the way to the Albert Hall, came upon the most beautiful picture of young maternity that ever I saw in my life. She was a delightfully girlish young creature, a perfect phoenix of health and beauty. As she stood with her little son at the curb waiting for a bus, smiling and chatting to him, a luminous radiance of happy, satisfied maternal love, maternal pride, womanliness streamed from her and enveloped me. We got on the same bus. The little boy, with his long hair and dressed in velvet like little Lord Fauntleroy, said something to her. She smiled delightedly, caught him up on her knees and kissed him. Two such pretty people never touched lips before, I'm certain of it. It was impossible to believe that this virginal creature was a mother. Childbirth left no trace. She must have just budded off the baby boy like a plant. Once, in her glance, she took me in her purview, and I knew she knew I was watching her. In travelling backwards from Kensington Gardens to the boy again, her gaze rested on me a moment, and I, of course, rendered the homage that was due. As a matter of fact, there was no direct evidence that she was the mother at all. The Albert Hall Hag. While waiting outside the Albert Hall, an extraordinarily weird contrast thrust itself before me. She was the most pathetic piece of human jetsam that ever I saw drifting about in the sea of London faces. Tall, gaunt, cadaverous, the skin of her face drawn tightly over her cheekbones and over a thin, pointed, hook-shaped nose, on her feet brown sand shoes,
dressed in a long draggle-tailed skirt, a broken-brimmed straw hat, beneath which some scanty hair was scraped back and tied behind in a knot. This wretched soul of some 30 summers, and what summers, stood in the road beside the waiting queue, and weakly passed the bow across her violin, which emitted a slight scraping sound. She could not play a tune, and the fingers of her left hand never touched the strings. They merely held the handle. A policeman passed, and, with an eye on the queue, muttered audibly, "Not 'arf," but no one laughed. Then she began to rummage in her skirt, holding the violin by the neck in her right hand, just as she must hold her brat by the arm when at home. Simultaneously sounds issued from her mouth in a high falsetto key. They were unearthly sounds, the tiny voice of an articulating corpse underneath the coffin lid. For a moment no one realised that she was reciting, for she continued to rummage in her skirt as she squeaked, "Break, break, break on thy cold grey stones, O sea," etc. The words were scarcely audible, though she stood but 2 yards off, but she repeated the verse and I then made out what it was. She seemed ashamed of herself and of her plight, almost without the courage to foist this mockery of violin playing on us. One would say she was frightened by her own ugliness and her own pathos. After conscientiously carrying out her programme, but with the distracted, uncomfortable air of someone scurrying over a painful task, like a tired child gabbling its prayers before getting into bed, she at length produced from her skirt pocket a small canvas money bag which she started to hand around. This was the climax to this harrowing incident, for each time she held out the bag she smiled, which stretched the skin still more tightly down over her malar prominence, and said something, an inarticulate noise in a very high pitch. "A woman," I whispered to R. "She claims to be a woman." If anyone hesitated a moment or struggled with a purse, she would wait patiently with bag outstretched and head turned away, the smile vanishing at once as if the pinched face were but too glad of the opportunity of a rest from smiling. She stood there, gazing absently, 2 lifeless eyes at the bottom of deep socket holes and a head which was almost a bare skull. She was perfunctorily carrying out an objectionable task because she could not kill the will to live. As she looked away and waited for you to produce the copper, she thought, "Why trouble? Why should I wait for this man's aid?" The clink of the penny recalled her to herself and she passed on, renewing her terrible grimacing smile. Why didn't I do something? Why? Because I was bent on hearing Beethoven's Fifth Symphony, if you please. And she may have been a well-to-do vagrant, well got up for the occasion. A clever simulator? October 28th. Rigor Bordis. Rigor Bordis. I write like this as if it were a light matter. But tonight I was in extremis. First I read the paper. Then I finished the book I was reading. Thus spake Zarathustra. Not knowing quite what next to do, I took my boots off and poured out another cup of coffee. But these manoeuvres were only the feeble attempts of a cowardly wretch to evade the main issue, which was how to occupy myself and keep myself sane during the hour and a half before bedtime. Before now I have tried going off to bed, but that does not work. I don't sleep. Moreover, I have been in the grip of a horrible mental unrest. To sit still in my chair, much less to lie in bed doing nothing, seemed ghastly. I experienced all the cravings of a dissolute neurotic for a stimulus. But what stimulus I wanted I did not know. Had I known, I should have gone and got it. The dipsomaniac was a man to be envied. Some mechanical means were necessary for sustaining life till bedtime. I sat down and played a game of Patience. No one knows how I loathe playing Patience, how much I despise the people who play it. Tiring of that, sat back in my chair, yawned and thought of a word I wanted to look up in the dictionary. This quest, forgotten until then, came like a beam of bright light into a dark room. So looked the word up leisurely, took out my watch, noted the time, and then stood up with elbows on the mantelpiece and stared at myself in the glass. I was at bay at last. There was simply nothing I could do. I would have given worlds to have someone to talk to. Pride kept me from ringing for the landlady. I must stand motionless, back to the wall, and wait for the hour of my release. I had but one idea, viz., that I was surely beaten in this game of life. I was very miserable indeed. But being so miserable that I couldn't feel more so, I began to recover after a while. I began to visualise my lamentable situation, and rose above it as I did so. I staged it before my mind's eye, and observed myself as hero of the plot. I saw myself sitting in a dirty armchair in a dirty house in a dirty London street, with the landlady's dirty daughter below stairs singing Little Grey Home in the West, my head obscured in a cloud of depression, and in my mind the thought that if life be a test of endurance, I must hang on grimly to the arms of the chair and sit tight till bedtime. This attitude proved a useful means of self-defence. When I had dramatised my misery, I enjoyed it, and acute mental pain turned into merely aesthetic malaise.
The end of 1914, Part 3. Section 10, 1914, Part 4 of The Journal of a Disappointed Man by W. N. P. BARBELLION. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information, or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. 1914, Part 4.
November 4th. A lurid day. Suffering from the most horrible physical languor. Wrote the doctor saying I was rapidly sliding down a steep place into the sea, like the swine I am. Could I see him? Endured an hour's torture of indecision tonight, asking myself whether I should go over to ask her to be my wife, or whether I should go to the Fabian Society and hear Bernard Shaw. Kept putting off the decision, even till after dinner. If I went to the flat, I must shave. To shave required hot water. The landlady had already cleared the table, and was rapidly retreating. Something must be done, and at once I called the old thing back impulsively and ordered shaving water, consoling myself with the reflection that it was still unnecessary to decide. The hot water could be at hand in case the worst happened. If I decided on matrimony, I could shave forthwith. Should I? After dark I always shave in the sitting room because of the better gaslight. Drank some coffee, and next found myself slowly, mournfully putting on hat and coat. You can't shave in hat and coat, so I concluded I had decided on Shaw. Slowly undid the front door latch and went off. Shaw bored me. He is mid-Victorian. Sat beside a bulgy-eyed youth reading The Free Thinker. November 9th. In the evening asked her to be my wife. She refused. Once perhaps, but now. I don't think I have any moral right to propose to any woman, seeing the state of my health, and I did not actually intend or wish to. It was just to get it off my mind, a plain statement. If I don't really and truly love her, it was a perfectly heartless comedy. But I have good reason to believe I do. With me, moments of headstrong passion alternate with moods of perfectly immobile self-introspection. It is a relief to have spoken. November 10th. Very miserable. Asked R 3 times to come and have dinner with me. Each time he refused. My nerves are completely jangled. Tu l'as voulu, Georges Dandin. That's the rub. November 11th. She observed me carefully. I'm looking a perfect wreck. Tu l'as voulu, Georges Dandin. But it is mainly ill health, not on her account. I said, "Some things are too funny to laugh at." "Is that why you are so solemn?" "No," I answered, "I'm not solemn, I am laughing." Some things are too solemn to be serious about. She saw me off at the door and smiled quietly, an amused, faraway smile of feline satisfaction. November 12th. Horrible nervous depression. Thinking of suicide with a pistol, a Browning, or of 10 days' mysterious disappearance, when I would go and live in a good hotel, spend all my money, and live among human beings with eyes and noses and legs. This isolation. Am I going mad? If I disappeared, it would be interesting to see if anyone missed me. November 13th. Still thinking of suicide. It seems the only way out. This morning my essay was returned by the editor of. One by one I have been divested of all my most cherished delusions. Once my ambitions gave me the fuel with which to keep myself alive. One after another they have been foiled, and now I have nothing to burn. I am daily facing the fact that my ambitions have overtaxed my abilities and health. For years my whole existence has rested on a false estimate of my own value, and my life has been revolving around a foolish self-deception. But I know myself as I am at last, and am not at all enamoured. The future is nothing for me. I am wearied of my life already. What is there for any of us to do but die? November 14th. Before going over tonight, bought London Opinion deliberately in order to find a joke, or better still, some cynicism about women to fire off at her. Rehearsed one joke, one witticism from Oscar Wilde, and one personal anecdote, the latter for the most part false, none of which came off, though I succeeded in carrying out a nonchalant or even jaunty bearing. "Don't you ever swear?" I asked. "It's a good thing, you know. Swearing is like pimples. Better to come out, cleanses the moral system. The person who controls himself must have lots of terrible oaths circulating in his blood. Swearing is not the only remedy. I suppose you prefer the gilded pill of a curate's sermon. I prefer pimples to pills." Is it a wonder she does not love me? I wonder why I paint myself in such horrid colours. Why have I this morbid pleasure in pretending to those I love that I am a beast and a cynic? I suffer, I suppose, from a lacerated self-esteem, from a painful loneliness, from the consciousness of how ridiculous I have made myself, and that most people, if they knew, would regard me with loathing and disgust. I am very unhappy. I am unhappy because she does not care for me, and I am chiefly unhappy because I do not care for her. Instead of a passion, only a dragging, heavy chain of attraction. Some inflexible law makes me gravitate to her, seizes me by the neck and suspends me over her. I cannot look away. In the early days, when I did my best to strangle my love, as one would a bastard child, I took courage in the fact that for a man like me the murder was necessary. There were books to write and to read, and name and fame perhaps. To these everything must be sacrificed. That is all gone now. No man could have withstood forever that concentrated essence of womanhood that flowered from her. Still, the declaration has made amends. She is pleased about it. It is a scalp. Yet how could I forgive her for saying she supposed it was a natural instinct for a girl not to feel drawn to an invalid like me? That was cruel, though true. November 19th. I might be Captain Scott, writing his last words amid Antarctic cold and desolation. It is very cold. I am sitting hunched up by the fire in my lodgings after a meal of tough meat and cold apple tart. I am full of self-commiseration, my only pleasure now. It is very cold and I cannot get warm, try as I will. My various nervous derangements take different forms. This time my peripheral circulation is affected, and the hand, arm and shoulder are permanently cold. My right hand is blue, though I've shut up the window and piled up a roaring fire. It's Antarctic cold and desolation. London in November from the inside of a dingy lodging house can be very terrible indeed. This celestial isolation will send me out of my mind. I marvel how God can stick it. lonely, damp and cold in the clouds. That is how I live too. But then I am not God. I fall back on this journal just as some other poor devil takes to drink. I too have toyed with the idea of drinking hard. I have frequented bars and billiard saloons, and in fits of depression done my best to forget myself. But I am not sufficiently fond of alcohol, and it would take a lot to make me forget myself. So I plunge into these literary excesses and drown my sorrows in Stevens's blue-black ink. It gives me a sulky pleasure to think that some day somebody will know. It is humiliating to feel ill as I do. If I had consumption, the disease would act as a stimulus. I could strike an attitude feverishly and be histrionic. But to be merely below par, to feel like a bunny rabbit perennially poorly, saps my character and mental vigour. I want to crawl away and die like a rat in a hole. A bronzed, healthy man makes me wince. Healthy people regard a chronically sick man as a leper. They suspect him something fishy. November 20th. Still at home, ill. If anything, R is more of a précieux than I am myself. At the present moment he is tickling himself with the idea that he is in love with a certain golden-haired damsel from the States. He reports to me fragments of his conversations with her, how he snatches a fearful joy by skirting dangerous conversational territory. Or he takes a pencil and deftly outlines her profile or the rondure of her bosom. Or he discourses at length on her nose or eye. I can well imagine him driving a woman crazy and then collecting her tears in a bottle as mementos. Then, whenever he requires a little heart stimulus, he could take the phial from his waistcoat pocket and watch the tears condensing. Why don't you marry her out of hand and be done with all this dalliance? I can tell what's the matter with you, I growled. You're a landscape artist. You'll grow to resemble that mean, dewy, secretive, petty creature, J.W.M. Turner, and allow no human being to interfere with your art. A fine artist, perhaps, but what a man! You'll finish up with a Mrs. Darnby. Yes, he answered, quoting Tennyson with great aptness, and lose my salvation for a sketch, like Romney deserting his wife. If I were not married, I should have no wife to desert. It is useless to argue with him. His cosmogony is wrongly centred in art, not life. Life interests him. He can't altogether resign himself to the cowl and the tonsured head, but he will not plunge. He insists on being a spectator, watching the maelstrom from the bank and remarking exquisitely, "Ah, there is a very fine sorrow," or "What an exquisite sensation." The other day, after one of our furious conversational bouts around this subject, I drew an insect, cut it out and pinned the slip in a collecting box. Then suddenly producing the box and opening it with a fatuous grin, I said, "Here is a jolly little sorrow I caught this morning." The joke pleased him and we roared, bellowed. "That terrible forefinger of yours," he smiled. "Like Cardinal Richelieu's eyes, piercing?" I suggested, with appreciation. It is because I tap him on his shirt front in the space between waistcoat and tie aggressively for emphasis in conversation. "You must regard my passion for painting," he began once more, "as a sort of dipsomania. I really can't help myself." I jumped on him vehemently. "Exactly, my pernickety friend. It's something abnormal and unnatural. When, for purposes of self-culture, I see a man deliberately lop off great branches of himself so as to divert his strength into one limb, I know that if he is successful he will be something as vulgar as a fat woman at a country fair, and if he is unsuccessful he will be just a pathetic mutilation. You are trying to pervert a natural instinct. You want to paint, I believe. Quite so. But when a boy reaches the age of puberty he does not grow a palate on his chin, but hair. Still, now you recognise it as a bad habit, why need I say more? Why indeed? It's a vice, and I'm very sorry for you, old boy. I'll do all I can. Come and have some dinner with me tonight." "Oh, thank you very much," says my gentleman, "but I'm not at all sorry for myself. I thought as much. So that we are not so very much agreed after all. We're not shaking hands after the boxing contest, but scowling at each other from the ropes and shaping for another round. Your pulpit orations, my dear Barbellion, in full canonicals, he reflected, are worthy of a larger audience. To find you, of all people, preaching. I thought you were philosopher enough to see the angle of everyone's vision and broad-minded, so as to see every point of view. Besides, you are as afraid of marriage as I am, and for the same reasons. I confess, when in the philosophic citadel of my own armchair, I began, I do see everyone's point of view. You sit on the other side of the rug and put out the suggestion tentatively that murder may be a moral act. I examine your argument and am disposed to accept it. But when you slit up my brother's abdomen before my eyes, I am sufficiently weak and human to punch you on the nose. You are too cold and Olympian, up above the snow line with a box of paints. It is very beautiful among the snows. I suppose so. Exit. November 23rd. Great physical languor, especially in the morning. It is cavalry to get out of bed and shoulder the day's burden. What's been the matter? They ask. Oh, senile decay, general histolysis of the tissues, I say fencing. Tonight I looked at myself accidentally in the glass and noticed at once the alarming extent of my dejection. Quite unconsciously I turned my head away and shook it, making the noise with my teeth and tongue which means, dear, dear. M tells me these waves of ill health are quite unaccountable unless I were leading a dissolute life, which you do not appear to be doing. Damn his eyes. Reading Nietzsche. Reading Nietzsche. What splendid physic he is to Pomeranian puppies like myself. I am a hopeless coward. Thunderstorms always frighten me. The smallest cut alarms for fear of blood poisoning, and I always dab on antiseptics at once. But Nietzsche makes me feel a perfect mastiff. The test for true love. The test for true love is whether you can endure the thought of cutting your sweetheart's toenails, the onychiotomic test, or whether you find your Julia's sweat as sweet as otto of roses. I told her this tonight. Probably she thinks I only saw it in a book. Chopin. On Sunday went to the Albert Hall and warmed myself at the orchestra. It is a wonderful sight to watch an orchestra playing from the gallery. It spurts and flickers like a flame. Its incessant activity arrests the attention and holds it just as a fire does. Even a deaf man would be fascinated. Heard Chopin's Funeral March and other things. It would be a rich experience to be able to be in your coffin at rest and listen to Chopin's Funeral March being played above you by a string orchestra with Sir Henry Wood conducting. Sir Henry, like a melanic messiah, was crucified as usual, the Hungarian Rhapsody No. 2 causing him the most awful agony. November 28th. Rodin. More than once lately have been to see and admire Rodin's recent gifts to the nation exhibited at the Victoria and Albert Museum. The Prodigal Son is Beethoven's Fifth Symphony done in stone. It was only on my second visit that I noticed the small pebble in each hand. A superb touch. What a frenzy of remorse. The fallen angel I loved most. The legs of the woman droop listlessly backwards in an intoxicating curve. The eye caresses it, down the thighs and over the calves to the tips of the toes, like the hind limbs of some beautiful dead gazelle. He has brought off exactly the same effect in the woman in the group called Eternal Spring, which I have only seen in a photograph. This morning at 9 a.m. lay in bed on my back, warm and comfortable, and for the first time for many weeks, with no pain or discomfort of any kind. The mattress curved up around my body and legs and held me in a soft, warm embrace. I shut my eyes and whistled the saccharine melody for solo violin in Chopin's Funeral March. I wanted the moment prolonged for hours. Ill health chases the soul out of a man. He becomes a body, purely physical. November 29th. This evening she promised to be my wife after a long silent ramble together through dark London squares and streets. I am beside myself. December 6th. I know now. I love her with passion. Health and ambition and sanity are returning. Projects in view. 1. To make her happy and myself worthy. 2. To get married. 3. To prepare and publish a volume of this journal. 4. To write 2 essays for Cornhill, which shall surely induce the editor to publish and not write me merely long complimentary and encouraging letters as heretofore. Wire to A. The brave little pennon has been hauled down. December 7th. Have so many projects in view and so little time in which to get them done. Moreover, I am always haunted by the fear that I may never finish them through physical or temperamental disabilities, a breakdown in health or in purpose. I'm one of those who are apt to die unexpectedly, and no one would be surprised. An inquest would probably be unnecessary. I badly want to live, say, another 12 months. Hey, nonny, no, a man's a fool that wants to die. December 9th. I shook her angrily by the shoulders tonight and said, "Why do I love you? Tell me." But she only smiled gently and said, "I cannot tell. I ought not to love her, I know. Every omen is against it. Then I am full of self-love. An intellectual Malvolio, proud of his brains and air of distinction. Then I am fickle, passionate, polygamous. I am haunted by the memory of how I have sloughed off one enthusiasm after another. I used to dissect snails in a pie dish in the kitchen while Mother baked the cakes. The unravelling of the eternal economy of a helix caused as great an emotional storm as today the unfinished symphony does. I look for the first parasol in Kensington Gardens with the same interest as once I sought out the first snowdrop or listened for the first cuckoo. I am as anxious to identify an instrument in Sir Henry's orchestra as once to identify the song of a new bird in the woods. Nothing is further from my intention or desire than to continue my old habit of nature study. I never read nature books. My old favourites, Waterton's Wanderings, Gilbert White, the Zoologist, etc. have no interest for me. In fact, they give me slight mental nausea even to glance at. Wiedersheim, good old Wiedersheim, is now deposed by a textbook on harmony. My main desire just now is to hear the best music. In the country I wore blinkers and saw only zoology. Now in London I've taken the bit into my mouth, and it's a mouth of iron, wanting a run for all my troubles before death strikes me down. All this evidence of my temperamental instability alarms and distresses me on reflection and makes the soul weary. I wish I loved more steadily. I'm always sidetracking myself. The title of husband scares me. December 12th. Sir Henry Wood conducting. Went to the Queen's Hall, sat in the orchestra and watched Sir Henry's statuesque figure conducting through a forest of bows, which pleased me mightily. It would be worth watching if you were stone deaf. If you could not hear a sound, the animation and excitement of an orchestra in full swing, with the conductor cutting and slashing at invisible foes, make a magnificent spectacle. The face of Sir Henry Wood strikes me as very much like the traditional pictures of Jesus Christ. Though Sir Henry is dark, the Melanic Messiah I call him, very much to my own delight. Rodin ought to do him in stone. Chesterfield's ideal of a man. A Corinthian edifice on Tuscan foundations. In Sir Henry's case there can be no disputing the Tuscan foundations. However swift and elegant the movements of his arms, his splendid lower extremities remain as firm as stone columns. While the music is calm and serene, his right hand and baton execute, in concert with the left, perfect geometric curves around his head. Then as it gathers in force and volume, when the bows begin to dart swiftly across the fiddles and the trumpets and trombones blaze away in a conflagration, we are all expectant, and even a little fearful, to observe his sabre-like cuts. The tension grows. I hold my breath. Sir Henry snatches a second to throw back a lock of his hair that has fallen limply across his forehead, then goes on in unrelenting pursuit, cutting and slashing at hordes of invisible fiends that leap howling out towards him. There is a great turmoil of combat, but the conductor struggles on till the great explosion happens. But in spite of that, you see him still standing through a cloud of great chords, quite undaunted. His sword zigzags up and down the scale. Suddenly the closed fist of his left hand shoots up straight and points to the zenith, like the arm of a heathen priest appealing to Baal to bring down fire from heaven. But the appeal avails naught, and it looks as though it were all up for poor Sir Henry. The music is just as infuriated. His body writhes with it, the melanic Messiah crucified by the inappeasable desire to express by visible gestures all that he feels in his heart. He surrenders, so you think. He opens out both arms wide and baring his breast, dares them all to do their worst, like the picture of Moffat, the missionary, among the savages of the Dark Continent. And yet he wins after all. At the very last moment he seems to summon all his remaining strength and in one final and devastating sweep mows down the orchestra rank by rank. You awake from the nightmare to discover the victor acknowledging the applause in a series of his inimitable bounds. One ought to pack one's ears up with cotton wool at a concert where Sir Henry conducts. Otherwise the music is apt to distract one's attention. RLS wanted to be at the head of a cavalry charge, sword overhead, but I'd rather fight an orchestra with a baton. Beethoven's Fifth Symphony. This symphony always works me up into an ecstasy. In ecstatic symphony, with its dreadfulness, I could stand up in the balcony and fling myself down passionately into the arena below. Yet there were women sitting alongside me today, knitting. It so annoyed and irritated me that at the end of the first movement I got up and sat elsewhere. They would have sat knitting at the foot of the cross, I suppose. At the end of the second movement, 2 or 3 other women got up and went home to tea. It would have surprised me no more to have seen a cork extract itself from its bottle and promenade. Tchaikovsky. Just lately I've heard a lot of music, including Tchaikovsky's Pathétique and Fifth Symphonies, some Debussy, and odd pieces by Dinka, Glinka, Smetana, Mozart. I am chock full of impressions of all this precious stuff and scarcely know what to write. As usual, the third movement of the Pathétique produced a frenzy of exhilaration. I seemed to put on several inches around my chest and wished to shout in a voice of thunder. The conventions of a public concert hall are dreadfully oppressive at such times. I could have eaten all the elephants of Hindustan and picked my teeth with the spire of Strasbourg Cathedral. In the last movement of the Fifth Symphony of that splendid fellow Tchaikovsky, the orchestra seemed to gallop away, leaving poor Landon Ronald to wave his whip in a ridiculously ineffective way. They went on crashing down chords, and just before the end I had the awful presentiment that the orchestra simply could not stop. I sat straining every nerve in the expectancy that this chord or the next was the end, but it went on pounding down. Each one seemed the last, but every time another followed as passionate and emphatic as the one before, until finally whatever this inhuman orchestra was attempting to crush and destroy must have been reduced to shapeless pulp. I wanted to board the platform and plead with them, elderly gentlemen, turned their heads nervously. Every one was breathless. We all wanted to call, for God's sake, stop! To do anything to still this awful lust for annihilation. The end came quickly in 4 drum beats in quick succession. I have never seen such hate, such passionate intensity of the will to destroy. And Tchaikovsky was a Russian. Debussy was a welcome change. L'après-midi d'enfant is a musical setting to an auscultatory exercise. It is an orchestral yawn. Oh, so tired. Came away thoroughly delighted. Wanted to say to everyone, "Bloody good, ain't it?" Then we would all shake hands and go home whistling. December 14th. My rooms are littered with old concert programmes of the doctor's prescriptions in the yellow envelopes of the dispenser for my various ailments and diseases, and books, books, books. Among those lying on my table at the moment are Plays of Embreu, Joseph Vance, A Sequel to Pragmatism, The Meaning of Truth by William James, Beyond Good and Evil, Dostoevsky's The Possessed, Marie Bashkirtseff's Journal. I have found time to read only the first chapter of this last, and am almost afraid to go on. It would be so humiliating to find I was only her duplicate. On my mantelpiece stands a photograph of Huxley, the hero of my youth, which old B has always taken to be that of my grandpapa. A plaster cast mask of Voltaire, when first hung up, made him chuckle with indecent laughter. "A regular all-nighter! Who is it?" he said. December 15th. Petticoat Lane. This morning, being Sunday, went to Petticoat Lane and enjoyed myself. On turning the corner to go into Middlesex Street, as it is now called, the first thing I saw was a little girl, a Jewess, being tackled for selling Belgian buttonhole flags by 2 policemen who ultimately marched her off to the police station. In the lane, first of all, was a Royal Ascot jockey scales, made of brass and upholstered in gaudy red velvet, a penny a time. A very fat man was being weighed and looked a little distressed on being given his ticket. "Another stone," he told the crowd mournfully. "You'll have to eat less pork," someone volunteered, and we all laughed. Next door to the scales was a man selling gyroscopes. "Something scientific, amusing as well as instructive, illustrating the principles of gravity and stability. What I show you is what I sell. Price 1 shilling. Who?" I stopped next at a stall containing nothing but caps. "Any size, any colour, any pattern, 1 shilling apiece. Now then." This show was being run by 2 men, a Jew in a fur cap on one side of the stall and a very powerful looking sort of Captain Cuttle on the other, a seafaring man, almost as broad as he was long, with a game leg and the voice of a skipper in a hurricane. Both these men were selling caps at a prodigious pace, and with the insouciance of tradesmen sure of their custom. The skipper would seize a cap, chuck it across to a timid prospective purchaser, and, if he dropped it, chuck him over another, crying with a "Yo heave ho" boisterousness, "Oh, what a game, what a bee's nest." Upon the small head of another customer he would squash down his largest sized cap, saying at once, "There, you look the finest gentleman. Hoo, a little too large." At which we all laughed. The customer looked silly, but took no offence. "Try this," yells the skipper above the storm, and takes off his own cap. "Oh, ye needn't be afraid. I washed my hair last year." Laughter. Then to his partner, the Jew on the other side of the stall. "Oh, what a face you've got. Here, 6 for anyone who can tell me what it is. Why not take it to the trenches and get it smashed in?" The Jew wore spectacles and had a soft, ingratiating voice and brown, doe-like eyes, a Jew in every respect. "Oh," says he, the oleaginous Semitic way, and accurately taking up his cue, for all this was rehearsed patter. "My wife says my face is my fortune." "No wonder you're so hard up. Now I've got to take in lodgers. What's your name?" "John Jones," in a demure, wheedling voice. "Oh, that's not your name in your own bloody country. I expect it's Hullaballinsky." "Do you know what my name really is?" "No." "It's Assenheimo Poplo Katowinlinsky." Coverod. Loud laughter. "I shall call you Ass for short." I was laughing loudly at these 2 clowns, and the skipper, observing as much, shouted out to me, "Parlez-vous français, monsieur?" "Oui, oui," said I. "Ah, la, you're one of us. Oh, what a game, what a bee's nest." And all the time he went on selling caps and chucking them at the purchasers. Perhaps one of the most extraordinary things I saw was a stream of young men who, one after another, came up to a stall, paid a penny, and swallowed a glass of nerve tonic, a green liquid siphoned out of a large jar, warranted a safe cure for inward weakness, slightest flurry, or body oppressed. Another man was pulling teeth and selling tooth powder. Some of the little urchins' teeth, after he had cleaned them as a demonstration, were much whiter than their faces or his. This was the original Chas Assenheim. Mrs. Myers, not connected with anyone else of the same name in the lane, was selling eels at 2d, 3d, and 6d, and doing a brisk trade too. But I should go on for hours if I would tell everything seen in this remarkable lane during an hour and a half on a Sunday morning. Each stallholder sells only one kind of article: caps or clocks or songs, braces, shawls, indecent literature, concertinas, gramophones, coats, pants, reach-me-downs, epergnes. The thoroughfare was crowded with people. I saw 2 Lascars in red fez caps, inspecting the goods displayed and attentively observed by numerous policemen. The alarm clocks were all going off, each gramophone was working a record, a different one, and every tradesman shouting his wares. A perfect pandemonium. December 31st. A conversation. There is that easily calculable element in your nature, dear boy, I said, by which you forgo the dignity of a free-willed human being and come under an inflexible natural law. I can anticipate your movements, intentions and opinions long beforehand. For example, I know quite well that every Sunday morning will see you with the New Statesman under your arm. I know that the words Wagner or Shaw, uttered slowly and deliberately in your ear, will produce a perfectly definite reaction. "I bet you can't predict what I am going to buy now," R replied gaily, advancing to the newspaper stall. He bought the Pink 'Un, and I laughed. "And so you read pragmatism," he mused, "while the fate of the Empire stands in the balance." "Yes," said I, "and the Paris Academy of Sciences were discussing the functions of theta and the polymorphism of Antarctic diatoms last September when the Germans stood almost at the gates of Paris." This was a lucky stroke for me, for he knew he was rubbing me on the raw. We are, of course, great friends, but sometimes we get on one another's nerves. "I am polychromatic," I declared, "rhetorical, base. You, besides being a bally fool, are of a pretty grey colour, a baritone, and you paint in watercolours." "Whereas you, of course, would paint in blood," he answered fatuously. His Oxford education has a firm hold on him. He says, for example, e converso instead of on the other hand, and entre nous for between ourselves. He labels his paragraphs alpha, beta, gamma instead of A, B, C, and quotes Juvenal, knows Paris and Naples, visits the Alps for the winter sports, all in the approved manner of dons. Not infrequently he visits the East End to study how the poor live. He lectures at Toynbee Hall and calls the proletariat the prolly. In fact, he does everything according to the regulations, being a socialist and an agnostic, a follower of Shaw and a devotee of Bunyan. Erotic, he is careful to pronounce erotique, to show he knows Greek, and the Duma, the Duma, though he doesn't know Russian. Like any Don, he is always ready to discuss and give an opinion on any sub-supra or circumlunary subject from bimetallism to the symphony as an art form. "That's a dominant fifth," I said to him the other day. No answer. "You ignorant devil," I said. "You don't know what a dominant fifth is?" We made grimaces at one another. "Who is the Master of the Mint?" I asked him. "That is an easy one." "The Chancellor of the Exchequer," was the prompt reply. "Oh, that's right," I said, sarcastic and crestfallen. "Now tell me the shortest verse in the Bible and the date of Ramesses II." We laughed. R is a very clever man, and the most extraordinarily versatile man I know. He is bound to make his mark. His danger is too many irons in the fire. Here are some of his occupations and acquirements: art, etching, dry point, watercolours, music, a charming voice, classics, French, German, Italian, both speaking and reading knowledge, biology, etc., etc. He is for ever titillating his mind with some new thing. For God's sake, do leave it alone. You simply rag your mind to death. Put it out to the grass. Go through an annual season of complete abstinence from knowledge. An intellectual Lent. No one more than he enjoys my ragging him like this, and I do it rather well. The End of 1914, Part 4. Section 11. 1915, Part 1 of The Journal of a Disappointed Man by W. N. P. Barbellion. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information, or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. 1915, Part 1. January 1st. I have grown so ridiculously hypercritical and fastidious that I will refuse a man's invitation to dinner because he has watery blue eyes, or hate him for a mannerism or an impediment or affectation in his speech. Some poor devil who has not heard of Turner or Debussy or Dostoevsky I gird at with the arrogance of a knowledgeable youth of 17. some oddity who should afford a sane mind endless amusement, I write off as a insus naturae and dismiss with a flourish of contempt. My intellectual arrogance, excepting at such times as I become conscious of it and pull myself up, is incredible. It is incredible because I have no personal courage, and all this pride boils up behind a timid exterior. I quail often before stupid but overbearing persons, who consequently never realise my contempt of them. Then afterwards I writhe to think I never stood up to this fool, never uttered an appropriate word to interfere with another's nauseating self-love. It exasperates me to be unable to give a Roland for an Oliver. Even servants and underlings tick me off, to fail always in sufficient presence of mind to make the satisfying rejoinder or riposte. I suffer from such a savage amour-propre that I fear to enter the lists with a man I dislike on account of the mental anguish I should suffer if he worsted me. I am therefore bottled up tight, both my hates and loves. For a coward is not only afraid to tell a man he hates him, but is nervous too of letting go of his feelings of affection or regard, lest it be rejected or not returned. I shudder to think of such remarks as referring to me. "He's one of my admirers, you know," sardonically, or "I simply can't get rid of him." If, however, my cork does come out, there is an explosion, and placid people occasionally marvel to hear violent language streaming from my lips, and nasty acid and fatuous remarks. Of course, to intimate friends, only about 3 persons in the wide world, I can always give free vent to my feelings, and I do so in privacy with that violence in which a weak character usually finds some compensation for his intolerable self-imposed reserve and restraint in public. I can never marvel enough at the ineradicable turpitude of my existence, and my double-facedness, and the remarkable contrast between the face I turn to the outside world and the face my friends know. It's like leading a double existence, or artificially constructing a puppet to dangle before the crowd while I fulminate behind the scenes. If only I had the moral courage to play my part in life, to take the stage and be myself, to enjoy the delightful sensation of making my presence felt instead of this vapourish mumming, then this journal would be quite unnecessary. For to me self-expression is a necessity of life, and what cannot be expressed one way must be expressed in another. When colossal egotism is driven underground, whether by a steely surface environment or an unworkable temperament, as in my case by both, you get a truly remarkable result, and the victim a truly remarkable pain. The pain, one might say, of continuously unsuccessful attempts at parturition. It is perhaps not the whole explanation to say that my milky affability before, say, bores or clods is sheer personal cowardice. It is partly real affability. I am so glad to have opposite me someone who is making himself pleasant and affable and sympathetic that I forget for the moment that he is an unconscionable time server, a sycophant, lickspittle, toady, etc. My first impulse is always to credit folks with being nicer, cleverer, more honest and amiable than they are. Then on reflection I discover unpleasing characteristics. I detect their little motives and hate myself for not speaking. The fellow is intolerable. Why did I not tell him so? Bitter recriminations from my critical self upon my flabby, amiable half. On the whole then, I lead a pretty disgraceful inner life, excepting when I pull myself together and smile benignly on all things with a philosophical smugness, such as is by no means my mood at this present moment. I am so envious that a reprint of one of Romney's Ramuscales sends me into a dry, tearless anger, for the moment till I turn over the next page. Inwardly, I was exacerbated this morning when R recited, "Come and have a tiddle at the old brown bear," and explained how a charming young person sang this at breakfast the other morning. It was simply too charming for him to hear. Tonight, as I brushed my hair, I decided I was quite good looking,
and I believe I mused that E was really a lucky girl. All that is the matter with me is a colossal conceit and a colossal discontent, qualities exaggerated where a man finds himself in an environment which... You observant people will notice that this explanation is something of a self-defence, whereby the virtue goes out of my confession. I plead guilty, but great and unprecedented provocation as well. Intense pride of individuality forbids that I should ever be other than, shall I say, amiably disposed towards myself or fond, however displeased I may be with my environment. It is indeed impossible without sending him to a lunatic asylum ever to knock a man off the balance of his self-esteem. A man's loyalty to himself is the most pig-headed thing imaginable. January 2nd. The Fire Bogey. This box contains manuscripts. 1 guinea will be paid to anyone who, in case of danger from fire, saves it from damage or loss. Signed, W.N.P. BARBELLION. I've had this printed in large black characters on a card, framed and nailed to my coffin of journals. I told the printer first to say 2 guineas, but he suggested that 1 guinea was quite enough. I agreed, but wondered how the devil he knew what the journals were worth. Nobody knows. Next month I expect I shall have a hand painted on the wall and pointing towards the box. And a month after that I shall hire a fireman to be on duty night and day, standing outside number 101 in a brass helmet and his hatchet up at the salute. These precious journals! Supposing I lost them? I cannot imagine the anguish it would cause me. It would be the death of my real self, and as I should take no pleasure in the perpetuation of my flabby, flaccid, anaemic, amiable puppet self, I should probably commit suicide. August 7th. Harvey, who discovered the circulation of the blood, also conducted a great many investigations into the anatomy and development of insects. But all his MSS and drawings disappeared in the fortunes of war, and 1/2 of his life work thus disappeared. This makes me feverish, living as I do in Armageddon. Again, all of Malpighi's pictures, furniture, books and MSS were destroyed in a lamentable fire at his house in Bostonia, occasioned, it is said, by the negligence of his old wife. About 1618 Ben Jonson suffered a similar calamity through a fire breaking out in his study. Many unpublished MSS perished. A more modern and more tragic example I found recently in the person of an Australian naturalist, Dr. Walter Stimson, who lost all his MSS drawings and collections in the Great Fire of Chicago, and so excoriated by this irreparable misfortune that he never recovered from the shock, and died the following year a broken man and unknown. Of course, the housemaid who lit the fire with the French Revolution is known to all, as well as Newton's "Fido, Fido, you little know what you have done." There are many dangers in preserving the labours of years in MS form. Samuel Butler, of Erewhon, advised writing in copying ink and then pressing off a second copy to be kept in another and separate locality. My own precautions for these journals are more elaborate. Those who know about it think I am mad. I wonder. But I dare say I am a pathetic fool, an incredible self-deceiver. Anyhow, the coffin of raw material I sent down to T while I retain the 2 current volumes. This is to avoid Zeppelins. E took the coffin down for me on our way home from school, and at Taunton, inquisitive porters, mistaking it I suppose for an infant's coffin, carried it reverentially outside the station and laid it down. She caught them looking at it just in time before her train left. Under her instructions they seized it by the brass handles and carried it back again. I sit now, and with a good deal of curiosity fondle the idea of porters carrying about my journals of confession. It's like being tickled in the palm of the hand. 2 volumes of abstracted entries I keep here, and, as soon as I am married,
I intend to make a second copy of these. Then all in God's good time I intend getting a volume ready for publication. January 30th. Hearing Beethoven. To the Queen's Hall and heard Beethoven's 5th and 7th symphonies. Before the concert began I was in a fever. I kept on saying to myself, I'm going to hear the 5th and 7th symphonies. I regarded myself with the most ridiculous self-adulation. I smoothed and purred over myself, a great contented tabby cat. And all because I was so splendidly fortunate as to be about to hear Beethoven's 5th and 7th symphonies. It certainly upset me a little to find there were so many other people who were singularly fortunate as well. And it upset me still more to find some of them knitting and some reading newspapers as if they waited for sausage and mashed. How I gloried in the 7th. I can't believe there was anyone present who gloried in it as I did. To be processing majestically up the steps of a great and unimaginable palace in the staircase introduction led by Sir Henry is to have had at least a crowded 10 minutes of glorious life. A suspicion crossed the mind at one time. Good heavens, they're going to knight me. I cannot say if that were their intentions. But I escaped, however. I loved the way in which a beautiful melody flits around the orchestra and its various components like a beautiful bird. January 19th. An average day. After a morning of very mixed emotions and more than one annoyance, I last sat down to lunch and a little peace and quiet with R. We began by quoting verse at one another in open competition. Of course, neither of us listened to the other's verses. We merely enjoyed the pleasure of recollecting and repeating our own. I began with Tom Moore's Row Gently Here, My Gondolier. R guessed the author rightly at once and fidgeted until he burst out with The Breaths of Kissing Night and Day. To me an easy one. I gave The Moon More Indolently Sleeps Tonight, Baudelaire, and in reply he did a great stroke by reciting some of the old French of François Villon, which certainly flummoxed me. I don't believe we really love each other, but we cling to each other out of ennui and discover in each other a certain cold intellectual sympathy. At the pay desk, Lyons is our rendezvous. We joked with the cashier, a cheerful fat little girl, who said to R, indicating me, "He's a funny boy, isn't he?" "Dangerous," chirped R, and we laughed. In the street we met an aged, decrepit news vendor, very dirty and ragged, but his voice was unexpectedly fruity. "British success," he called, and we stopped for the sake of the voice. "I'm not interested," I said as an appetizer. "What? Not just one, sir? I haven't sold a single copy yet, and I've a wife and 4 children." "That's nothing to me. I've 3 wives and 40 children," I remarked. "What?" in affected surprise, turning to R. "He is bright and young from Salt Lake City. Yes, I know it. I've been there myself and been dry ever since. Oh, give us a drink, sir. Just one." In consideration of his voice, we gave him 2d, and passed on. After giving a light to a Belgian soldier whose cigarette had gone out, further along we entered a queer old music shop where they sell flageolets, serpents, clavichords and harps. We had previously made an appointment with the man to have Schubert's Unfinished Symphony played to us, so as to recall 1 or 2 of the melodies which we can't recall and it drives us crazy. "What is that one in the second movement which goes like this?" and R whistled a fragment. "I don't know," I said, "but let's go in here and ask." In the shop a youth was kind enough to say that if we cared to call next day, Madame A, the harp player, would be home and would be ready to play us the symphony. So this morning, before Madame's appearance, this kind and obliging youth put a gramophone record of it on, to which we listened like 2 intelligent parrots with heads sideways. Presently the fat lady harpist appeared and asked us just what we wanted to find out, a rather awkward question for us, as we did not want to find out anything excepting how the tunes went. I therefore explained that as neither of us had sisters or wives, and we both wanted, etc., so would she. In response she smiled pleasantly, and played us the second movement on a shop piano. Meanwhile, Henry, the boy, hid himself behind the instruments at the rear of the shop, and as we signed to her she would say, "What's that, Henry?" And Henry would duly answer from his obscurity, "Woodwind," or "solo oboe," or whatever it was, and the lad really spoke with authority. In this way I began to find out something about the work. Before I left, I presented her with a copy of the score, which she did not possess, and because she would not accept any sort of remuneration. "Won't you put your name on it?" she inquired. I pointed gaily to the words "Ecce Homo," which I had scribbled across Schubert's name, and said, "There you are." Madame smiled incredulously, and we said, "Goodbye." It was a beautifully clement, almost spring-like day, and at the street corner, in a burst of joyousness, we each bought a bunch of violets of an old woman, stuck them on the ends of our walking sticks, and marched off with them in triumphant protest to the BM. Carried over our shoulders, our flowers amused the police, and who scarcely realised the significance of the ritual. "This is my protest," said R, "against the war. It's like Oscar Wilde's sunflower." On the way we were both bitterly disappointed at a dramatic meeting between a man and woman of the artisan class, which instead of beginning with a stormy "Robert, where's the rent, may I ask?" fizzled out into "Hello, Charlie, why you are a stranger." At tea in the ABC shop we had a violent discussion on socialism, and on the station platform going home I said that before marriage I intended saving up against the possibility of divorce. A domestic divorce fund. "Very dreadful," said R with mock gravity, "to hear a recently affianced young man talk like that." What should I do then? Marry? I suppose so. Shadows of the prison house. At first I said I ought not to marry for 2 years. Then when I am wildly excited with her I say "next week." We could. There are no arrangements to be made. All her furniture, flat, etc. But I feel we ought to wait until the war is over. At dinner time tonight I was feverish to do 3 things at once: write out my day's journal, eat my food, and read the journal of Marie Bashkirtseff. Did all 3, but unfortunately not at once, so that when I was occupied with one I would surreptitiously cast a glance sideways at the other, and repined. After dinner paid a visit to the and found Mrs. playing patience. I told her that 12,000 lives had been lost in the great Italian earthquake. Still going on dealing out the cards, she said in her gentle voice that that was dreadful, and still absorbed in her cards, inquired if earthquakes had aught to do with the weather. "An earthquake must be a dreadful thing," she gently piped, as she abstractedly dealt out the cards for a new game in a pretty Morris papered room in Kensington. January 20th. At a public dinner. The timorous man presently took out his cigarette case and was going to take out a cigarette when he recollected that he ought first to offer one to the millionaire on his right. Fortunately the cigarette case was silver and the cigarettes appeared, from my side of the dinner table, to be fat Egyptians. Yet the timorous and unassuming bug hunter hesitated palpably. Ought he to offer his cigarettes? He thought of his own balance at the bank, and then of the millionaire's, and trembled. The case after all was only silver, and the cigarettes were not much more than halfpenny each. Was it not impertinent? He sat a moment studying the open case, which he held in both hands like a hymn book, while the millionaire ordered not wines, but a bass. At last courage came, and he inoffensively pushed the cigarettes towards his friend. "No, thanks," smiled the millionaire. "I don't smoke." And so 'twas a unicorn dilemma after all. February 15th. Spent Xmas week at work in her studio, transcribing my journals while she made drawings. All unbeknownst to her I was copying out entries of days gone by. How scandalised she would be if
February 22nd. What an amazing masque is Rotten Row on a Sunday morning. I sat on a seat there this morning and watched a while. It was most exasperating to be in this kaleidoscope of human life without the slightest idea as to who they all were. One man in particular I noticed, a first-class swell, whom I wanted to touch gently on the arm, slip a half a crown into his hand and whisper, "There, tell me all about yourself." Such swells there were that out in the fairway my little cockleshell boat was well-nigh swamped. To be in the wake of a really magnificent duchess simply rocks a small boat in an alarming fashion. I leaned over my paddles and gazed up. They steamed past unheeding, but I kept my nerve all right and pulled in and out, quizzing and observing. It is nothing less than scandalous that here I am, aged 25, with no means of acquainting myself with contemporary men and women even of my own rank and station. The worst of it is, too, that I have no time to lose, in my state of health. This accursed ill health cuts me off from everything. I make pitiful attempts to see the world around me by an occasional visit, wind, weather and health permitting, to Petticoat Lane, the Docks, Rotten Row, Leicester Square or the Ethical Church. Tomorrow I propose going to the Christian Scientists. Meanwhile, the others participate in Armageddon. February 23rd. Looking for lice at the zoo. The other day went to the Zoological Gardens and, by permission of the Secretary, went round with the keepers and searched the animals for ectoparasites. Sometime this year I have to make a scientific report to the Zoological Society on all the lice which from time to time have been collected on animals dying in the gardens and sent me for study and determination. We entered the cages, caught and examined several Tiamus, Rhinocetus, Eurypygia and many more, to the tune of The Policeman's Holiday, whistled by a miner. It was great fun. Then we went into the ostrich house and thoroughly searched 2 kiwis. These, being nocturnal birds, were roosting underneath a heap of straw. When we had finished investigating their feathers, they ran back to their straw at once, the keeper giving them a friendly tap on the rear to hurry them up a bit. They're just like little old women bundling along. The penguins, of course, were the most amusing, and after operating fruitlessly for some time on a troublesome Adelaide, I was amused to find, on turning around, all the other Adelaides clustered close around my feet in an attitude of mute supplication. The armadillo required all the strength of 2 keepers to hold still, while I went over his carcass with lens and forceps. I was also allowed to handle and examine the Society's 2 specimens of that amazing creature, the echidna. Belloniceps rex, like other royalty, had to be approached decorously. He was a big, ill-tempered fellow, and quite unmanageable except by one keeper for whom he showed a preference. While we other conspirators hid ourselves outside, this man entered the house quietly and approached the bird with a gentle cooing sound. Then suddenly he grabbed the bill and held on. We entered at the same moment and secured the wings, and I began the search. Without any luck. We must have made an amusing picture. 3 men holding on for dear life to a tall grotesque bird with an imperial eye, while a 4th searched the feathers for parasites. February 28th. What a boon is Sunday! I can get out of bed just when the spirit moves me, dress and bath leisurely, even with punctilio. How nice to dawdle in the bath with a cigarette, to hear the holiday sound of church bells. Then comes that supreme moment when, shaven, clean, warm and hungry for breakfast and coffee, I stand a moment before the looking glass and comb out my tousled hair with a parting as straight as a line in Euclid. That gives the finishing touch of self-satisfaction, and I go down to breakfast ready for the day's pleasure. I hate this weekday strain of having to be always each day at a set time in a certain place. March 3rd. I often sit in my room at the BM and look out at the traffic with a glassy, mesmerised face. A fainéant.
How different from that extremely busy youth who came to London in 1912. Say, how could that lad be I? How many hours do I waste daydreaming? This morning I dreamed and dreamed and could not stop dreaming. I had not the will to shake myself down to the task. My memory is simply trooped the colour. It surprised me to find how many of them had gone out of my present consciousness, and with what poignancy of feeling I recognised them again. How selfishly for the most part we all live in our present selves, or in the selves that are to be. Then I raced through all sorts of future possibilities. Oh, when and how is it all going to end? How do you expect me to settle down to scientific research with all this internal unrest? The scientific man above all should possess the quiet mind in all changes of fortune. Sir Henry Wotton's "How happy is he born and taught." The truth is I am a hybrid, a mixture of two very distinct temperaments, and they are often at war. To keep two different natures and two different mental habits simultaneously at work is next to impossible. Consequently, plenty of waste and fever and, as I might have discovered earlier for myself, success almost out of the question. If only I were purebred science or purebred art. March 4th. Life is a dream, and we are all somnambulos. We know that for a fact at all times when we are most intensely alive, at crises of unprecedented change, in sorrow or catastrophe, or in any unusual incident brought swiftly to a close like a vision. I sit here writing this. A mirage. Who am I? No one can say. What am I? A soap bubble hanging from a reed. Every man is an inexhaustible treasury of human personality. He can go on burrowing in it for an eternity if he have the desire and a taste for introspection. I like to keep myself well within the field of the microscope, and with as much detachment as I can muster, to watch myself live, to report my observations of what I say, feel, think. In default of others, I am myself my own spectator and self-appreciator, critical, discerning, vigilant, fond, my own stupid Boswell, shrewd if silly. This spectator of mine, it seems to me, must be a very moral gentleman and eminently superior. His incessant attentions, while I go on my way misconducting myself, goad me at times into a surly ill-tempered outbreak like Dr. Johnson. I hate being shadowed and reported like this. Yet on the whole, like old Samuel again, I am rather pleased to be Boswelled. It flatters me to know that at least one person takes an unremitting interest in all my ways. And, mind you, there are people who have seen most things, but have never seen themselves walking across the stage of life. If someone shows them glimpses of themselves, they will not recognise the likeness. How do you walk? Do you know your own idiosyncrasies of gait, manner of speech, etc.? I never cease to interest myself in the Gothic architecture of my own fantastic soul. Footnote 1917. I am now editing my own journal, bowdlerising my own book. March 6th. The Punch and Judy Show. Spent a most delightful half an hour today reading an account in the Encyclopaedia Britannica, one of my favourite books. It's so gay disconnected. The history of the Punch and Judy Show. It's a delightful bit of antiquarian lore, and delighted me the more because it had never occurred to me before that it had an ancient history. I am thoroughly proud of this recent acquisition of knowledge, and as if it were a valuable freehold, have been showing it off, saying, "Rejoice with me! See what I have got here!" I fired it off first in detail at "And H and D will probably be my victims tomorrow." After all, it is a charming little cameo of history, compact, with plenty of scope for conjecture, theory, research, and just that combination of all three which would suit my taste and capacity, if I had time for a monograph. March 22nd. I waste much time gaping and wondering. During a walk, or in a book, or in the middle of an embrace, suddenly I wake to a stark amazement at everything. The bare fact of existence paralyses me, holds my mind in mortmain, To be alive is so incredible that all I do is to lie still and merely breathe, like an infant on its back in a cot. It is impossible to be interested in anything in particular while overhead the sun shines, or underneath my feet grows a single blade of grass. The things immediate to be done, says Thoreau, I could give them all up to hear this locust sing. All my energies become immobilised, even my self-expression frustrated. I cannot exactly master and describe how I feel during such moments. March 23rd. Johnson v. Ease Delage. I expect we have all of us, at one time or another, heard ourselves addressing to annoying, objectionable acquaintances some such stinging castigation as Hazlitt's letter to Gifford, or Burke's letter to a noble lord, or Johnson's letter to Lord Chesterfield, or Rousseau's letter to the Archbishop of Paris. If only I could indulge myself. At this moment I could glut my rancours on 6 different persons at least. What a raising discontent I have suffered today. What cynicism, what bitterness of spirit, what envy, hate, exasperation, childish petulance. What pusillanimous feelings and desires. What crude efforts to flout simple ingenious folk with my own thwarted, repressed self-assertiveness. A solemn fellow told me he had heard from Johnson, who said he had already had much success from collecting in moss. Footnote: a method of collecting insects in winter by shaking moss over white paper. With an icy politeness, I asked who Johnson was. Who the hell is Johnson? As a quid pro quo, I began to talk of Ease Delage, who left him as much in the dark as he left me. Our gods differ, we have a different hierarchy. Well, how's your soul? Said R, bursting in with a sardonic smile. I gave him a despairing look and said, "Oh, a pink one with blue spots," and he left me to my fate. Had tea with the and was amazed to find on the music tray in the drawing room of these inoffensive artists a copy of Memoir on Synapta. Within his hearing I said, "Did you and Mrs. find this exciting reading?" and I held it up with a sneer. I felt I had laid bare a nerve and forthwith proceeded to make it twinge. Of course, was glib with an explanation. Yet the question remains incalculable. Just how pleased that young man is with himself. After tea, went out into the studio and watched these 2 enthusiasts paint. I must have glowered at them. I, the energetic, ambitious, pushing youth, of necessity sitting down doing naught, as unconsidered as a child playing on the floor. I recollected my early days in my attic laboratory and sighed. Where is my energy now? Mrs. plays Chopin divinely well. How I envied this man. To have a wife play Chopin. March 24th. It is fortunate that I am ill in one way, for I need not make my mind up about this war. I am not interested in it, this filth and lunacy. I have not yet made up my mind about myself. I am so steeped in myself, in my moods, vapours, idiosyncrasies, so self-sodden that I am unable to stand clear of the data, to marshal and classify the multitude of facts and thence to draw the deduction what manner of man I am. I should like to know, if only as a matter of curiosity. So what in God's name am I? A fool, of course, to start with, but the rest of the diagnosis? One feature is my incredible levity about serious matters. Nothing matters, provided the tongue is not furred. I have coquetted with death for so long and endured such prodigious ill health that my main idea when in a fair state of repair is to seize the passing moment and squeeze it dry. The thing that counts is to be drunken. As Baudelaire says, one must be forever drunken. That is the sole question of importance. If you would not feel the horrible burden of time that bruises your shoulders and bends you to the earth, you must be drunken without cease. Another feature is my insatiable curiosity. My purpose is to move about in this ramshackle old curiosity shop of a world, sampling existence. I would try everything, meddle lightly with everything, Religions and philosophies I devour with a relish. Pragmatism and Bishop Berkeley and Bergson have been my favourite bagatelles in turn. My consciousness is a ragbag of all things, all quips, quirks and quillettes, all excellent passes of pate, all the obsolete curiosities of an antiquated cabinet, take my eye for a moment ere I pass on. In Sir Thomas Browne's Pseudodoxia, I am interested to find why Jews do not stink. What is the superstition of sneezing after saluting? Wherefore Negroes are black? And so forth. There is a poetic appropriateness that in AD 1915 I should be occupied mainly in the study of lice. I like the insolence of it. They tell me that if the Germans won it would put back the clock of civilization for a century. But what is a meagre 100 years? Consider the date of the first Egyptian dynasty. We are now only in AD 1915. Surely we could afford to chuck away a century or two. Why not evacuate the whole globe and give the ball to the Boches to play with? Just an experiment, to see what they can make of it. After all, there's no desperate hurry. Have we a train to catch? Before I could be serious enough to fight, I should want God first to dictate to me his programme of the future of mankind. March 25th. Often, in the middle of a quite vivid 10 seconds of life, I find I have switched myself off from myself to make room for the person of a disinterested and usually vulgar spectator. Even in the thrill of a devotional kiss, I have overheard myself saying, "Hot stuff, this witch." Or in a room full of agreeable and pleasant people, while I am being as agreeable as I know how, comes the whisper in a cynical tone, "These damned women." I am apparently a triple personality. 1. The respectable youth. 2. The foul-mouthed commentator and critic. 3. The real but unknown I. Curious that these three should live together amiably in the same tenement. In a crowd. A crowd makes egotists of us all. Most men find it repugnant to them to submerge themselves in a sea of their fellows. A silent, listening crowd is potentially full of commotion. Some poor devils suffocating and unable any longer to bear the strain will shout "Bravo!" or "Hear, hear!" at every opportunity. At the feeblest joke we all laugh loudly, welcoming this means of self-survival. Hence the success of the Salvation Army. To be preached at and prayed for in the mass for long on end is what human nature can't endure in silence, and a good deal of self can be smuggled by an experienced Salvationist into "Alleluia" or "The Lord be praised." Naming cockroaches. I had to determine the names of some exotic cockroaches today, and finding it very difficult and dull, raised a weak smile in two enthusiasts who know them as Blattids by rechristening them with great frivolity, Fatheads. "These bloody insects," I said to an Australian entomologist of rare quality. "A good round oath," he answered quietly. "If it was a square one it wouldn't roll properly," I said. It is nice to find an entomologist with whom I can swear and talk bawdy. March 26th. A test of happiness. The true test of happiness is whether you know what day of the week it is. A miserable man is aware of this even in his sleep. To be as cheerful and rosy-cheeked on Monday as on Saturday, and at breakfast as at dinner is to, well, make an ideal husband. It is a strange metempsychosis, this transformation of an enthusiast, tense, excitable and active, into a sceptic, nerveless, ironical and idle. That's what ill health can do for a man. To be among enthusiasts, zoologists, geologists, entomologists, as I frequently am, makes me feel a very old man, regarding them as children, and provokes painful retrospection and sugary sentimentality over my past flame now burnt out. I do wonder where I shall end up. Where shall I be 20 years hence? It alarms me to find I am capable of such remarkable changes in character. I am fluid and can be poured into any mould. I have moments when I see in myself the most staggering possibilities. I could become a wife-beater and a drug-taker, especially the last.
My curiosity is often such a ridiculous weakness that I have found myself playing Peeping Tom, and even spying into private documents. In a railway carriage I will twist my neck and risk any rudeness to see the title of the book my neighbour is reading, or how the letter she is reading begins. The end of 1915, Part 1. Section 12, 1915, Part 2 of The Journal of a Disappointed Man by W. N. P. BARBELLION. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information, or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. 1915, Part 2, April 10th. Why, asks Samuel Butler, should not chicken be born and clergymen be laid and hatched? Or why, at any rate, should not the clergyman be born full grown and in holy orders, not to say already beneficed? The present arrangement is not convenient. It is not only not perfect, but so much the reverse, that we could hardly find words to express our sense of its awkwardness, if we could look upon it with new eyes. As soon as we are born, if we could but get up, bathe, dress, shave, breakfast once for all, if we could cut these monotonous cycles of routine, if once the sun rose it would stay up, or once we were alive we were immortal, how much farther we should all get, always at the heart of things, working without let or hindrance in a straight line for the millennium. Now we waltz along instead. Even planets die off and new ones come in their place. How infinitely wearisome it seems. When an old man dies, what a waste. And when a baby is born, what a redundancy of labour in front. Two people I hate in particular. The man walking along the pavement in front of me, giving me no room to pass under the satisfactory impression that he is the only being on the pavement or in the street, city, country, world, universe, and it all belongs to him, even the moon and sun and stars. The woman on the bus the other night, pouring out an interminable flow of poisonous chatter into the ear of her man, poor exhausted devil, who kept answering dreamily, and yes, and How I hated her for his sake. April 11th. Beethoven's 5th Symphony. If music moves me, it always generates images, a procession of apparently disconnected images in my mind. In the 5th Symphony, for example, as soon as the first 4 notes are sounded and repeated, this magic population springs spontaneously into being. A nude, terror-stricken figure in headlong flight with hands pressed to the ears and arms bent at the elbows. A staring, bulgy-eyed madwoman, such as one sees in Raymaker's cartoons of the Belgian atrocities. A man in the first onset of mental agony on hearing sentence of death passed upon him. A wounded bird, fluttering and flopping in the grass. It is the struggle of a man with a steam hammer. Fate. As though through the walls of a closed room, some mysterious room, a fearful spot, I crouch and listen and am conscious that inside some brutal punishment is being meted out. There are short intervals, then unrelenting pursuit, then hammer-like blows, melodramatic thuds, terrible silences. I crouch and wonder what has happened, and the pursuit begins again. I see clasped hands and appealing eyes and feel very helpless and mystified outside. An epileptic vision or an opium dream. Dostoevsky or De Quincey set to music. In the second movement the man is broken, an unrecognisable vomit. I see a pale youth sitting with arms hanging limply between the knees, hands folded, and with sad, impenetrable eyes that have gazed on unspeakable horrors. I see the brave, tearful smile, the changed life after personal catastrophe, the cross held before closing eyes, sudden absences of mind, reveries, poignant retrospects, the rustle of a dead leaf or thought at the bottom of the heart, the tortuous pursuit of past incidents down into the silence of yesterday, the droning of comfortable words, the painful collection of the wreckage of a life with intent to carry on, for a while in duty bound, for the widow, consolation in the child, a greyhound's cold wet nose nozzling into a listless hand, and outside a thrush singing after the storm, etc., etc. In the third movement comes the crash by which I know something final and dreadful has happened, and then the resurrection with commotion in heaven, tempests and human faces, scurryings to and fro, brazen portcullises clanging to, never to open more, the distant roll of drums and the sound of horses' hoofs. From behind the inmost veil of heaven I faintly catch the huzzas of a great multitude. Then comes a great healing wind, then a few ghost-like tappings on the window pane, till gradually the avenue of arches into heaven come into view with a solemn cortege advancing slowly along. Above the great groundswell of woe, hope is restored, and the unknown hero enters with all pomp into his kingdom, etc., etc. I am not surprised to learn that Beethoven was once on the verge of suicide. April 15th. There is an absurd fellow who insists on taking my pirouettes seriously. I say irresponsibly, "All men are liars," and he replies with jejuneness and exactitude of a pronouncing dictionary. "A liar is one who makes a false statement with intent to deceive." What can I do with him? Did I ever meet a lady, he asked, who wasn't afraid of mice? I don't know, I told him. I never experiment with ladies in that way. He hates me. May 11th. This mysterious world makes me chilly. It is chilly to be alive among ghosts in a nightmare of calamity. This titanic war reduces me to the size and importance of a debilitated housefly. So what is a poor egotist to do? To be a common soldier is to become a pawn in the game between ambitious dynasts and their ambitious marshals. You lose all individuality. You become a bayonet or a machine gun or cannon fodder or fighting material. May 22nd. Generosity may be only weakness. Philanthropy, beautiful word. Self-advertisement and praise of others sheer egotism. One can almost hear a eulogist winding himself up to strike his eulogy that comes out sententious, pompous, and full of self. May 23rd. The following is a description of Lermontov by Maurice Baring. He had, except for a few intimate friends, an impossible temperament. He was proud, overbearing, exasperated and exasperating, filled with a savage amour-propre, and he took a childish delight in annoying. He cultivated le plaisir aristocratique de déplaire. He could not bear to make himself felt, but if he felt he was unsuccessful in this by fair means, he resorted to unpleasant ones. Yet he was warm-hearted, thirsting for love and kindness, and capable of giving himself up to love if he chose. At the bottom of all this lay no doubt a deep-seated disgust with himself and with the world in general, and a complete indifference to life resulting from large aspirations who could not find an outlet and recoiled upon himself. This is an accurate description of me. May 26th. The time will come, it's a great way off, when a joke about sex will be not so much objectionable as unintelligible. Thanks to Christian teaching, a nude body is now an obscenity. Of the congress of the sexes it is indecent to speak, and our birth is a corruption. Hence come a legion of evils. Reticence, therefore ignorance, and therefore venereal disease. Prurience, especially in adolescence, poisonous literature, and dirty jokes. The mind is contaminated from early youth. Even the healthiest-minded girl will blush at the mention of the wonder of creation. Yet to the perfectly enfranchised mind it should be as impossible to joke about sex as about mind or digestion or physiology. The perfectly enfranchised poet, and Walt Whitman in The Song of Myself came near being it, should be as ready to sing of the incredible raptures of the sexual act between twin souls as of the clouds or sunshine. Every man or woman who has loved has a heart full of beautiful things to say, but no man dare, for fear of the police, for fear of the coarse jests of others, and even of a breakdown in his own high-mindedness. I wonder just how much wonderful lyric poetry has thus been lost to the world. May 27th. The Pool. A Retrospect. From above, the pool looked like any little innocent sheet of water, but down in the hollow itself it grew sinister. The villagers used to say and to believe that it had no bottom, and certainly a very great depth in it could be felt, if not accurately gauged, as one stood at the water's edge. A long time ago it was a great limestone quarry, but to-day the large mounds of rubble on one side of it are covered with grass and planted with mazard trees, grown to quite a large girth. On the other side one is confronted by a tall sheet of black, carboniferous rock, rising sheer out of the inky water, a bare sombre surface on which no mosses, even "tender creatures of pity," Ruskin calls them, have taken compassion by softening the jagged edges of the strata or nestling in the scars. It is an excellent example of contortion, as geologists say, for the beds are bent into quite regular geometrical pattern, syncline and anticline in waves, by deep-seated plutonic force that makes the mind quake in the effort to imagine it. On the top of this rock and overhanging the water, a gaunt, haggard-looking fir tree impends, as it seems in a perilous balance, while down below the pool, sleek and shiny, quietly waits with a cat-like patience. In summer-time, successive rows of foxgloves, one behind the other in barbaric splendour, are ranged around the grassy rubble slopes like spectators in an amphitheatre awaiting the spectacle. Fire-bellied efts slip here and there lazily through the water. Occasionally a grass snake would swim across the pool, and once I caught one and on opening his stomach found a large fire-bellied eft inside. The sun beats fiercely into this deep hollow and makes the water tepid. On the surface grows a glairy alga, which was once all green but now festers in yellow patches and causes a horrible stench. Everything is absolutely still, air and water are stagnant. A large Dytiscus beetle rises to the surface to breathe, and every now and then large bubbles of marsh gas come sailing majestically up from the depth and explode quietly into the fetid air. The horrificness of this place impressed me even when I was intent only on fishing there for bugs and efts. Now, seen in retrospect, it haunts me. May 28th. It is only by accident that certain of our bodily functions are distasteful. Many birds eat the faeces of their young. The vomits of some owls are formed into shapely pellets, often of beautiful appearance, when composed of the glittering multicoloured elytra of beetles, etc. The common eland is known to micturate on the tuft of hair on the crown of its head, and it does this habitually when laying down by bending its head around and down, apparently because of the aroma, perhaps of sexual importance during mating time, as it is a habit of the male alone. At lunchtime had an unpleasant intermittency period in my heart's action, and this rather eclipsed my anxiety over a probable Zeppelin raid. Went home to my rooms by bus, and before setting off to catch my train for West Wickham to stay for the weekend at a farm with E, swallowed 2 teaspoonfuls of neat brandy, filled my flask and took a taxi to Paddington. At 3:50 started to walk to C.H. farm from W. Wickham Station, where E. has been lodging for some weeks, taking a rest cure after a serious nervous breakdown through overwork. As soon as I stepped out of the train, I sniffed the fresh air, and soon made off down the road, happy to have left London and the winter and the war far behind. The first man of whom I inquired the way happened to have been working at the farm only a few weeks ago, so I relied implicitly on his directions, and, as it was but a mile and a half, decided that my wobbly heart could stand the strain. I set out with a good deal of pleasurable anticipation. I was genuinely looking forward to seeing E. Although in the past few weeks our relations had become a little strained, at least on my part, because of her little scrappy notes to me scribbled and pencilled, undated and dull. Yet I could do with a volume of Sonnets from the Portuguese. These letters chilled me. In reply I wrote with cold steel, short lifeless formal notes, for I felt genuinely aggrieved that she should care so little how she wrote to me or how she expressed her love. I became ironical with myself over the prospect of marrying a girl who appeared so little to appreciate my education and mental habits. What a popinjay, 1917. My petty spirit grew disenchanted, out of love. I was false to her in 100 inconsiderable little ways, and even deliberately planned the breaking off of the engagement some months hence when she should be restored to normal health. But once in the country, and, as I thought, nearing my love at every step and at every bend in the road, even anticipating her arms around me with real pleasure, for she promised to meet me half-way, I on a sudden grew eager for her again, and was assured of a happy week-end with her. Then the road grew puzzling, and I became confused, uncertain of the way. I began to murmur she should have given me instructions. Every now and then I had to stop and rest as my heart was beating so furiously. Espying a farm on the left, I made sure I had arrived at my destination and walked across a field to it and entered the yard where I heard someone milking a cow in a shed. I shouted over the 5-barred gate into empty space, "Is this C.H. farm?" A labourer came out of the shed and redirected me. It was now 10 to 5. I was tired and out of sorts, and carried a troublesome little handbag. I swore and cursed and found fault with E and the universe. I trudged on, asking people, as I went, the way, finally emerging from the cover of a beautiful wood through a wicket gate almost at the entrance to the farm I sought. At the front door we embraced affectionately and we entered at once, I putting a quite good face upon my afternoon's exertions, when I consider my unbridled fury of a short time before. E, as brown as a berry, conducted me to my bedroom, and I nearly forgot to take this obvious opportunity of kissing her again. "How are you?" I asked. "All right," she said, fencing. "But really?" "All right." A little nettled. "My dear, that isn't going to satisfy me. You will have to tell me exactly how you are." After tea I recovered myself, and we went for a walk together. The beauty of the country warmed me up, and in the wood we kissed. I, for my part, happy and quite content with the present state of our relations, i.e. affectionate, but not perfervid. May 29th. Got up early and walked around the farm before breakfast. Everything promises to be delightful. Young calves, broods of ducklings and turkeys, fowls, cats and dogs. In the yard are 2 large cathedral barns, with enormous pent roofs sloping down to within about 2 feet of the ground, and entered by way of great double doors that open with the slowness and solemnity of a castle's portal studded with iron knobs. It thrilled me to the marrow on first putting my head outside to be greeted with the grunt of an invisible pig that I found scraping his back on the other side of the garden wall. In the afternoon, E and I sat together in the beech wood, E on a deck chair and I on a rug on the ground. In spite of our beautiful surroundings, we did not progress very well, but I attributed her slight aloofness to the state of her nerves. She is still far from recovered. These wonderful beech woods are quite new to me. The forest beech is a very different plant from the solitary tree. In the struggle to reach the light, the forest beech grows lean and tall, and gives an extraordinary suggestion of wiry, powerful strength. On the margins of the wood, bluebells were mobilised in serried ranks. Great tits whistled, in the language of our allies, bijou, bijou, and I agreed with every one of them. Some folk don't like to walk over bluebells or buttercups or other flowers growing on the ground. But it is foolish to try to pamper nature as if she were a sickly child. She is strong and can stand it. You can stamp on and crush 1,000 flowers. They will all come up again next year. By some labyrinthine way, which I cannot now recall, the conversation worked round to a leading question by E. if in times like these we ought not to cease being in love. She was quite calm and serious. I said, "No, of course not, silly." My immediate apprehension was that she had perceived the coldness in my letters, and I was quite satisfied that she was so well able to read the signs in the sky. "But you don't wish to go on?" she persisted. I persisted that I did, that I had no misgivings, no second thoughts, that I was not merely taking pity on her, etc. The wild temptation to seize this opportunity for a break I smothered in reflecting how ill she was, and how necessary to wait first till she was well again. These thoughts passed swiftly, vaguely like wraiths through my mind. I was barely conscious of them. Then I recalled the sonnet about coming in the rearward of a conquered woe, and mused thereon. But I took no action. Fortunately for me. 1916. Presently, with cunning, I said that there was no cloud on my horizon whatever, only her letters disappointed me a little. They were so cold. But as soon as I saw you again, darling, those feelings disappeared. As soon as they were spoken, I knew they were not as they might seem, the words of a liar and hypocrite. They became true. E. looked very sweet and helpless, and I loved her again as much as ever. "It's funny," she said, "but I thought your letters were cold. Letters are so horrid." The incident shows how impossible is intellectual honesty between lovers. Truth is at times a hound which must to kennel. "Write as you would speak," said I. "You know I'm not one to carp about a spelling mistake." The latter remark astonished me. Was it indeed I who was speaking? All the week I had been fuming over this. Yet I was honest. The sun and E's presence were dispelling my ill humours and crotchets. We sealed our conversation with a kiss and swore never to doubt each other again. E's spell was beginning to act. It is always the same. I cannot resist the actual presence of this woman. Out of her sight I can in cold blood plan a brutal rupture. I can pay her a visit when the first kiss is a duty and the embrace a formality, but after 5 minutes I am as passionate and devoted as before. It is always thus. After leaving her I am angry to think that once more I have succumbed. In the evening we went out into a field and sat together in the grass. It is beautiful. We lay flat on our backs and gazed up at the sky. S.H. has died of enteric at Malta. In writing to Mrs. H., instead of dwelling on what a splendid fellow he was, I belaboured the fact that I still remembered our boyish friendship in every detail and still kept his photo on my mantelpiece, and although in later years I didn't suppose we had a great deal in common, I discovered that a friendship even between two small boys cannot wholly disappear into the void. Discussing myself when I ought to have been praising him. Ugh! She will think what a conceited, puff-breasted jackanapes. These phrases have rankled in my mind ever since I dropped the letter into the letter box. Your Stanley, Mrs. H, was of course a very inferior sort of person, and naturally you could hardly expect me to remain friendly with him, but rest assured I hadn't forgotten him," etc. The luxury of lunacy. Yesterday I read a paper at the Zoological Society about lice. There was a goodly boldness of sconce and some considerable length of beard present that listened, or appeared to listen, to my innocent remarks with great solemnity and sapience. I badly wanted to tell them some horrid stories about human lice, but I had not the courage. I wanted to jolt these middle-aged gentlemen by performing a few tricks, but I am too timid for such adventures. But before going to sleep I imagined a pandemonium in which, with a perfectly glacial manner, I produced lice alive from my pockets, conjured them down from the roof in a rain, with a skilful sleight of hand drew them out of the chairman's beard, made the ladies scream as I approached, dared to say they were all lousy and unclean, and finished up with an eloquent apostrophe after the manner of Thomas de Quincey, and of Sir Walter Raleigh before him, beginning, "O just, subtle and eloquent avenger, pierce the hides of these abominable old fogies, speckle their polished calvaria with the scarlet blood drops." But I hadn't the courage. Shelley in a crowded omnibus suddenly burst out, "Oh let us sit upon the ground and tell sad stories of the death of kings," etc. I've always wanted to do something like that, and when I have £5 to spare I hope to pull the communication cord of an express train. My hands tingle as often as I look at it. Dr. Johnson's courage in tapping the lamp posts is really everyone's envy, though we laugh at him for it and say, green-eyed, that he was mad. In walking along the pavement I sometimes indulge myself in the unutterable, deeply rooted satisfaction of stepping on a separate flagstone where this is possible with every stride, and if this is impossible or not easy, there arises in me a vague mental uneasiness, some subconscious suspicion that the world is not properly geometrical and that the whole universe perhaps is working out of truth. I am also rather proud of my courageous self-surrender to the demon of laughter, especially in those early days when H and I used to sit opposite one another and howl like hyenas. After the most cacophonous cachinnations, as soon as we had recovered ourselves, he and I would regularly remark, in serious and confidential tones, "I say, we really are going mad." What a delightful luxury to be thus mad amid the great spacious architectural solemnity with gargoyles and effigies of a scientific meeting. Some people never do more than chuckle or smile, and they are often very humorous, happy people, ignorant, nevertheless, of the joy of riding themselves on the snaffle and losing all control. While boating on last summer, we saw two persons, a man and a girl, sitting together on the beach reading a book with heads almost touching. "I wonder what they're reading," I said, and I was dying to know. We made a few fatuous guesses. "Shall I ask?" "Yes, do," said Mrs. The truth is, we all wanted to know. We were suddenly mad with curiosity as we watched the happy pair turning over leaf after leaf. While R leaned on his oars, I stood up in the boat and threatened to shout out a polite inquiry, just to prove that the will is free. But seeing my intention, the boatload grew nervous and said seriously, "No," which unnerved me at the last moment, so I sat down again. Why was I so afraid of being thought a lunatic by two persons in the distance whom I had never seen and probably would never see again? Besides, I was a lunatic. We all were. In our postprandial perambulations about S. Kensington, G and I often passed the window of a photographer's shop containing always a profusion of bare arms, chests, necks, bosoms belonging to actresses, aristocrats and harlots, some very beautiful indeed. Yet on the whole the window annoys us, especially one picture of a young thing with an arum lily ghastly plant laid exquisitely across her breast. Why do we suffer this? I asked G, tapping the window ledge as we stood. "I don't know," he answered lamely, morose. Pause while the two embittered young men continued to look in and the beautiful young women continued to look out. Thoroughly disgruntled, I said at last, "If only we had the courage of our innate madness, the courage of children, lunatics and men of genius, we should get some stamp paper and stick a square beneath each photograph with our comments." Baudelaire describes how he dismissed a glass vendor because he had no coloured glasses. "Glasses of rose and crimson, magical glasses, glasses of paradise," and, stepping out onto his balcony, threw a flower pot down on the tray of glasses as soon as the man issued into the street below, shouting down furiously, "The life beautiful! The life beautiful!" Bergson's theory is that laughter is a social gesture, so that when a man in a top hat treads on a banana skin and slips down, we laugh at him for his lack of living pliableness. At this rate we ought to be profoundly solemn at Baudelaire's action, and moreover a social gesture is more likely to be an expression of society's will to conformity in all its members rather than any dangerous living pliableness. Society hates living pliableness and prefers drill, routine, orthodoxy, conformity. It hated the living pliableness of Turner, of Keats, of Samuel Butler and 100 others. But to return to lunacy, the truth is we are all mad fundamentally and are merely schooled into sanity by education. Pascal wrote, "Men are so necessarily mad that not to be mad would amount to another form of madness." And, in fact, the man who has succeeded in extirpating this intoxication of life is usually said to be temporarily insane. In those melancholy interludes of sanity when the mind becomes rationalised, we all know how much we have been deceived and gulled. What an extraordinary spectacle humanity presents rushing on in noise and tumult, no one knows why or whither. Look at that tailor in his shop. Why does he do it? Some day in the future he thinks he will. But the day never comes, and he is nevertheless content. May 30th. A brilliantly sunny day. This funny old farmhouse where we are staying quite delights me. It is pleasant, too, to dawdle over dressing, to put away shaving tackle for a day or so, to jump out of bed in the morning and thrust my head out of the window into the fresh and stock-scented air of the garden, listen to the bird chorus or watch a scrap in the poultry run. Then, all unashamed, I dress myself before a dear old lady in a flowery print gown concealing 4 thin legs, and over the top of the mirror a piece of lace just like a bonnet, caught up in front by a piece of pink ribbon. On the walls, Pear's soap annuals. On a side table, Swiss Family Robinson and Children of the New Forest. Then there are rats under the floors, 2 wooden staircases which wind up out of sight, 2 white diaries, iron hapses on all the doors and a privy at the top of the orchard. Tell me, how do you explain the psychosis of a being who on a day must have seized hammer and nail and an almanac, picture of a woman in the snow with a basket of goodies, an errand of mercy, carried all 3 to the top of the orchard and nailed the picture up on the dirty wall in the semi-darkness of an earth closet? Got up quite early before breakfast and went birds nesting. It would take too long and be too sentimental for me to record my feelings on looking into the first nest I found. The chaffinches, the first wild bird's eggs I have seen for many years. As I stood with an egg between thumb and forefinger, my memories flocked down like white birds and surrounded me. I remained still, fed them with my thoughts, and let them perch upon my person, a second St. Francis of Assisi. Then I shooed them all away, and prepared for the more palpitating enjoyment of to-day. After breakfast we sat in the buttercup field, my love and I, and plucked up kisses by the roots that grew upon our lips. The sun was streaming down and the field thickly peopled with buttercups. From where we sat we could see the whole of the valley below and Farmer Whaley, a speck in the distance, working a machine in a field. We watched him idly. The gamekeeper's gun went off in one of the covers. It was jolly to put our heads together right down deep in the buttercups and luxuriously follow the pelting activities of the tiny insects crawling here and there in the forest of grass, clambering over a broken blade athwart another like a wrecked tree, or busily inquiring into some low scrub at the roots. A chicken came our way, and he seemed an enormous bird from the grass blade's point of view. How nice to be a chicken in a field of buttercups and see them as big as sunflowers, or to be a Gulliver in the beech woods, to be so small as to be able to climb a buttercup, tumble into the corolla and be dusted yellow, or to be so big as to be able to pull up a beech tree with finger and thumb. If only a man were a magician, could play fast and loose with rigid nature, what a multitude of rich experiences he could discover for himself! I looked long and steadily this morning at the magnificent torso of a high forest beech and tried to project myself into its lithe, tiger-like form, to feel its electric sap vitalising all my frame out to the tip of every tingling leaf, to possess its splendid erectness in my own bones. I could have flung my arms around its fascinating body, but the austerity of the great creature forbade it. Then a hawk fired my ambition. To be a hawk, or a falcon, to have a falcon's soul, a falcon's heart, that splendid muscle in the cage of the thorax, and the falcon's pride and sagacious eye. Footnote 1917. Cf. Sainte-Beuve's essay on Maurice de Guérin. Il aimait assez répondre, et presque assez remettre dans la nature. Il a exprimé en ma occasion sa sensation diffuse errant. Il y avait déjà eu, dans son amour, un calme. Il avait la vie forte et mute, caressant l'écorce de chêne. Il rêvait à je ne sais quoi, mais devant fus en arbre. When the sun grew too hot, we went into the wood where waves of bluebells dashed up around the foot of the oak in front of us. I never knew before the delight of offering oneself up, an oblation of one's whole being. I even longed for some self-sacrifice, to have to give up something for her sake. It intoxicated me to think I was making another happy. After a lunch of scrambled eggs and rhubarb and cream, went up into the beech wood again and sat on a rug at the foot of a tree. The sun filtered in through the greenery, casting a dim, religious light. "It's like a cathedral," I chattered away. "Stained glass windows, pillars, aisles, all complete. It would be nice to be married in a cathedral like this," she said, "at C. Hall Cathedral by the Reverend Canon Beech. Sir Henry Wood was the organist." "Yes," she said, "and the Reverend Blackbird the precentor." We laughed over our silliness. Shrew mice pattered over the dead leaves, and one came boldly into view under a bramble bush. She had never seen one before. Overhead a ribald fellow of a blackbird whistled a jaunty tune. E laughed. "I am sure that blackbird is laughing at us," she said. "It makes me feel quite hot." This evening we sat on the slope of a big field where by lowering our eyes we could see the sun setting behind the grass blades, a very pretty sight which I do not remember ever to have noted before. A large blue Carabus beetle was stumbling about. Culvers cooed in the woods near by. It was delightful to be up 600 feet on a grassy field under the shadow of a large wood at sunset with my darling. May 31st. Sitting at tea in the farmhouse to-day, E cried suddenly, pointing to a sandy cat in the garden. "There! He's the father of the little kittens in the barn, and I'll tell you how we know. P noticed the kittens had big feet and later on saw that old Tom was stalking across the garden with big feet of exactly the same kind." "So you impute the paternity of the kittens to the gentleman under the laurel bushes?" I looked at the kittens to-night and found they had extra toes. Mr. Six Toes as W calls him, also possesses 6 toes, so the circumstantial evidence looks black against him. The end of Section 12, 1915, Part 2.